and reaching for the lag switch.
Shut up, I'm not reaching for anything. I'm not reaching for anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna stare at the fucking screen. You literally can see my avatar right now. Oh my god, please.
Be curious, I say he's reaching for the lag switch, and then the game slows down.
I'm gonna mistime this. I'm gonna mistime this.
I thought you're good at the game.
Oh my god, please, please.
What are you doing?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
What are you doing? It's just a game.
Shut up.
Come on.
Shut up. Shut up.
No. No. No.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
We're a little bit behind too. I didn't even notice. I'm 6 minutes behind. No.
You know what, man? You just have them.
Just have them.
He said, just have them. Just take.
Thanks, T. This is worse than the other cry, and he's banning somebody too, like mid-cry ban. That's very specific.
That was the kind of guy that he was, you know? Like the nicest possible guy. Divide by 60. So my LA Noire playthrough.
What if you take 2 streamers on the screen right now and divide by 1?
Half hour.
Or wait.
So it's about 30.
Subtract 1
for the LA Noire playthrough.
If you take 2 streamers
Red Dead Redemption video
and you subtract 1,
30 parts. Do the math.
Yeah, I like fucking doing, bro.
So really
I like stroke my dick hard style.
Who would do that?
Oh, they're going for the trick, Null. They didn't even warn me. Yo.
We got recommended channels and someone that's playing cars.
750.
Whoa, she's got tits.
It's been a while though. I haven't played my Scavin forever.
Yep.
Kaneko, hold on. Do I follow this person? No.
You know?
Holy fucking titties. Just like go on her Twitter, there's more titties.
Didn't
I think this one's okay.
Never I open Twitter, so many titties.
Just okay.
Hold up. Hold on. Just saw you on recommended. And
yeah, this is literally my
saw your titties. To following due to titties.
Like, I don't want to brag.
There we go. No, her model is holy fuck, dude.
That guy scared the fuck.
That's a
Yes! Watch me get shot from behind. No!
Nothing. That losers.
You bet your ass that demands a fucking ad break. Hey, Zetazoton. Oh god! Oh! Yeah! I thought it went straight to the save point! Ah!
And stimulus checks.
These have to be the stupidest fucking hens in fucking existence. Fuck these hens. They deserve to be cooked. Cook these fucking hens. Cook them.
Yeah, you got pants on.
Gas them all.
Okay.
Straight to the fucking oven.
Yeah, Carl, I normally would play Modern Warfare 2, but like I'm so burned out on it, man. Like it's the same shit over and over and over again.
Get cooked,
I'm
idiot.
just tired of getting sniped to the point like.
What? My ears! Are you guys hearing this? Help! Is this on purpose? This is a clip. Is the game bugged? Is this on purpose? Is this like a joke? Is this making fun of legal documents?
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
You know, I could just do the story mission right now. Just get it out the way so that I can definitively say that this stream, I said we were gonna do a story chapter, and then we actually did do a story chapter just right off the cup. But here's the problem. I do a story chapter, and then all these other orange question marks, which I'm currently getting off of right now because they require that I do chapter 10 or chapter 11, half of those unlock, only lengthening the amount of time I will devote to this game. This scares me, so I will do as best as I can to keep myself from doing a story chapter, but if it comes to it, guys, I don't think I'll have any other choice. But hello, big ups, and welcome to another swollen _ dingus stream. I hope this Thursday evening has found you as well as it has found me. I'm back to doing Xenoblade X, dude. What up, big ups to the dingers, the dongers, the swollen _ ones who are here existing in the now, like Beer Joe. And big ups to the dingers, the dongers, the swollen double _ones and ding dongs who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Happy Steam sale. Big ups, happy Steam sale, everybody. I don't know what a Steam sale is. I'm one of the last couple dozen nutnicks who still plays on a console. So you say Steam sale, and I'm staring at you. You pass me the Steam sale. I have it in my hands. I'm holding it, and all I can say is, like, well, what is this? How does this help me? Because it doesn't. AJ Frosty. I'm midday for me this week, Dingus. As in, I am midweek for you this week, and then Dingus is me. Oh yeah, because you're still out and about. How's your vacation going? I know you said you were in Shibuya. Want to check out the Nintendo store? Oh man. Dude, if only I could be there. I would be buying everything. Not really. No, Phil's checking the Steam sale out right now, scamming the audience out of another Minecraft stream. Which is a shame, because those streams always have the crash outs that people seem to love so much, including me. And you're not getting it tonight because he would rather look through sales for games that he might not even buy himself. Maybe he'll buy something. Maybe he's already bought something. I'm looking for someone. Pretty good. Planning on going to a baseball game at a Tokyo Dome later. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're all about baseball over there. What with their Shohei Ohtanis and whatnot. Why are they so obsessed with a sport that they did not have been? There's probably some sort of cultural thing attached to it. It's the same reason why they worship a statue of the Colonel. And yet we still don't have another Mario baseball game. What is this world coming to? Okay, who am I looking for? It's a particular tyrant, I believe. It might have been one that I killed already. Maybe it's not here? Yeah, Strikers is coming to GameCube Online. I saw that. I did. Strikers on GameCube. It is a good game. I did play it for the birthday stream this year with Rebsy. Yeah, it was with Rebsy. And it is a good game, but it feels like the Wii one, Mario Strikers Charged. Now that's the one. That's the one that went over the moon when it came to features and shit. I don't want to like put down the GameCube entry, but it feels like the Wii one is the thanks for beta testing version. Dave was right about the Japanese. I don't know what you mean by that. No, but really, who am I looking for? Is it just someone that's not on the map? Maybe. Oh, it could be one of these nodes I've not even touched yet. That's probably what it is. Happen to see the supposed direct leaks? No, I did not. I'm being told there are these direct leaks out there, but no, I think no, Golem had told me something on the last stream, but I didn't look these out myself. I'm not exactly sure what specifically was leaked. There's usually a main overall non-game specific direct in the month of June to coincide with E3 or what would have been the time for E3. But in a non-E3 industry, in a non-E3 world, an E3-less world, you know, things are getting a bit wonky. So we ended up not having the regular direct for the month of June this year. If I had to guess when the next one would take place, it would probably be at this point July. Like, they're not going to spring one on us out of nowhere at the tail end of June. So they're going to wait till July, and it's gonna be after Donkey Kong Bonanza, because Donkey Kong Bonanza has already had its dedicated direct to pump out information, so there's no reason to have a general direct prior to the release of that game, or they're going to have to force a segment for it just to promote its existence, which would not be necessary. So what I think they'll do is wait for the release of that game, and then perhaps the week after announce the direct. I could be wrong, you guys. But in my heart of hearts, I feel like that's the plan.
Over the world we see all the high walls. You cannot change, but we've got to try.
Oh yeah, at some point I gotta kill these giant dinosaurs. I don't think that's gonna be today, though. I'm looking for it can't be above me, can it? What the fuck? Is that thing spinning? Yeah, you know what? I'll just come back to this. There are 2 affinities left that I can do right now.
Hello, HB. Is your suspension over?
Oh, that was just Vandam talking. You know how he gets. I didn't receive a formal censure, so I'm not sparing it a second thought.
You do remember he's our commander, right? Would you please try to talk some sense into HB? If he and the commander don't lay this feud to rest, it's liable to explode.
Oh, come on. It's just Vandam being Vandam. Ask HB what is going on with him and Vandam. Tell HB they has to meet Vandam halfway.
To compromise on this matter would be to go against everything I stand for. I didn't even want to talk about it, to be honest. But since we're here... Well, I suppose you have a right to know. And frankly, I'd like to tell you. A while ago, I gathered some Pathfinder colleagues and took on an assignment. It was a hunt for indigents so vicious, no one else was willing to face them. And yes, we suffered a few injuries, but the mission succeeded in the end. It's proof that Harriers aren't the only ones who can handle these indigents.
I agree. However, up to this point, I thought my character was doing everything.
To have reached a different conclusion, in that he punched me. He told me I wasn't to do any blade work until I'd come to my senses. Egregious, I know. Were this Earth, there'd be a lawsuit for certain.
Oh, we can't have lawsuits on this alien planet? What happened to all the lawyers?
Another division's job and turned out 5 injured blades in the process. What possessed you to be so irresponsible?
I happen to be the blade best acquainted with the area. I was the logical choice. The commander's old-fashioned system keeps talented people from utilizing those talents. You can see that, can't you?
It's like, what, every Joe got Showa all over again when the aliens came to invade and forced us to leave? Say that HB is 100% correct. Tell HB that he needs to follow blade rules. Just because we're on an alien planet, we can't sue people anymore. I'm still not over that. Yeah, HB is based. We like him.
I knew you would see reason. I should have brought this to you much sooner.
Ugh, he still doesn't get it. You are anything but normal, HB.
I certainly hope not.
Yeah, he's cool.
Eleonora. Normal is a slur to one of my singular talents.
Slur?
Now, Will you join me at the nest of those indigents? They reproduce with alarming alacrity. Thinning their numbers does little good so long as the queen lives. Unlike last time, it'll just be us, but... Well, I think we can agree that should be more than enough.
He's calling the rest of them just hanger-ons.
Let's be on our way.
I'll join you, but in reality, you'll be the one joining me, because we're just gonna fast travel there. What am I doing? Don't leave the giant robots here. Just to beat those three? That's suspiciously simple.
Put a sock on them! You're finished! We floated like butterflies! Now you sting like bees!
Well, that was almost too
the last
easy.
of our targets in this area. I'm afraid their numbers have grown since I was last here.
We're the only ones
We must
capable
head
of doing
deeper in
that?
and destroy the queen before this escalates any further.
It's definitely what happens when you do missions when you're over-leveled.
Hello? What's wrong?
Is that drag queen character? It is.
We are. We're here hunting down the brood's queen.
Me too, although I think I screwed up big time.
Wait, it might not be.
I can't walk at all.
Okay, it's not the drag queen character.
Oh, but don't mind me. You big lunks go on and take care of the targets.
Forgive me, I think he shares the same character model.
Kids, and then things will really get out of hand.
Hey, Discord merchant.
Seriously, the mission is way more important than...
I'm grinding and unwinding tonight.
It's true. This creature multiplies with alarming speed. If we stop to bring this person back to New LA, the damage will only spread. It's difficult, but... No. The mission must come first.
Ah, just leave him here. He doesn't even have a name. Ask HP how he can abandon a fellow blade. Ask why HP is so eager to finish the mission. I don't mind if we leave him there.
How can you ask that? I just want to keep everyone in New LA safe.
Just leave him. They give him a pill. Ask whether HB honestly believes he is trying to help others. Tell HB that he only cares about his own pride.
What? Yes, they're... I mean, it's our job to keep them.
Why are we having this moral and ethical quandary when we need to be go killing the queen?
An old friend over in HQ came by recently and told me I've been getting soft. He said that if I kept it up, I wouldn't even be able to maintain my current position, let alone rise in the ranks.
The guy was right, he got suspended.
And carry out your missions like a professional, he said. And don't worry if someone
told you to
dies,
stop being
they'll all
autistic.
be revived eventually. But you saw right through me. No wonder Commander Phantom decided to chew me out. Did I tell you what he said?
No,
He
you
told
just
me the
told
more of
us he
that are
punched you.
alive, the more we can accomplish. There ain't no low priority lives, he said. The
Except for
answer is
lawyers,
clear.
apparently.
We'll bring this one back to the
That's
city
true
for
in any
treatment.
context.
If our target spawns more minions in that time, we'll deal with it later.
Well, boo. You're no fun. You're lucky you've got a partner with a level head, HB. You should be thankful you got set straight.
Are you sure we can't leave him?
I was waiting for you, silly. The commander sent me here personally. If you abandoned me, I had orders to punch you right in your fat face.
Whoa, it was a test.
But your leg.
It was
I
a
told Vandam
ruse.
the fake broken leg bit was simply too cliche for words, but he insisted.
Why is he
must
swaying?
really like you. Honestly, I just signed on for the chance to deck a pretty boy right in the kisser.
He's gay.
Well, good luck with your mission or whatever. I'm heading back to New LA. Ta-ta!
I understand the commander's frustrations, but did I really deserve this?
Yes. Oh, I can actually... Can I actually say yes to his face? Agree with HB that Vandam doesn't like him. Tell HB that Vandam loves him. Yeah, let's just make it gayer. Why not?
I can't even process that.
I know, right?
This is Vandam's way of showing affection. He's a twisted soul. In any case, we have a job to finish. Let's go.
Ah, yes. There is the queen. Oh, it was just a test of faith, guys. I was just testing you the entire time. Dude, Garfield was right. There really was a test at the end. This is the test he's been talking about all this time. It only took 3 years for us to get to the test. Then they finally sit us down to take the test. And we're not even the ones taking it. It's the fictional character in the fucking game.
I suppose I'm getting used to this.
Ah, there you go. All's well that ends well.
Well, hey there, HB. Hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Commander, what are you doing here?
Hey, just hanging out.
To the little upstart gunning for my position, personally. Nah, just kidding. I'm here to hand out the reward. Consider yourself lucky. It's not every day a blade gets paid by the boss man himself, you know.
Paid.
You told me I wasn't to accept work as a blade for the time being.
You think I don't know a wise-ass little upstart like you is gonna ignore that order? That punch was just my way of clearing out the cobwebs, giving you a little push. And from what Laranara told me, it worked. That, or I reset your brain. Anyway, this is for you. I added a special bonus just this once.
Can I get some of that money? Oh, I do! Alright, this makes up for everything. You completed the task with HP, but there is still that rather formidable matter of Commander Vandam to overcome.
Sorry to keep making you babysit the Wonder Kid here, but he really does have all kinds of potential. Plus a pound of guts. So the next time he says something stupid, just give him a little push, okay?
Tell Vandam to leave it to you. Say that Vandam can do his own punching. I probably can't punch as hard as he can.
Me? Sorry, but I got my own work to do. Commanding doesn't leave me any free time to play nanny.
You barely see this guy work at all.
See you when I see you.
Commander, wait. Don't think any of this changes the way I feel about your methods.
Oh, I
Is he being
know it.
Sundering, as they say?
That whole bit about the segregated divisions, just between us. I feel the same as you. I don't like forcing folks into little boxes any more than you do, believe me.
That's why the definitive edition made divisions less important.
A job, I say go for it. But revamping an entire workforce with all kinds of different specializations ain't so simple. So if you want to fix things, you better become commander fast. Otherwise, I might just beat you to it.
He basically said it's your problem. I don't want to do this shit. Become commander and do it for me.
If I might ask, who do you feel is the greater talent? Commander or me?
Well, we like HB more. So it's gotta be HB. Tell HB that Vandom is by far the superior talent. Tell HB that he is superior.
Even I can see that as empty flattery. I have a long way to go before that day.
I genuinely think that,
I'm
though.
not giving up. A good hurdle ought to be just shy of insurmountable. I'm confident you and I will pass the old dog up yet.
I already did. I'm level 50.
To keep the people of New LA safe. Logically and efficiently, of course.
You learn the shield art, flame hand. What an anime moment. Alright, affinity has been built. There was another one over here.
Really?
That's with Bose. Bose's like the only guy I'm not 100% behind in the party.
Indigen you'll be hunting is extremely dangerous. It's already injured several Pathfinders.
Yes, I heard Sidon and Mondo were among them.
I don't know,
All the
maybe
more
it's because he's
reason to do our
bald.
job as Harriers and end this threat.
That's my sensei.
Damn straight. But what are you doing here, son?
Licking my wounds after getting pummeled by that same beast, Sensei.
Shout out Reggie for running away yet again. Tell Reggie to keep his chin up.
Eek! You're starting to sound just like Sensei.
Did you just say eek?
I guess it makes sense, considering all the time.
No, nobody says eek. You screech, you make high-pitched noise. Nobody actually says eek. You know, Xenoblade 3 did this as well with that one scene when Senna, I was gonna call her Senna warrior princess. No, when Senna finds out, was it their food? When their food gets taken by the indigenous bird folk, she says gasp. She doesn't gasp. She just says gasp. Nobody talks like that. This isn't how people talk, you guys.
Time you've spent together.
That wasn't.
Oh well, at least this
bad
isn't an
job,
important
friend.
character.
Next time, try taking a deep breath first. Then.
I want to clonk him in the back of his neck.
Cards!
What?
Keep training. You'll get it. Now tell us about this creature. How did the fight go?
It wiped us out in one blow. And not to brag, but I've been around the block once or twice as a curator. But I
He
swear,
also likes carefully
I've never
curated
seen
content like
anything
me.
it. That thing is a monster.
Then we've got something to look forward to. We've been fighting nothing but Xenos lately, and I'm sick of it.
Surprising coming from him. He's been racist to aliens up to this point.
I'll forward the coordinates where we fought it to your comm device. I know you can handle anything, Sensei. But this thing has sent several Harriers straight to the maintenance center. Please, be careful.
You know, just in case you forgot they're robots.
Let's send this beast to Nirvana, friend. We ride!
A number of Pathfinders have been attacked by a particularly aggressive Indigen. Team up with Bose to defeat it. Well, I feel like I should like him more, because he's like a shonen tard. He's like a big weeb and shit. But, I don't know, I just can't get behind him. That ain't my sensei. He ain't the sensei of my dojo, sir. Alright, we gotta find this dude. Oh my. it's knee deep in evil land. All the other party members I like, or I like well enough to varying degrees. Some I like more than others. But Bose is like, who gives a fuck, you guys? I guess I don't hate him. You would think I would have more to work with given how racist he is. But we all know it's not just like his racism is racism with a purpose. At least judging off his own perspective. It's not like he just hates aliens willy-nilly. Speaking of aliens, here's a whore right here. Yeah, it's justified racism. In his eyes, in his eyes.
Oh, are you Blades? Who are you?
Look how aggressive he is.
Of Tree Clan. I am no enemy. Well, then why are you here? Ganglion took my family, holding them prisoner.
Wait, is this a female?
Please, stop them. Save my family.
Only the Dave tier cartoon racism is annoying. That's what I'm saying. That's this dude. This dude falls at that camp. I don't care that he hates aliens.
Let's move out.
It's not convincing. I'm not convinced.
Looking at this thing just dredges up memories of Clarissa. Let's go hunt the monster.
Get it? Get it? Get it? Do you understand? He's only racist because the aliens killed his wife or some shit. Or wait, no, wasn't that the name of the student from the previous mission of his that we did? I already forgot. This dude is not... Your story is not gripping me. This is not justified at all.
Did you forget the sound of Clarissa's screams when she was killed in cold blood?
Yeah, that was a student.
All thrones share responsibility for this act, no matter which clan they claim. And yet you want me to help this thing?
See, it's kind of based what he's saying, but it comes from a place of the world revolving around him.
To forego my hatred? I understand. Allowing the Ganglion to kill again.
Yeah, Clarissa was a robot. We can just get Clarissa back. What are you talking about?
Ganglion are camping just ahead. Please hurry. Please hurry and... Huh? What's this light? How?
Explosion?
How do mere humans possess a jamming device of this magnitude?
It was a trap.
It's the transmitter that man-on we rescued gave us. Curse those meddling little worms and their blasted technology.
Oh, it's one of those chameleon aliens.
You wasted my perfect performance.
Was a ruse. See, this is the problem. This is the problem, Discord Merchant. He was right, but it came from the wrong place. It came from a self-centered place of cartoonish hatred. So it almost made me want to support the foreign aliens that much more just to dab on him in his story that I don't care about. And look, he was objectively right. It was actually an evil chameleon alien, and I've just walked our entire party into a trap, and I'm gonna suffer for it. Ask the stranger who she is and what she wants. Ask, what the hell just happened? What the fuck just happened?
It was your doing, not mine.
Yeah, it was my doing, wasn't it?
The work of that miserable little man-on toy you carry.
Look at those cheeks, though.
No matter. Now that the performance is over, the curtain shall drop on you.
Very cute pun.
Welcome your death, primitives. No man-on trinket can save you from the painful end that awaits.
All right, now rock falls on her from above. I see. Look, that would have been funny though. Don't fall for the socialist Xenos chicks. They're there to entrap you and enslave your ass. I know, but like, one of them was good. Remember, like a few weeks ago, we did a mission. One of them was good. We had changed her, and then she died anyway. But like, it's possible we can reprogram these aliens. Oh, we all know what the reality is. We all know what the messaging of this game is. This was 2015. like a year before the world shifted to where it is today. So it's kind of already been, it's always been on that trajectory. We need to open the borders and welcome all the aliens in. Every mission in this game somehow leads to a conclusion of we're welcoming even more aliens.
Did that man save our lives with this?
Oh, now he's gonna rethink his racism.
Not now. Let's focus on.
He's pretending not to care. He's thinking about it.
I won't allow myself to be distracted because of some Xeno.
Replace the word Xeno with any other adjective, and you can see how this scene could be a lot more problematic. Oh fuck! I know how to jump. I've played enough Mario. Okay, I've turned off auto run. No! I gotta get a running start. My people are gonna die! Can improve the interspecies relations? Now, a couple of those aliens are pretty horny for humans. There's that one mission where you help that one dude get hitched to an alien. Okay, I'm heading deeper in. That's the wrong way. It's one of these, either of these two tunnels over here. How am I getting turned around in a cavern this small? Would've been easy if I had my giant robot. Just running around getting burnt. Okay. No! I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. Can I zoom out? I'm trying to course correct the jumps. This is much wonkier, way more wonkier than I'm making it look. It's like jumping in Castlevania. You gotta commit to the jump. Okay, can I jump to there from here? It looks like I can, but what if I could? Okay, stop. Someone's still burning down there. Okay, there she is. Don't worry, their health will regenerate. I'm fine, I got a halo. Oh, no. Why? Okay, that thing? That's the one? It's pretty tough, actually. Actually, someone's already dead. Yeah, something tells me I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, health regen in an JRPG, but only when you're not in a fight. As you can see, it doesn't exactly help. Hey, Cardinal. Hey, Carl. Oh my god, I'm teleported all the way out here. Okay, that is very concerning. I might have to... Let's level 46. Only level 50. Like, I am over-leveled, but... I'm only over-leveled by 4 levels. What I'm basically saying is... That is an actual challenge at this moment in time. I think I'll come back to that one. Over a level like someone else we know. This is the result of completionism. I won't sweep. Yes, I am over leveled, but only because I'm a completionist. I do everything that I see. And what does the game reward me with for doing everything I see? Experience. What does the experience do? It levels me up. And it's not like you can completely ignore the side content and just bum rush the story. You can't, because the story missions are paywalled by levels. You gotta be a certain level to start, you know, certain story chapters. All of them have a requirement. Some of them even straight up request that you do side missions before you do the next story mission. That's not classic Dinkus. Name one other game where that happened. See, you can't, because you already forgot what games that happened in. Hey, Knock. Knock has acquired his Switch too. Congratulations. Does it feel nice to hold in your hands, Knock? You playing Mario Kart? You gonna play some Splatoon? I shouldn't call it paywall. It's just you just gotta level up your dude. More like it's a gate. It's a progress gate. It's the skill check. Who saw me? Oh, these two guys down here? That's bad. Feels okay. I'm gonna dock it more after the honeymoon phase is over. Sounds good. Knock. Have you friended me yet? You could win big, guys, by friending Knock on the Switch.
Those skills were indisputably superior.
Okay, you did. Fair enough. I must have just not seen you online in a minute. I wasn't sure if I had you added already or not. What's on the docket? I do have a couple videos to take a gander at. There's some controversy going on with pirate software and the Stop Killing Games movement. I never looked too much into it even when it was popping off, but it seems to be an auxiliary extension of the already progressing arc with pirate software. Now it's kind of just like crossing over with this. It's a crossover of the century with this other arc featuring this guy from Stop Killing Games. The fuck is Stop Killing Games? It's some guy who says if you make MMOs, you need to have a contingency plan when they go down so that the game is still playable after the servers go offline. If you were dishonest and disingenuous like pirate software, you could also just say he's a guy who wants World of Warcraft to be playable forever 20 years from now. Hasbin Gold's video was top 5 trending on YouTube Gaming. Is it now? Oh, the video he did on the subject is what you mean. Spreading misinformation? I just told you I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. I thought that's what it was about. Maybe I should stop listening to pirate software. Well, when this initially came about, I had heard it was because the crew? It was the crew, right? The crew was going offline, and Ubisoft had no contingency plan, because I guess they didn't think people would still want to play the crew a decade and some change after the release of the original game. So they just shut it down, and this guy was like, I don't care how shitty the game is, guys. This can't happen. This sets a dangerous precedent. We gotta do something. Sign my petition. And generally when it comes, like, this is just me personally, but when it comes to things that involve signing petitions, I tend to not care. I was the same way with Grums and Xenoblade when Grums was crying about Xenoblade. I didn't give a fuck. I showed that guy my dingus and then I showed him the door. That dude sucks. We hate Grums. Yeah, Ubisoft, they think you don't own the game that you bought and paid for. You actually own a license to the game. A lot of game companies actually think like that, but they'll never be straight up honest with you about it. You actually own a license, idiot. Even if you bought it physically and you physically have it in your hand, the physical disc in your hand that you own and possess. No, you just have a license. That game you have, it's not real. It doesn't exist. Hey, Red Animator. Grums is worst. He hated anime. What, Jade? I don't know what you're saying. What do I think about Kojima wanting my birthday? I'm not gonna play Death Stranding, so he's never gonna get it. Why wouldn't you just make something up? Think about it, like how would he know what your real birthday is? I mean, did you soy mouth when Psycho Mantis started reading your memory card? Basically the same thing. Alright, we got the real explanation from Cardinals. Stop Killing Games is an initiative to get game developers to have a plan for when a game goes offline that requires online connections. The issue with The Crew is that it was a single-player game with online parts, but when they took the servers down, you couldn't access single-player mode at all. Ah, okay. Stop Killing Games is an attempt to make it so that when a server is shut down, you don't just lose all your shit. And it's a noble endeavor, to be sure. Like, here's the thing, right? Today, it was Crew, and I did not care. Tomorrow, it was the Crew 2, and I didn't care, because it didn't affect me. Tomorrow, the day after, it will be the Crew Motorfest, and I did not care. 1 week from now, it will be all the game key cards on Switch 2, and I had no one to back me up. There was nobody left to defend me and stand up for me. There was no one left to speak for me when they came for the Switch 2 games. Look, when the Switch 2's thing, look, this is a concern, it's a legit concern. When the Switch 2 servers go offline, how will I validate my game key cards? Then it was Pikmin and Dingus was ready to go to war. I was! I had my shit ready to go. You can take the Dingus away from the Nintendo, but you can't take the Nintendo away from the Dingus. I think Xenoblade X will stop functioning when the online parts go down. No, because I'm playing it right now offline with no squads, and the game is still functioning. Thankfully, the consumer base seems to be rejecting game keycards for the most part. True! Arlo told us all about that on the last stream. The consumers are rejecting, wholeheartedly, game key cards. Honestly, what they just need to do is reintroduce the multiple game card sizes, and then we could just, like... There's nothing saying there's nothing saying that they just can't... Let's say the whole controversy blows over, and Nintendo kneels, third-party publishers kneel, the multiple game cards are reintroduced, you know, like 16 gigabyte, so 32 gigabyte, so on and so forth. There's nothing saying these third-party games can't reprint and republish their Switch 2 releases as full game card releases. But I only think they will do this if Nintendo reintroduces multiple sizes. Even with the backlash that game key cards are getting now, if they only have 64 gigabytes as an option, I don't think they'll do it. I don't think they won't make their move until Nintendo makes their move first, and that way it works out for them because it's like Nintendo is conceding the war and they're just moving in lockstep with Nintendo. But like Nintendo's got to move first. Don't mention Arlo unless the video is playing. No Arlo tonight. No, he's not ranting about Mario Kart World. I did hear about the update to Mario Kart. What are my thoughts on the Mario Kart World update? They made it so that the random option actually works, and competitive losers are losing their minds. Yeah, it's like Arlo makes the vids today and then pumps them out tomorrow, is what I'm feeling too. Nintendo's good at ignoring the backlash. Yeah, it took them like, what was it, 2 weeks to respond to George Floyd? They're really good at putting hands over their ears and going la 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 la. I can't hear you. La 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 la. I'm in my own world. Hey, it's Knock. Knock is playing Raidu Remastered. Knock, what do you think about that game? The big N ignores the big N. No. They were like, I'm the only big N around here, bud. Easy money. Arlo will say the update is so good he wished the game would have cost $100. You're not wrong. Were you here? I think you were here. He did the welcome tour review. He reviewed the tech demo, and he said, no lie, no exaggeration, zero exaggeration. He said the tech demo was worth $10. I was shocked. Look, I expected him to say it should have been $20. And then at the end of the video, he said, you're toxic. And if you keep talking about the game being $10, you're going to be toxic and frustrated forever, and you will never learn to enjoy things. Whatever that means. I enjoy hating things, so I'm going to keep enjoying things until the day I die. Switch 1 version of Raido was the best-selling version in Japan. Also outsold Switch 2 keycard 4-1, I think. And that's with the Switch 2 selling as amazing as it is right now. So consider that. I'm assuming Switch 2 version is a game keycard, while Switch 1 is the full version on the cart. So if you want to dunk on the game keycard shit, if a game is multi-plat on Switch 1 and Switch 2 like Raidu, get yourself the Switch 1 version. You'll have better cover art, first of all. You'll have superior cover art to the Switch 2 cover. I hate Switch 2 cover art. I dislike it. I like how the cases are very subtly slimmer in size. But the cover art is a big no. So get yourself the Switch 1 version, and then you'll have a version with better cover art, and it won't be a game keycard. The whole game will be on the cart. And then you just upgrade to the Switch 2 version through the eShop. You'll still pay the same amount of money. Like, I presume the Switch 1 version is $60 and the Switch 2 version is $70. Probably pay $10 to upgrade. In some cases, it might even be free or less. He has to be getting paid by Nintendo. He is a Nintendo affiliate. He's straight up a Nintendo affiliate. He does get free games from Nintendo. I'm the big N. My urban friend said I can say that, but I have to renew the pass every so often. He said it's like your driver's license. Every couple of Juneteenths, you gotta go to the DMV to get it renewed. When he asked Muppet to be toxic, he became toxic against a small Pikmin channel. I know, I was like, Arlo, you're too positive. What happened to negative side Arlo? What happened to the Arlo we all knew and loved? The Arlo that would call shit out that needs to be called out. And then he finally had the chance to be toxic again. And what does he do? He attacks some like couple thousand subscriber Pikmin channel who only posts about Pikmin and nothing else, who only wanted to get the word out. I'm all digital, but I want a Switch 1 version. Only 50 actually. Ah, yeah. Sorry, my bad. It's an Atlas game, so I just assumed the Atlas tax was tacked on top. The tax was tacked on top. Oh, no upgrade pack for Raito? That's kind of bullshit. They really want you to suffer with the game key card version. Won't the game just perform better on the Switch 2 by default? Like, you're not getting the full upgrade, I suppose, but like, it's just gonna perform better anyway? Legend Z-A patch is free, so it's better to get the Switch 1 version. Is that true? Runs very well on, but wait, fucking better. It's a remaster of a PS2 game. What the fuck? It's like people saying Persona 5 wouldn't run on the Switch. I'm like, dude, it's a PS3 game. Huh? It better run on the Switch. Oh, Evil Arlo? I know about him. He's the red Arlo, right? I've seen memes with that character. I don't know how Arlo feels about that. Knowing Arlo, he'd probably be uncomfortable about it. The Evil Arlo thing? I must have mixed up Raito with another one. I thought Raito was the Atlas game that was only on Xbox. It was an SMT game. I forgot the name, but I saw a video on it, and I was like, huh. They must have been trying to cater and curry favor with the Xbox crowd. It must have been that weird era when Microsoft was desperate to get Japanese people to buy their platform. Was SMT 9? Yeah, it probably was that one. The name's familiar. Okay, I cannot find the indigent that I'm looking for. It's been tough. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go to all the Nopon caravans. It's been said that VTubers are just Muppets but for adults. Well, that's not... Okay, well that's wrong, because the Muppets are already for adults if Disney adults are to go off, anything to go off of.
Those humans.
Alright, which one of you do I talk to? Who's the leader here? Maybe I talked to these guys already. Where's my missions at? Doesn't say which ones I've done. Classic Looney Tunes was geared towards adults as well. True.
What is it?
Especially with all the jokes that old Looney Tunes had. Japanese only Xbox MMO style RPG. Want to guess how well it sold? Not at all. Flintstones was also for adults in the beginning. Yeah, I remember those. I'd see videos on YouTube back in the day, a long time ago. Old Tame Dingus would just look up bullshit on the internet, run into those little sponsor segments they would do for Winston's cigarettes. It would never do that today, guys. Okay, 2 of 4 contracts. Who did I already talk to? There's a caravan here. No, here. Yeah, cartoons used to be for everyone. It's just predominantly in America where it's just associated with something that only children can enjoy. It's a bit unfortunate because then that means animation always suffers and isn't taken seriously when it comes towards accolades.
Listen up.
Well, welcome to the caravan.
I think the last one should be here. Or not. Okay, then it's the one in the Noctiloon. I forgot where these dudes were hanging out. It was by... Was it by the cavern? Aesthetic Man will love the Looney Tunes. They used to do blackface. Back when you can get away with that kind of stuff. Sin calls Donald Duck based for working for Hitler during World War II. Another thing you wouldn't be able to get away with today. Now, look, come on. Donald was a sympathetic Nazi. They made us watch that cartoon back in school. We were required to watch Nazi Donald Duck. Now, speaking of cartoons, Seven was putting on some classic Popeye last night, and I really got into it. Yeah, coming off of, like, you know, the success of Cuphead and shit, you really see where Cuphead got a lot of its inspiration from. Now, obviously, it was based on these old-ass cartoons, but you're, like, I'm talking about, like, you're seeing the direct inspiration. Like, those backgrounds in the Cuphead plane levels where it looks kind of like 3D, like it's a model, that was taken directly from the Popeye cartoons that Tevin was putting on. Where it looked like, it was almost like 2D animation on like a model, like a clay model. It looked really good. Of course, the animation was sublime. You had Popeye kicking the shit out of Sinbad the Sailor. Those were the cartoons Papa Dingus grew up with. They inspired him to go into the Navy.
Listen well. Huh?
All right, where are we headed? Watch old cartoons sometimes. Popeye did some impressive things with animation looking back. Yeah, especially like the stuff with the models that I had just said. The animation whenever he downs the spinach and kicks the ass out of the villain of the week. He put on one during the BRB segment was Popeye meets Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. There's so many jokes. There are so many because they go to Arabia, you know, to go after the 40 Thieves. There are so many jokes in that fucking short that would just not, you wouldn't be able to get away with today. Like Popeye trying to read ancient Arabic and just like, he says, Popeye says the CH word. We'll just say Chinese. Popeye looks at the writing because he's like at a restaurant reading a menu and he's like, "This Chinese looks great to me." I can't do Popeye's vocal mannerisms. Gibbs Alpha Elite TV. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. know those animators were mad drawing him eat the spinach for the 500th time. They had some tricks. Like Disney, different animation studio, but Disney would reuse their animation all the time. It was like this infamous old YouTube video that showed off reused animation in, I want to say, it was Robin Hood reusing it from, I think it was one of their old Silly Symphony cartoons. But like, you just would not, no one could tell back then. You didn't have the internet. That was one old Nobon. Or launch fireworks in the rain? Not until Nan that he's correct. Cheer Nan up by saying that everyone loves him. This soul dancing animation. Is it really stealing if you just steal from yourself? Oh, you know what it was? It was Robin Hood stealing from the Jungle Book. That's what it was. Because the character of Baloo in the Jungle Book, his animations were reused for Friar John? No, that's not his name. The bear's sidekick in Robin Hood. His animations are just taken from Baloo. I think that was because Robin Hood was made on a budget. Because it was... The Jungle Book was the last film that came out before Walt had perished. Before he had passed on. So Robin Hood came out during a tough time. Robin Hood... I watched that one growing up because a teacher in elementary played it for us like the day before we went to a Renaissance fair to kind of get us into the mood of the culture of medieval times. And that shit is a good film. It's a good movie. Yeah, it's the same bear with clothes. And there's a fat hen in Robin Hood. And her animations are taken from King Louis in the Jungle Book. The monkey became the hen. They're launching fireworks in the rain, doofus. Oh, guys, I don't think those are fireworks. Hang on, guys, I gotta check my lollipop phone. I used too much powder. The fuck are cold berries? Convince Paisa to not make any rash decisions. Paisa, put the gun down. Encourage Paisa to run and not look back. Look at her go. As long as you're not making me do anything else. Damn. Oh, that's quite a ways away there. Pretty dangerous for you to be all the way up here, Mr. Man. Is he dead? Well, he can't be, he's just suffering. Agree to find food for Popote? Tell Popote to find his own food. Oh my god. No! It's not something I already have in my inventory! Oh, was it a drop from these guys?
I've been waiting to lash out.
I don't need weapons, I need coldberries. Maybe I should have ordered them to not fight the giant gorilla.
We mustn't let this conflict get out of hand.
How far away do I have to fly? Everyone's losing their skill. Pretty good. That's all I was waiting on. Alright, guess it's on me to use a salvage ticket. Alright, we can go ahead and start on some stuff that I've been meaning to watch. This is the first thing. Oh man, back when Mario Strikers wasn't overwhelmingly average. And even that might be being too nice to the one that's on the Switch. Back when Mario characters had personality. Hey, they censored out Peach touching her ass. She touches her bottom and then does a sizzle. So many Birdo and Yoshi and Toad colors in this game that you just see nowhere else. Twilight Princess is not on yet. Those weird as fuck Kremlings though. Those are some buggy ass Kremlings. Whoa, available July 3rd. We still gotta wait on it? Pretty good. Definitely something to look forward to. Oh, is Kino Chat still live on this source? It is. I was wondering why it was looking like that. Apologies for the kick window bleeding in there. But yeah, that'll be available July 3rd. I have played the original Strikers, cause Cousin Dingus had it. But as I said at the start of the stream, GameCube Strikers is just kinda alright. It was a very late GameCube release, and to me it gives off the feeling of they released it so the GameCube would have like one last hoorah. But like the full version just later ended up coming out with like Strikers Charged on the Wii. Like that's like the actual full intended experience. It reminds me of Mario Tennis on the Wii U, which felt like that was the alpha for the Switch Mario Tennis. Again, it's like a thanks for beta testing. That was the game. We just put that game out for $60 because you know we put together the engine and the HD assets, but like we got to get like a return on that investment. So there it is. Put out the we put out the beta test for you. You can play that for like 2 or 3 years, and then we'll come out with the real game. And then it did. It was Mario Tennis Aces. And to me, I feel like that's what's going on between the GameCube and the Wii Strikers. Because the Wii Strikers came about a year and a half or 2 years after GameCube Strikers. Like they were already working on it. GameCube Strikers is a little bit wanting in content, I would say. I wish the game looked more like the box art. That was one thing Mario Strikers on the Switch, Mario Strikers Battle League tried to do. Too bad it was affected by everything else that's infected the Mario art style since the Wii U era. Most people would just call it the mandate. Next thing is this.
Hello.
The most insane fake speedrun ever. Hello, you absolute legends.
You absolute legends. This is
I'm
Diego,
still
and
fucking
Diego
broke,
is a
'cause I
genius.
lost the lawsuit.
In early May of 2025, Diego changed the fake speedrun landscape forever, for he had a plan that was as creative and mischievous as it was foolproof. First, he would host a Donkey Kong Country 2 speedrunning tournament, where the winner would take all, a grand prize of $100.
Holy
However,
moly,
Diego
this must be a
wouldn't putting the
serious
money up
tournament.
himself. Instead, he would set a donation goal for his viewers to crowdfund the prize. This wouldn't...
What? You hold a tournament, you host a tournament, and you don't even pony up the tournament prize yourself. Like you ask your viewers to provide the tournament money? Maybe I don't run tourneys. Is this normal behavior? Hey guys, I'm gonna hold my Donkey Kong Expand Dong tournament, but like I'm broke. I don't have $100 to put up for the first place prize. So you guys are just gonna pay for it, okay? Okay? Well, look, they raised the money apparently, so I guess people were all over it.
take long,
Praise that,
and
son.
with the money raised, the tournament was officially scheduled for 1 week later. The tournament consisted of a handful of small YouTubers, mostly Let's Players. These were not Donkey Kong 2 speedrunners, and this was certainly not supposed to be a serious competition. But the
Or else,
tournament
this guy
itself
would have heard
was
about it.
all a ruse. And this is where Diego's plan becomes
Yeah, we're kind of familiar with shit like this already, huh? Okay, guys, I'm putting on an I Eat Food event, and I need $150 to achieve this. All right, you're being you're kind of lowballing the estimate there. It's not $150 to eat food. It's actually over $1,000 to eat food.
brilliant, for you see, Diego never actually intended to legitimately compete in the tournament. Instead, he secretly crafted a fake speedrun, and when the tournament began, instead of playing the game like everyone else, he just started a video of his fake speedrun and pretended to play. For the next hour, Diego pretended to play out of his mind. I have never seen such incredible fake speedrun acting ability. The acting is so amazing that even now I still need to remind myself that he is not actually playing when I watch this footage. Diego's fake speedrun was too fast for the other competitors to contend with, and he won the tournament
Too fast, too
with
furious.
ease, taking home, or rather should I say...
What? Okay. I'm not even sure how... Okay, you host a tournament, but you also participate in the tournament? So what happens if you win? Well, I guess you just keep the money. Because you were given the money, you raised the money, you crowdfunded the money, and you got the money. So when you get the money, you just keep the money when you win, inevitably, because you cheated. So what was the point of the whole rigmarole? You could have just begged for $100, and then you wouldn't even have to have done this whole song and dance. Think about it. This guy is clearly good with raising money if he was able to get his audience to give him $100. So why didn't he just ask for the $100 straight up without having to attach a fake-ass tournament to it? And he raises all these people's hopes up. He gets them thinking that, oh man, I can get $100 whole if I'm only good enough in Donkey Kong Country 2 for the Super Nintendo Entertainment family of systems. I too can get $100. Now, is this 100 American dollars? Because they seem to be non-English. So if it's like $100 American, that's like a gazillion dollars in their currency. Wait, no wonder he kept it.
Keeping home the $100 his viewers had raised.
Yeah, this seems like a lot of work for $100, don't you think?
The plan really should have gone off without a hitch. Diego had planned everything meticulously, accounting for every possible contingency. But
I
right
severely
at the very
doubt that.
final moment of the speedrun, Diego got complacent. After delivering the killing blow to the game's final boss, Diego threw down his controller and celebrated in excitement. And then his character jumped. Oh no, Diego had forgotten how the run ended and threw down his controller too early, well before his character had stopped moving.
Oh,
this was immediately spotted by viewers, and then all hell broke.
No, check it. No, enhance. No, no, Dixie's still jumping. No way.
His character jumped.
No, his hand's not on the controller. You celebrated too early. Diego, no! No, Diego, no!
Oh no, Diego had forgotten how the run ended and threw down his controller too early, well before his character had stopped
Look at him
moving.
hogging out.
This was immediately spotted by viewers, and then all hell broke loose.
He
Diego
lied.
was adamant, however, that
You were
he
lied
did
to.
not cheat. Instead, the illusion you saw was merely the result
now
of
he's
delay.
coping.
He said the game feed
Delay?
on screen was lagging several seconds behind his webcam footage. Could
Your
this
cope
really
is
be
delayed,
possible?
buddy.
Is this really the reason the character jumped so late after Diego put his controller down?
Of course
no,
not.
It's not possible, and no, it wasn't. But Diego still kept the money. He banned everyone who accused him of cheating and continues to deny it to this very day. Today we will take a look at one of the craziest fake speedrun fails I have ever seen. I really hope you enjoy.
Yeah, okay, you already got it, Red Check.
Legends, I'm gonna
His
be honest,
actions.
a few months ago, I was very
this part's funny. I did kind of pre-watch up to this point, but no, Red Check, you got it. His whole actions throughout the stream would have been delayed. It would have been very easy to prove if what he's saying is legit, because if his reactions were delayed, You just go to any point in the run to prove that. Okay, well, this part, I thought this part was kind of funny. You know, in reference to current events, the devil in me thought this was a little funny.
Legends, I'm gonna be honest. A few months ago, I was very down in the dumps, so I stopped working out. I stopped.
He's sad! He's sad, he's broke! He's sad! He stopped going to the gym! He's unhealthy! No!
Getting help, I'm gonna be honest.
Just being honest,
guys. I really
guys.
hope you enjoy. Legends, I'm gonna be honest. A few months ago, I was very down in the dumps, so I stopped working out, I stopped eating healthy, and as a result, I started getting very weak and...
Carl, he stopped going to the gym. He was depressed. He was sad. Why? The fuck you mean, why?
Feeling like crap. I stopped eating healthy, and as a result, I started getting very weak and feeling like crap. But a few weeks ago, I snapped out of it, I started hitting the gym again, I cut out junk food, and now I feel so much better.
The bankruptcy go through?
Magic Spoon has been a huge part of...
Bankruptcy ain't gonna help you with what you owe, bud. But guess what? It's just a segue to his sponsorship.
My new lifestyle. Magic Spoon offers high-protein cereals and snacks that are perfect for people like me who are carb-conscious, who want to lose weight, build muscle, and be healthier in general.
From what I'm to understand, you can just go to Walmart and buy this without having to support some guy on YouTube who's done questionable things. But it's overpriced. It's just it's like it's pricier than regular cereal, which is already expensive. So what do you want to do? Go to Walmart and pay the surplus? Or get it from this guy and pay the double surplus? Because you gotta pay him too, because you're using his link.
I can fit Magic Spoon easily into my lifestyle because of its macros. One serving...
the box size too. The box, you pay more, and the box size is smaller.
I can fit Magic...
Look at how small, look at how thin it is. Look, it's smaller and it's thinner. This isn't the family size box. What am I gonna do with this shit? Carl wants me to buy this over the family fun size Lucky Charms that Niece Dingus loves so much that will last the Dingus brood 2-3 weeks. 2-3 weeks of breakfast in the morning. You want me to buy this over that? This shit won't even last us 3 school days.
Magic Spoon easily into my lifestyle.
Why is his milk in a what?
Build muscle and be healthier in general.
His milk is like in a gold tea bottle. You know, gold tea, sweet tea? Why does he have his milk in a gold tea bottle?
Fit Magic Spoon easily into my lifestyle because of its macros. One serving contains at least 13 grams of protein, 4 grams of net carbs, and no sugar. Magic Spoon also offers treats which are really tasty. And now Magic Spoon even offers granola, which is again not only high...
Just straight up granola? Look at how small the bag is. What was he eating? Is that a Pop-Tart? Hey DJ Filthy Rich, it's in the Halloween fun size box. Fuck, man. The best houses on Halloween give you the full bars. Some people buy milk in half-gallon sizes because they're weird. It's because they're poor! You go to the 88-cent store, you buy a little Chiquita milk cartons, and you try to cope and say, well, I don't drink milk that quickly, so if I buy the regular milk, it's gonna go bad and spoil because I don't drink milk every day. So I'm actually saving money and I'm buying smart by buying the Chiquita milk. But actually it's because you're poor. You're broke. That's why you're at the 88-cent store in the first place.
Which are really tasty.
Those look like fake Pop-Tarts. I just wouldn't eat. What's wrong with just eating healthy without having to eat all this shit? Just eat your bacon, eat your eggs. I ate eggs and bacon today. It was very good. Dingus, that is your cope, though. Okay, Knock, you probably live alone. This is the best sweep I can manage for you. You probably live alone. You don't have to buy the whole milk carton.
And now Magic Spoon even offers granola, which is again not only high in protein.
Look at that! Wait!
Tasty. And now Magic Spoon even offers granola.
He does have regular milk. Regular weird Australian milk. Weird Australian brand I don't know anything about.
Which is again not only high in protein.
Why does he have bottle milk that's like in those bottles you just drink straight out of? And then he also has jug milk.
but is absolutely delicious. If you want to look and feel better, definitely give Magic Spoon a try, and they are so confident they offer a 100% money-back guarantee if you are not happy. So just click
my
the
money
link in the
back if I'm paying
description or
this
use
much.
the QR code on screen to get $5 off your order today. Or simply go to magicspoon.com/legend and use code LEGEND for $5 off your order. You can also grab Magic Spoon on Amazon or at your
It
nearest...
just doesn't look good either. I don't know how... Okay, I can't make a good comparison because you guys probably don't really eat the off-brand cereal. But growing up, you know, Mama Dingus sometimes got us to off-brand cereal. Like, instead of Fruit Loops, I would get the off-brand. I don't remember the name, but it had, like, funny kangaroos on it, and she would get it from Sam's. But the off-brand, it was cheaper, and it kind of tasted the same, but it just looked weird, and it felt weird, and it had a weird aftertaste in your mouth. Like, you could taste the sheen that was put on it. Does that make sense? There was like a weird sheen on the off-brands, and it didn't taste good. Hey, UNF. Malto Meal, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Malto Meal has the kangaroos. There's some Malto Meals that aren't bad, but I'm thinking of their Fruit Loops. Their Fruit Loops had like just this weird sheen to it. It's $10 a box? $10 a box for this itty-bitty grain-free cereal with the weird Corpo Google art on top? No way. But hello, Yuna. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. We're looking at the most insane fake speedrun ever by Carl. Carl is shilling cereal because he's depressed following his great feltoning by King Billy Mitchell. He stopped going to the gym, and now he needs your help to buy his slop cereal to not be depressed. I did love Cookie Crisp Discord Merchant, but Mama Dingus would never buy it. There was just some cereal brands that, like, no matter what store you went to, like, you knew about them, you heard about them, but there were just some brands, it didn't matter what store you went to, you just could never find them. I think Cookie Crisp was one of them. Cousin Dingus had a board game based off Cookie Crisp with, like, some, like, Cookie Bandit. You had to save the cookies or whatever. And that's how I knew about Cookie Crisp. And then I saw the commercials with the wolf. The wolf was like their version of the Cocoa Puffs bird. Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs! The wolf would try to steal the Cookie Crisp. Cookie Crisp! And then sometimes he would get the Cookie Crisp, and then sometimes he wouldn't. But yeah, I would try Cookie Crisp, and I was like, oh my god, this shit's so good. But like, I would never find it in the stores, and so Mama Dingus would never get it. I didn't try the mini buns one. They're all pretty bad for you. Well, yeah, it's cookies as a cereal, or they're weird cereal equivalent of cookies. So yeah, it's not good for you. Nowadays, I'm good with just like if I don't even eat cereal like that anymore. Like right now, I got some Raisin Bran. Just try it out because I haven't had Raisin Bran in forever. So I was like, well, you know, they don't have my usual thing here, so I guess I'll take it. It's okay. It's okay. But if I had to choose, it would usually be Honey Nuts Bunches of Oats. The almond flavor, if available. Otherwise, you know, all that sweet, I'm kind of done with it. I'm kind of over it, you guys. The nieces will eat Lucky Charms, but I'm just okay with my Honey Bunches of Oats here. Frosted Flakes is alright. Twins, I knew I liked you. Thank you, Carl. I just like the big chunks of granola. Raisin Bran is pretty good. When we got Raisin Bran in the past, I remember feeling scammed. We must have gotten like a bad batch or something, Discord Merchant, and it made me think, it gave me a misconception about Raisin Bran. This one time we got Raisin Bran, and it was like, there were no raisins in it. So, it gave me a bad impression, a misconception here, that Raisin Bran just never came with raisins, and you were required to add the raisins yourself? I was led astray. I was led to believe this because we were just missing raisins. I don't know. Maybe someone picked all the raisins out. You know how you pick the marshmallows out the Lucky Charms? I just remember having Raisin Bran and there were no raisins. Raisin Nut Bran was I never tried Raisin Nut Bran. Damn. Why can't Carl be shilling Raisin Bran?
First grocery store. Diego has a fairly decently sized YouTube channel. This appears to be the remnants of a once thriving Let's Play career, though these days his channel seems to be relatively dormant, at least in terms of views. Diego still streams regularly, and in April he began playing through the Donkey Kong Country series. I wouldn't exactly—
Wait. He was a thriving Let's Player, but then he fell off and now he streams every day but nobody knows about it? Yeah, interesting. I've heard this story before.
Call Diego a world-class speedrunner, but it seems like he is pretty decent at this game, and after numerous streams, in early May he announced he would be hosting a Donkey Kong Country 2 speedrunning competition with a $100 winner-take-all prize. Personally, I love the idea of running competitions for classic games, so I tip my hat to you, Diego.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Carl doesn't enter the tournaments that he hosts.
Diego, my good sir. The idea itself is pretty cool, though when I ran my own Doom competition, I didn't enter it, because I felt as though it would have been really weird to host a tournament, offer a prize, and then win that prize myself. Of course, when it comes to Doom, I would have no chance of winning anyway, but still, competing in your own event seems a bit weird, unless of course you're putting up all of the money yourself. But okay,
which he didn't
Diego wanted to compete, and the idea is a pretty good one. The money was raised quickly, and Diego made it clear that if he did win, he would be keeping the money. The tournament was scheduled for a week later, and come May 11th, everyone was ready.
4, 3, 2, 1, comenzamos. Comenzó.
Wait.
During the race, Diego was incredible. His movement was majestic.
Look
he
at him go.
Through each level with grace and beat the entire game.
And he's even doing it with sunglasses on,
which is legitimately impressive. You could tell that Diego was really in the zone. After 1 hour and 7 minutes of intense gameplay, Diego
live translates. He said 7654 321. Let's fucking go.
Defeated Captain K. Rool and won the race.
Crispix? I never had Crispix. He celebrated too early. Look, Dixie jump!
He was about 2 minutes ahead of second place, a YouTuber named Campos. And you can hear that even before Campos finished his run, people in his
Oh man, this guy, I have known a couple people in my life who have the phenotype of this guy on the top left here. But look at his setup, is so much more better than the other guys.
Called group chat was saying there was a problem with the end of Diego's run. Apparently the monkey jumped.
This guy looks like he should be named Diego, not the other one.
While the controller was not in Diego's hand.
Acá la gente dice que el mono saltó solo.
I love how they just call Dixie La Mono.
¿Por qué saltó solo el mono? Están diciendo acá.
¿Qué mono?
I don't even need to translate.
Al parecer el mono saltó y Diego no tenía el mando.
Cualquier cosa. No.
And looking at Diego's run, this does seem pretty concerning. Clearly, the controller was not in Diego's hands, but Dixie was still moving and jumping. The chat immediately spotted it, and after he finished his run, Campos went and examined the end of Diego's run, and it was pretty clear there was a problem.
Toma eso, suelta el mando, se va para el lado y salta cualquier. Ese es el tema, por eso está. A ver, revisemos tu finanza. Oye, yo creo que podrían invalidarlo y darme la plata a mí, ¿no? ¿Por qué no? Yo no me parece mala idea. No me parece para nada una mala idea.
Campos said he should be the one that should be given the prize money and started analyzing the run in greater detail. And
he actually played the game, so yeah, he should get the prize money.
An argument ensued, with Diego claiming that this anomaly was caused by delay, and people were just jealous that he won. Though accusations of it being a pre-recorded video were already quickly emerging and spreading like wildfire. What started out as a fun, casual competition with a modest prize pool ended in chaos, with the indignant Diego lashing out at the other runners who didn't accept his win. Luckily, we do have enough evidence to confirm if this run is fake or not, so let's take a deeper look. By looking at the rest of Diego's run, it doesn't seem like there is a delay. The entire time, he reacted to things as they happened in real time.
Esa foca no te recuerda a Mr. Kasaki.
No sé, se parecen un poco.
Okay, so this was what Rinchek was saying earlier. If there was delay, it would have been throughout the entire run, but he reacts to stuff in real time here.
Reacted to things as they happened in real time.
Esa foca no te recuerda a Mr. Kasaki.
No sé, se parecen un poco.
So
Pretty
it doesn't
good.
make sense that
Pretty
only
good acting
at
here.
the end the delay was so obvious when it was never present before. After his run was finished and the anomaly was spotted, Diego repeatedly continued to claim that it was just a result of delay. And
Tisk tisk tisk. Amateur mistake, Diego!
and even showed his monitor on his webcam for approximately 1 second.
Debió ser al revés.
Ahí está, el juego. El juego. Ahí está, ahí está.
It's clear that
He's just saying the game. It's right there.
this was supposed to give the impression that Diego was happy to show his screen, though in practice, it was done far too quickly to be a sincere attempt at quelling any concerns.
Are you kidding me, brother?
It was done far too quickly to be a
Carl, enhance. That's very obviously a media player window. That's literally media player. That ain't look like no SNES emulator. This dude cheated.
sincere attempt at quelling any concerns. Most of the footage is too blurry and low res to gather
Carl,
anything
pause it
useful,
for me.
but we do get one relatively clear.
Is that VLC? Is it?
Frame that we can analyze. Now, I don't know what
Hey,
this
fucking
is.
wait,
I
bud.
just know it doesn't look like an emulator.
That's a volume slider.
It appears at first glance to be some kind of video player, though I'm not personally familiar with it. What stood out to me, however, is not the potential video player itself, but rather what it was showing on screen. Because remember, Diego's excuse was that the game feed was delayed, so therefore if this was true, the game showing on his monitor in real time should be about 5 seconds ahead of the direct feed showing on his stream.
Yeah,
However,
but it's
we can
not, because
clearly
there is
see
no
that it
delay.
matches up perfectly, confirming without a shadow of a doubt that there is no delay whatsoever. This is a pre-recorded video, and the community even figured out exactly what video player Diego was using. It's called Media Player Classic, and it's not just from the
I used to use
webcam
that.
freeze frame that
It's
we
not
can
VLC.
tell that either.
They
The
stopped
day after
updating
the
that one.
tournament, Diego accepted a call
So I
from
stopped
the
using it.
second place winner Campos, who presented him with his evidence. One
What
piece
the
of
fuck? He
evidence
got on Discord with the second place guy? He just the Discord interrogation. Was it during the same stream? They didn't even give him a day to cook up a story.
being an anomaly right at the start of Diego's stream. At about 14 seconds into the VOD, as Diego's mouse passed by the bottom of the screen, a progress timer briefly appears. And upon checking,
Come on, Diego. Amateur hour.
the bottom of the screen, a progress timer briefly appears.
Yeah,
and upon
Pancake Mix it
checking
is.
Media Player Classic myself, I can see that the progress timer appears exactly the same. So this definitely is the same player. Unfortunately, Campos is not a speedrunner, so his arguments were only related to the media player and not the gameplay itself. And Diego remained steadfast in his refusal to admit he cheated. However, I knew that if this was a pre-recorded video, there was no way in hell that Diego actually sat down, played a full speedrun beforehand himself, and then just played the recording. I knew the very video itself had to have been cheated, and the most obvious way to cheat is always the trusty splice.
I was about to suggest like he just should have stole the run from somebody else.
Speedruns is a tale as old as time, but personally, I am not a Donkey Kong Country 2 expert, so I reached out to former world record holder SBD Wolf and asked him to take a look at Diego's run, and
He sounds like he's been crying a lot before recording. Pancake Mix, you came at like the worst possible time. The video opens with him admitting that he's been depressed the past couple of months and he stopped going to the gym. And then it segues into a shill segment for his cereal.
immediately spotted a splice. In fact, SPD Wolf spotted many splices. There was a splice between practically every single level. The easiest way to tell is by looking at the mouth animations on the map screen. You can see they open and close at a steady rate, and going between open and
Magic Spoon
close
saved his life. It
involves
did.
several animations. However, immediately before Diego enters levels, the mouths of the characters would often go from completely...
That was just the script for the sponsor segment. That's not true. Maybe he really does go to the gym. Either way, I can accept that he's sad. Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Sean. It's funny to believe that he actually is depressed. I mean, like, what kind of script would they... Why would they give you a script that's like, okay, pretend like you've been down in the dumps for the past couple of weeks? That'd be kind of weird for the sponsor to do. Okay, even though you aren't actually depressed, pretend like you are depressed. Because you are depressed, you stop going to the gym. I don't think the sponsor would do that. I know the sponsors give scripts for the shield site. I don't think they would do something like, oh, just fake depression. I have depression, moron. I don't think they would do. I think that's him speaking from the heart.
Open to completely shut, or vice versa, in a single frame, which is physically impossible. This confirms the game footage is spliced. SPD Wolf also noticed that at certain points throughout the run, at the exact moment the splice occurred, the game resolution would also slightly change. This is extremely subtle, but this shows that the splice has combined footage from two different sessions, which when recorded weren't precisely aligned with each other. For some reason, Diego was using screen capture to record instead of game capture in OBS, which allows for this kind of discrepancy to happen. What I don't understand is why Diego didn't just splice the runs when the screen went black. Historically, black screens are always chosen as the best place to insert a splice, because there is nothing on screen, so you can't spot any visual anomalies. It's honestly baffling that he chose to splice the run 1 second before the screen went black when everything was still clearly visible.
It's because he's dented.
I mean, not only do black screens provide a reprieve from visual discrepancies, but the music even stops. The game is completely black and completely quiet. Why on earth wouldn't you splice here? There is literally no good reason for splicing where Diego did. It's truly
He just didn't think that far ahead.
The man is clearly working on a level far too high for me to understand.
Whoa, hey Gondola. Hello? Gondola, we're looking at cheaters. Cheaters on the internet. What passable Gondola clip will grace our presence today, I wonder? Gondola's not a fanboy, I think. It's a shout out not playing. There it is.
She ran me over too.
Times a bratty wannabe angel.
Okay, his Gondola and his harem.
People have been calling me bratty lately too. I don't know how to feel about it.
Damn,
even
brat.
YouTube called me bratty, dude.
Your Twitch thing is calling yourself a bratty little brother.
I know.
You're calling it yourself. You can't be upset that everyone else is capitalizing.
That's
That is true.
Now.
He is the
After
one who
YouTube
calls
called
himself
me
a brat.
It's like, well, I guess I just gotta lean into it now. Fucking, what do you...
Well, they call you a brat, so now you're like, okay, I guess I'm a fucking brat now. They imprinted on you. Okay, I'll guess I'll just be what you want me to be then. Spreads legs, crotch prominent, bulge. I guess I'm just the brattiest brat ever. Don't you want to ground me?
Probably the funniest thing that SPD Wolf spotted occurs about a half an hour into the run. Just as Diego enters target terror, a stray mouse icon goes shooting across the screen. How did this even happen? I have no idea what Diego was attempting to do while recording this, but this mouse icon is clearly from the recording itself, as his hands are nowhere near his mouse. Upon closer inspection, this is a very, very terribly done fake speedrun, and it's really sad to see how vitriolic Diego has been to the community and the other runners of the competition after he was exposed.
I don't know, look, it's kind of nefarious, but it's also kind of based the way he's just defiantly screaming at everybody when he's so obviously cheated.
Especially sad for Campos, the runner who
No wonder he's covering this. He wants to get back at Billy so bad, so instead he's getting back at his Spanish counterpart.
Came in second. Bless his soul, he deserves the $100 and he seems like such a gentle spirit. Please consider going to his YouTube channel and throwing him a super chat. I don't know how much money $100 is in Diego's country, but I can't imagine its value is all that high. Still, the fact that he raised the money from his viewers and...
No one gives Anne being a slut a hard time for leaning into it. Does Anne lean into it? I don't know about that. I'm biased. I have a biased perspective. Chat, does Anne lean into the slut angle? Yeah, all this for $100. But again, Carl, I don't know if it's like American $100 or not, because the chat raised it for him. So you would think it would be in his currency. But what if it's not? If it's American USD $100, you know, I could see an argument. Like, it could be worth hundreds of thousands to them. Game subs is check 1 on the sus meter. Anna's a filthy whore. He was asking for it. No, you see the clothes anywhere. Anne's clothes are modest and trad. I choose not to look at Anne Guy's avatar. Yeah, see, I'm all covered up. I adhere to my Islamic faith. You see nothing.
Tournament involving other YouTubers and people from his community makes this one of the most bizarre examples of cheating I've ever seen. And his response to being exposed is also one of the most mean-spirited and aggressive...
Mean-spirited? He's mean on the internet!
His response to being exposed is also...
Carl, can we get like an optics check? Is this king shit or cringe?
One of the most mean-spirited and aggressive I've ever seen.
I thought you were supposed to be the Shy Guy, and the Shy Guy was completely... You haven't forgotten the lore. I realized that after I made that joke, but I didn't think anybody was gonna call me on it. You're right, though. I got my lore wrong briefly. For the purposes of that joke, I am covered up. Even still, the Shy Guy is also covered up. It's not like the Shy Guy is any more or less covered up than the Shy Gal. The joke is still appropriate.
Diego even banned longtime followers and fans that he had met in person simply because they asked him if he cheated.
He even banned his own Darziaks and Jades and Derricks. Think about it.
Which, given all of the evidence, is a completely reasonable question to ask. Hopefully, with this new concrete evidence, the community can rest assured knowing that Diego did in fact cheat, and no one deserved any of the hate that came their way afterwards. Thanks to SBD Wolf for checking out the speedrun for me. Thanks to Sotolier for tipping me off to this situation.
Charizard?
Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Wait, there's no conclusion? He didn't... okay, I guess he's not apologizing. Is he gonna give the $100 back to his own I guess... probably not. Anne, check. What's Anne doing? Anne, you make me angry, Anne.
Hey, look, that idiot's still there. Wait, that idiot's still fucking there.
He's playing some RPG Maker game.
You know what? Hang out over there.
It's getting real tough if we're playing RPG Maker slop on the Ant stream.
I'm gonna loot here.
Oh, Fear and Hunger. My apologies then. It just... Look, I played some RPG Maker slop in my time, Discord merchant, growing up. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make games. I'm gonna be a game developer, man. And then, like, my games just never went anywhere. So I am familiar with the framework of the RPG Maker engine. So I can just look at shit like this. I'm like, yeah, that was fucking made in RPG Maker. It's got the stink of RPG Maker all over it.
Got some good stuff. Alright, let's zone.
I don't know, does this look like a slut to you guys? I think he's very modestly dressed.
Probably resets the whatchamacallit. Crowman.
Okay, we'll leave him. We'll leave him to his fun little game. Let the record show that Anne isn't a slut. Next. Ow. This next one is I hate pirate software. It's the one you've been waiting for. This guy's in a big drama. He was already in a big drama, and now he's crossing over with another drama.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to be honest with you. I am incredibly disappointed in Ross of Accursed Farms. Despite his disarming Hyraxian countenance and endearing extreme conflict aversion, I can't let this slide.
Okay, so long and short of it, in summation, pirate software is becoming a lolcow, as this sector likes to say. He was already catching heat for being a big whiny poopy baby about one of his World of Warcraft raids, and the subsequent crash outs that followed. And he is... Okay, UNF is clearly caught up on the story more than I am. He already was a lolcow, I guess. But people are hearing more about him. People are hearing more about him as a result of his many crash outs this year. He is rising in the ranks. He's clearly becoming more of a lolcow than he presumably already was. So he crashed out of World of Warcraft, very funny, got on everybody's radars if he wasn't already on their radars, he was after that. Was on everyone's spotlights, and now he's catching heat again for his shitty opinions that nobody likes, but yet people decided to hear anyway. So he responded to the Stop Killing Games movement, which, as litigated earlier by Cardinals, is a movement where an initiative where these people are trying to get these developers to have contingency plans for games that require online, so that when the servers go offline, you have a way to play the product that you bought and paid for. Simple enough, right? Well, actually, Pirate Software, good faith, not bad faith at all, Pirate Software has a few qualms with the initiative. I've settled on his phenotype being some sort of Native American mix. Not that I'm familiar with of their sort, but the more I've seen him, the more it rings true. He reminds me of... I don't know, at first he gave like the Keffels phenotype. I kind of see what you're putting down with that though. I'm reminded of when he wore that witch's hat. It's got some witchcraft in his blood.
Let me show you.
Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first.
Terrible take, Ross. Your kind and gentle spirit has clouded your vision. It's clear, unless you're a total sucker, that Pirate Software was doing the first. 2 points here. Firstly, while my intro criticism is a joke, I do genuinely think if you're going to be dropping accusations of lying on someone, it's gotta be that they're deliberately practicing deception. This second definition thing is a bit slippery and doesn't even apply, because it clearly relates to the metaphorical characterization of things that don't have intent. Though some would disagree, Pirate Software is indeed a person and not just a thing you can interpret and mislead yourself with. Second point about
he lied.
He's totally doing the first. I understand Ross's hesitation and his stated reason being,
I have no evidence it's the first.
But actually, yes you do. See, if you want concrete, empirical evidence of someone lying, you'd have to be able to read their mind. You'd have to be able to show that they did absolutely mean to deceive, and that it wasn't a slip or a mistake, that they didn't forget something or misunderstand. YouTube doesn't yet have a built-in brain scan function, and yet we can still fairly call people liars. How is this possible? Well, it's this wonderful little thing called deduction. You look at a collection of facts and you draw a conclusion from them. And if that conclusion is reasonable, you can go ahead and state it to the world. Like this. I think Pirate Software is a liar. Now, why ever would I say that? Several reasons. Let's go through a few of them, starting with the one I think is the most fun. So, in a very tiny nutshell, Stop Killing Games is what it says on the tin. They don't want games to be snapped out of existence when publisher support ends. There are multiple reasons.
I think Pirate Software should stop killing games.
for this, but in the case of their current petitions to governments, they are pursuing a consumer rights angle. They want live service games to have some kind of end-of-life plan. When they shut down, they don't want it to just evaporate. They want there to be something. Specifics left to be negotiated. In other words, they want to mandate that going forward, games have some sort of contingency plan to prevent them from being wiped from functioning existence if they are at risk of that. Now here's the fun part. Did you know that Pirate Software, before even looking at it, guessed correctly and was afraid that that's what it would be? On April 7th, months before he published his first video about it, he was asked about Stop Killing Games.
Check out Accursed Farms on YouTube or his website, Stop Killing Games.
So I'd be really interested in looking into this. The thing that I'm worried about at the outset is wanting to put any type of legal framework together to force studios to have a contingency plan for games that are live serving.
It's a bad precedent, you guys. He is just being a good faith whistleblower about the movement. No, he's stirring the pot. He wants to cause infighting. He's trying to make it about himself.
Games. This is the concern that I have.
Months before he made his first video, he stated fundamental opposition to any law mandating any kind of Plan B for live service games. He is fundamentally opposed to the petition in its essence and at its core. He then states that he will be looking into it.
So I want to go research it first, because everyone's been talking about this.
And elaborates on why he's against any kind of mandated contingency plan.
Because I don't want, and this is the real one, I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever.
Oh, that is so convenient to hide behind. I'm just thinking about the little guy excuse. You already hear. You've heard this shit a million times before from a dozen other fellas that stink just as bad as this guy does. Let's play that again.
Telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever.
I'm just concerned about the little guy. That means you can't go after me because I'm concerned about your interests. This movement only cares about the AAA companies and doesn't consider that it would affect everyone in the gaming industry. Well, why wouldn't you just put some clause or stipulation there that's like, okay, this only affects game companies that make over such and such income and revenue over this amount within a year or something.
I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
He's scared of the slippery slope. It'll go in the direction that people will be forced to keep their games online forever. Specifically, he says he's scared for the indies.
You get a whole lot of these
it's an emotional appeal.
Where there's like smaller games, and everybody's focusing on the big juggernauts. They're like, what happens when World of Warcraft goes away? I want to play World of Warcraft. But you're not thinking about how this could impact everybody in the space. Just the big titans. Everybody wants to stick it to the man, and they forget that, well, the man is not the only man on the board.
His voice doesn't match what he looks like.
Worried about the costs this adds for the little guy might stop people from making live
can't say that about
games when
me.
they otherwise would. So over the next months, he goes off, does what he said he'd do. He's going to look into every little bit of Stop Killing Games.
Read a whole bunch of stuff.
That's the thing too. Like, listen to how he talks about it here. There's ways to convey his probably convincing argument that would be convincing if it wasn't coming out of it like this. And just the way he talks, the cadence, the way in which he carries himself, the way like he's got his hand under his chin like he's bored and doesn't even want to be there. He's looking at you like you're the dentiest dent to ever dent.
You see every little piece that they're talking about.
And before making his first video about it, he certainly saw Ross's Europeans Can Save Gaming video, because he quotes it. In that video, Ross compares the loss of games to the loss of films.
And now most films of that era are gone forever. That's very similar to what's happening to video games today. It's just a terrible practice for everyone involved.
Multiple of the examples on that page he pulled up to show us what we've lost and what we lose are MMOs or otherwise online multiplayer games. Further to that, he claims that the initiative would apply to free-to-play games that have microtransactions.
This would also apply to free-to-play games that contain microtransactions. Because if you purchased a microtransaction as a good, then the game is made unplayable, well then you just lost your goods.
The intended scope of the initiative is clear and is reflected in the petition's text. Given that he must have seen this and more, I think it's pretty bizarre that his very first comment on the initiative, in his first static video on it, is this.
The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers...
Mr. Pun, thank you, Mr. Pun. Re-up 6 months to tier 1 for 36 months. We're learning about the Stop Killing Games movement through the biased lens of pirate software. Welcome, thank you. Thank you for the chill. 36 months, whoa, buddy.
Just putting together a live service game, pitching it as a
That's
single
3
player
years of
experience,
Pun.
and then taking away support in the future. This ain't it.
Correct, it ain't, and it's not meant to be. But he later further asserts that that's its supposed purpose.
Doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat.
It cannot be claimed with any credibility that
Hey,
he
Mr. Lion.
believes what he just said.
That's what I said, and then everybody told me he already was a locale. Basically, okay, he's ballooning. That's what he's surging. He's surging. Do these people have an actual foundation solution to keep these online games alive? Like, are they going to force someone to keep the services up for maintenance? Are they going to transfer it to the 100 discs to play on? I don't know. I from what I hear about the movement, I have not heard. I've heard about the movement. I'm not going to act like I'm an expert, so apologize if I sound like a dent here. But I've not heard the actual plan that these guys have. It just seems so far to be, here's my initiative, here's my idea, I'm the idea guy, and sign my petition, and then maybe at some point, well, you know, we cross that bridge when we come to it. Like, what is the actual structural plan here to keep these games running? Because someone has to plug in the server, dude.
Ed is true. He is being willfully deceptive. He was lying. Pirate Software is a liar. And why would he lie? Because he knows exactly what it is. He knows exactly why they're doing it and what they want. And we know months ago, he was scared that was the case. He wanted to smother it in the crib. He knew it had barely any chance. It's not his fault if it fails, but it is his fault it has practically no chance. Now, if he destroyed something he didn't like, honestly, fair play, respect, but he didn't. He instead decided to employ a more effective tactic. And
I mixed this guy up with the Pirate Nation guy on Twitter who just reposts things from 4chan and makes money off of it. They don't like him, but he's not the Pirate Software.
What tactic is that exactly? Well, iDub should look into this, because this is a genuine example of what concern trolling actually is. Instead of tackling what he disapproves of head-on, Pirate Software has constructed a fake problem.
Thank you for the 7-stream
he
streak,
addresses
Joe.
issues he has with end-of-life plans for games, but he pretends that's an accidental side effect of them messing up the initiative, instead of it being exactly what they're trying to get. This framing is incredibly important and powerful. It allows him to present his arguments against the initiative as evidence and proof that they're doing things wrong, instead of as his opposition to their movement, which it actually is. You see, he's here to help. You want to do this thing, but the initiative won't get you that.
In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically, and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game. You are not buying the game. You are paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing, though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functionable, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
See, he's not actually against what they really want, and he's on their side. They're just going about it the wrong way. The great
On your side,
gaming
guys. I'm
authority
just
is
critiquing
correcting
you
some people
bigly.
who are misguided. That's what's really happening here. He just thinks they should be more specific. Except that specific thing is not what they're trying to do. And he knows that. Perfect little narrative, nice little story for his audience to pick up and propagate. Disingenuously present a false story when you know the true one, because it will have the effect you want. Pirate Software fully understands this tactic and hates when it's done to him.
This strange idea that somehow that one player was a mysterious figure that no one knew who he was is kind of stupid bullshit. It's just propaganda at that point. Big mean Mr. Streamer named the player. No, dude, everyone knew who he was. He was the mayor instead of me for a month. And he acted like a jackass with the title. It's concern trolling is what it is. That's exactly what that is.
Yep, and it works, doesn't it? Works real well. Very effective to add that extra layer of obfuscation. You're not just clashing, the clash itself has been warped, such that before you can fight back, you have to straighten out what's real. Imagine an alternate reality, where Pirate Software brings his true concerns, the ones he'd previously stated, instead of presenting his issues with the end-of-life stuff, as if that was an unintended side effect of what they were really trying to do. Instead of repeatedly stating it's vague, he said it's precise but broad, which is different, and that he's worried what will end up happening will impact indies, and it's easy to guess it wouldn't have been as impactful. Even the focus on the little guy would make less people care, and to a lesser degree. That's why instead, in his video months later, he went with this.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them, and we're going to miss out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV.
Over those months between his stream and this video, did he change his mind
I bring
about
up
the
Final Fantasy XIV because everyone loves that game.
About the little guy's argument? Or did he realize that would make his self-interest too apparent and be less rhetorically effective? Probably more about, they're coming for your Final Fantasy, hitting better than, they're coming for your Realm of the Mad God Exalt. Something to think about though. As someone who's a little bit of a polemicist, I love the art of just lasering in on something you don't like and hitting it as hard as you can. Watching these videos when they first came out made me feel such second-hand embarrassment. And I'm glad there's a reason to talk about him again, because there are a couple little bonus nuggets I didn't touch on before that are pretty funny. Under his first video, he pinned a comment with an FAQ. One of the things he addressed was why he wouldn't talk to Ross. The reason he stated was, I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. Here he's referring to Ross's list of why he thinks the initiative could work, including that politicians like easy wins and so on and so forth. But what he was doing is the literal opposite of being disingenuous. Disingenuousness would be him pretending he didn't believe these elements were at play, to deceptively provide a picture of the situation he didn't believe was true. You're criticizing him for being excessively honest and open. You're attacking his character wrong. And then, after trying to attack Ross as a disingenuous person as a justification to not talk to, platform, or engage with him, Pirate Software had the audacity to write in the description of his follow-up video, "No, you will not silence me with personal attacks. Fight the argument I am presenting." Another thing he hates happening to him, but understands, is effective. Now, to be fair, this second video is better. He provides some novel arguments, and quickly watching it over, I don't see anything that I could call a lie, but it absolutely outs him as a fifth columnist.
And the last take that I got from this is, and it's the most reasonable to me, this is an initiative, it's not a law. Why are you upset? Just wait. I'm not going to wait. And the reason I'm not going to wait is because I see the start of this conversation not making sense. It's not including the actual developer side of the conversation. It's not showing the trials and problems that this could arise inside of the game industry for people who are actually making the games you play.
Yeah, because it's consumer advocacy activism. They're fighting for their interests, as they should, and they should as hard as they can. Hey man, I'm a carpet salesman. Before you go and haggle with these other carpet salesmen, you should really consider their feelings. Make sure your starting price is low enough to be real comfortable for them. I'm sure it won't go any lower. Correct response to that would be, fuck off, Skell, as it should be. Here, Pirate Software tries to paint Ross as not the guy to talk about this. But while my position is anyone can talk about anything, if there were a person who should not talk about this, it's the game dev being cheered.
Well, the game industry, okay, I like the analogy, but the game industry is a bit different from like the automobile industry. Like, people here would simp for developers, especially indie developers. That's why he brings up indies in the other video. It's to make you feel sorry about it, or at least rethink what you're supporting.
On by the industry.
I received hundreds of comments from developers thanking me for putting it out.
Yeah, I bet you did, right? Anyway, let's wrap it up by looking at some new stuff. Pirate Software responded to Ross's recent video on Twitter. I believe he's now deleted it, but of course, the internet is forever. Supper Cursed Farms. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Pretty much true, but that's because Ross is a softie and let you get away with that shit for far too long. For instance, this stuff absolutely warrants a clapback.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm gonna actively tell people not to.
I wanted to go and check it out
He
for
hates
myself,
it.
see the context of these statements, particularly the used car salesman one, because I was curious, but I couldn't find which VOD it is. The video he's reacting to went up July 31st.
There are enough ways to give the players the ability to keep whatever is needed to play the game that this should be a no-brainer to support. But Pirate Software is an industry shill. He's hiding it behind the guise of, no, I just care about the slippery slope and the ramifications of what this could mean for the little guys, the indie developers who don't have money to run a server forever and ever because Congress passed a law demanding that they gotta do it.
But there's a gaping hole in Pirate Software's livestream archives between the 29th of July and the 14th of August. I've been searching for salesman and car in the transcript of VODs after that point, but I'm not finding the clips. In any case,
he deleted
since
it.
Ross has receipts, there is certainly more than just those 2 videos. So the "I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative" line is a bit misleading, isn't it, buddy? He continues, "Now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. There's a bit of blame, and a bit of blame is deserved, make no doubt."
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm gonna actively tell people not to.
Just in those 2 videos, or do you mean some of your streamer buddies as well? We'll never know. Anyway, while there's some blame, Ross was addressing statements he should have addressed directly earlier. Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and snide comments.
You're sending hate
you set
messages
that
to me,
tone
you
in the apparently
guys.
now deleted VODs. Not the threats, of course, but just report that shit, whatever. Since you're so set on cutting
Just
up my
walk away,
responses
walk
into
away from the
pieces to try
screen.
to make me seem unhinged, I'm going to drop my videos here to show the actual context. I disagree that's what he was doing, but since we're all about transparency here, can I have those VODs? Or are we going to pretend now there were just those 2 videos? There's also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video. We all knew this, but YouTubers don't write, do they? Massive. Come on. To quote back to you, if you're going to hate me, at least hate me for what I'm actually saying. I've seen the videos a couple times each now, and I don't think he perverted the meaning of anything. That's your party trick. The only engagement I've seen that is level-headed has been from Lewis Rossman. This might not be
that
deliberate.
guy.
He might just
We
not
love that guy.
remember. But what happened to Asmon? In the FAQ, you recommend his take as well. For context on what I'm thinking, a little while ago, people got mad at Pirate for collabing with Asmon. Did he bitch out of saying his name because of that? I'm fine talking to people
he wants to be on
that are
Asmon Gold's payroll.
level-headed about this. Ross is the chillest dude on YouTube. I can have a conversation, but to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly, and it sets me off. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Oh, his community's so nasty, they make snide comments. How do you behave? How are you talking towards Ross and his stuff?
Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Eat my
This
ass,
shit
man.
sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Is he into that?
Would ban you.
Why was he
from
so
your
mad
chat.
about
I
it?
don't want to hear anything about decorum from you. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Because you said everything you wanted to. May I have an example of what you would have said? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because you a bitch. He says because it's been rage bait and shit-flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama
It's
in our
rage bait.
community to try to stir up more support. Oh, so it happens anyway.
Try to
I
stir
still
up more
disagree with your
support.
movement
Sound like
for
anybody
all
we know?
the reasons I stated. That's unlikely to change, and at this point, I'm more than fine with that. Stay frosty. So I guess ultimately, Pirate Software is a poor, battered victim of this horrifying beast. Clearly, the violent
Eat my
rhetoric
entire
Ross
ass.
is
Are you gonna
known
mail
for
me a
has
spoon to do
sent
it?
his audience into a blood frenzy, and being a giant loser is the only way you can keep yourself safe. You know what I think? You're not scared to talk to him because of his audience. No, people like that would have swarmed you no matter what when you took the side you did. No, I think you're scared of talking to him because in conversation, it will be impossible to dodge how much of a prick you look like in comparison. And you don't have the balls to say to his face what you were saying on that stream or those streams that are now apparently gone.
I agree. If he ever got into a debate with this dude, people would back Ross. He just seems so much more friendly. Whereas, as previously noted, Pirate Software is a disingenuous asshole who talks down to you. Now, wouldn't you know it, I was so ready to leave it at that, but the saga continues with the video put out today. I hate Pirate Software so much is the title.
It's follow-up time already, because Pirate Software has decided to continue actively being a silly little boy. He has made a couple of statements and, for once, not deleted them. Been reading through all the posts against me over my stance on the Stop Killing Games initiative. That sounds really exhausting. You should watch my video. I just talk about your conduct and rhetoric, and incidentally have to mention your stance. Tons of people call me a liar, or that I misrepresented the initiative, 'cause you are. And you did. We'll get to his strategy of dodging this soon. Also, lots of content creators dogpiling on this to get their pound of flesh. Boo-hoo. Invoking the language of harassment. Dogpiling you. They're covering a guy who was trying to get attention for his take negatively. But it was 10 months ago. If one of your old videos popped off because people loved it, you wouldn't be crying. Let's dig into what
Here's
I
that
actually
attention
did
you
and
ordered.
said. Don't worry, buddy. We will. I put out 2 videos on August 6th and August 7th, 2024. Now, that's true, but he also did a lot more than that. He has actually talked about it on stream a bunch of times. Here he is with the page up on the 19th of July. And we know he also streams about it sometime after July 31st, because Accursed Farms has clips of Pirate Software reacting to a video that was released on July 31st.
This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
In my previous
Like,
video, I
okay,
said I couldn't
that's the
find
vitriol.
about it.
It's the vitriol that I don't understand. It's like, there's one thing to just not back it and to like feign having some genuine qualms about it, to be like, oh, I am simply a concerned citizen. Why would you then say, oh yes, I hate it so much, I'm gonna actively tell everybody I know not to back this piece of shit? It just seems like it comes across as though you're genuinely mad, butthurt, ass hurt even. You should be the one with the spoon eating ass, and that you have some sort of ulterior motive, or you just really, really don't like the guy behind it, not so much the initiative itself. Yeah, I heard. I was doing some more cursory research, and I found out he was tied to Rivals of Aether, which is a game I only hear about once every few blue moons.
VOD and suspected he deleted it, but now I can confirm that he absolutely did delete it, alongside the other streams he was talking about it around that time.
I went through the Reddit for their initiative for that, and there were a number of posts in there that were people saying we should keep baiting him and attacking him, because if we do that, he'll keep talking about it, then more people will sign the initiative. They were planning that shit.
Oh, they were planning it. They were planning it on the Reddit.
About that shit on there. So instead of that, I just deleted all the VODs where we were.
Oh, guys, they were planning to have me spurg out. On the Reddit was planning to have me spurg out and have a meltdown. So that's why I deleted all the VODs, so I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of their stupid plan succeeding.
Talking about it, I kept my
And it's your fault, Ross.
videos up and I walked away.
Who knows what was said to thousands and thousands of people on those live streams? What we know he did say, though, is counter to the image of himself he's trying to present right now. He wants to portray himself as the level-headed guy, beleaguered by rude trolls, when his now-hidden VODs showed he was talking like this.
Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive.
He didn't know that was going to escape his general audience and be critiqued by people with thousands of subs. No! Come on! Give him a break!
Was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Let's dig into what I actually did and said. He says, from a throne of deleted VODs. He continues and says many people have not watched the videos he made. Yeah, and even fewer have had the chance to look through those VODs you deleted to see what you were telling thousands and thousands of people. Anyway, many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar or attacking my character. Who? Throbbing Pepe69 on Twitter? Monetization on these videos
that's my ex alt,
no,
Throbbing Pepe.
Ploy to increase
You know
revenue.
it's me because it's a penis joke.
That is an insane thing to have to defend yourself against, and he really doesn't have to. But if he does, it serves to characterize his detractors, right? This is the kind of person he's dealing with. He has to say that. I just care about this subject and have rightful concerns as a person working in this space. I wouldn't have anything to say, but he had to say rightful, i.e. justified concerns, didn't he? Bro, one of your takes was that you're scared that if SKG is successful, the government's gonna enslave game devs who've made live service games and force them to work on it forever.
I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But
bit
when
of
we're
an
talking about illegal
uncharitable
settings, you force
interpretation
people to
of
do
his
this,
argument.
You're generally moving in that direction.
However disingenuous it is
This guy wants to talk about delusional
from its
perspectives, while
from its
seriously
origin.
floating the idea that there's a chance the EU would legislate to make it so that if you're an indie dev and make a live service game, that's it. That's your life now. Get in the server maintenance cage. He then moves on to tell us what he actually
It's
said
okay,
in his
though. He's
first
not owed
video.
any charity.
As with his claim that he made 2 videos, all of this technically true, but that's not all that was in the video. He has chosen to omit the #1 misrepresentation he made. Accurate statements don't cancel out misrepresentations unless they are directly addressing that misrepresentation. If I made a video where I said, Pirate Software killed my dog, and he's a game developer, people get mad and I respond and I say, well, here's what I actually said. I just thought people should know that Pirate Software is a game developer. That's not countering the hate. That's lying by omission. If you want detail on the misrepresentation, check out my last video. There's something else I want to look at here. Pirate Software says, I also harshly critique Ross Scott's wording in his videos because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way. Multiple problems with this. Some of what Pirate Software said in his video could be construed as a critique of his wording, but in addition to that form of critique, Pirate Software also mischaracterized what was simply Ross describing why it could work, explaining a state of affairs that would exist regardless, as if it were Ross's tactic, his strategy to push it through.
If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting.
He called Ross's description of how things are disgusting tactics. When it's not something he's doing, it's something he's describing that would be in play regardless of the gaming-related initiative being proposed. Correct or not, it's what he believes. If he decided not to say that when he thinks it's the case, for the purpose of providing a different appearance of his campaign, that would be disingenuous. So it's not a tactic, but as far as disgusting goes, why does he think it's disgusting? He doesn't make that perfectly clear in the video, but his recent Twitter post explains, as we already saw, that he says he critiqued the wording because it disparages the lawmaking process and lawmakers, because it doesn't benefit the movement, and he says just players. It's bad for all players. This is very, very strange to me because before Ross put out that video
is a very strange
why
man.
I thought the initiative could succeed, Pirate Software had discussed Stop Killing Games and had a few words of his own to say about the government.
The moment you have the government step in and try to regulate this shit, it's going to be awful. If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough. Legitimately. That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video games is a terrible goddamn idea. Awful idea.
I'm not
You need to
convinced by
get
your
through a couple
false
more
concern
presidents before
here.
you realize that shit. That is an awful direction. Keep the government out of games. No thank you.
Wait, is this his real position? Or is it just another fake one he thought would be more effective in the moment? And this is the guy we're supposed to now believe is concerned about the disparagement of lawmakers. Seriously though, he was kinda based in this stream. Bit hypocritical because apparently he doesn't consider government force being used to protect intellectual property as the government being in games. Wonder why. But check this out.
If you want to petition a studio to then have that game released as a live service game with private servers on the outside, you go right ahead. You get the government involved, I am not on your side. I am not on your side even a little bit. Government can stay the hell out of games. Yeah, I told you before, I'm not a fan of the government. There's a reason for that shit. Keep them out of games. Stay out of games. No. They can't manage shit. They've never been able to manage shit. I don't want them in games. You don't want them in games.
If he's not lying about his feelings here...
It just feels very fake. And again, it's the way he talks. I don't believe he's actually scared about the idea of the government getting involved in the game industry.
Then literally everything else he's said...
It's another appeal to emotion and appealing to the little guys. Oh, guys, the government. We hate the government, don't we? Trump bad. You guys hate... You don't want the government to have even more control, right? It doesn't work. It's dishonest.
Is a deception. Every last thing he said in his videos, every last thing he's saying in tweets, totally disingenuous. He would be arguing against it no matter what, because his real problem is any government involvement whatsoever. The arguments he's presenting are just whatever he can scrabble for without having to let you know he's this cucked bitch libertarian too scared to state his real position. Unless it's a few hours deep in a stream and he thinks outsiders won't see it. Holy shit! This is more pathetic than I thought. Pirate Software said this.
To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry.
It's disingenuous the word of the day.
Meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting.
Like 2 weeks after saying this.
The government can say the hell out of video games. They don't even know what the goddamn internet is. And we know that because when the Congress was talking about it, they called for nerds to explain it to them on the goddamn Congress floor. Do you really want that shit in video games?
This guy was practically calling the government retarded.
Enough with the false
Granted, he was
anger.
talking about the US here, so maybe he thinks the EU and UK are run by gamers. But Jesus Christ, do you mean anything you say ever? Or is it literally always just what you think will work? Sorry if you feel a bit blue-balled because you were expecting a step-by-step through both of his tweets, but I'm disgusted now. I've lost my appetite for this kind of cringe. Let's finish by briefly scanning his second tweet. He starts with name drops.
Yeah, isn't it a good thing that they got a bunch of nerds to explain it to all the old white people?
Just talked to Charlie and Just Drive Hayes.
Would you rather there not be a nerd
so
there?
This is going to be about that conversation.
They're just from a different generation.
Be saying I talked to so and so and then just stating a bunch of stuff because it makes it sound like they're
Hey,
co-signing
Goki.
it or that they had.
You found an Arlo hater video? Post it. Post it. I'll hold on to it. I think we gotta watch the rap after this, though.
Advised you or something, and this is the summary of that. When
Look at the
that
kitty
really
cat.
doesn't seem to be the case.
Casper.
But the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He
hello,
was
sir
more
boys.
focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention
Jeez, look at
the
his
behavior
schnoz.
aspect, like, hey,
He's
he
got
did
quite the whipper,
misrepresent it,
doesn't
and I
he?
give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere.
This tweet doesn't seem like a very natural outcome of that. That he talked to them doesn't seem very relevant to him simply repeating himself again. Well, hold on. To be fair, it's not all simple repetition. He's got another new real reason he made those videos. He
And
only
the
made
cats
it
are robots?
because you're retarded, and it was his duty to improve public knowledge because you thinking game dev is easy makes game dev hard. Which is funny, because this guy doesn't even understand apologies. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. What? You're sorry to the general public for being a dick to Ross, or you're sorry you made people mad?
Algorithm
You don't
works
have to
wonders.
apologize it.
I made you guys watch so much Arlo that now it's sending you like the 2 or 3 anti-Arlo videos that actually exist out there. Woo, buddy!
But what the hell is that? This guy's a total social media fried freak. I've had enough. Like I said, see you again about this if he does something funny.
And there you go. That's where we are with the current drama. His brain is fried by social media, and he's afraid of the Stop Killing Games man and will not go debate him because he knows he'll lose if they come to verbal blows. Alright, what is this? Arlo is a total fraud! No! 16,000 subscribers, 4,000 videos. I don't know, 4,000 views. 16,000 subs, 4,000 views 10 hours ago. Arlo is a total fraud! Okay, I gotta hold on to it. I need Ann here for this. I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket. If you stick with me, we will watch this. But Ann put up like stickers of Arlo in Baby Park. I need him to be here for this. Where's the daily wrap? It's not up. Oh, we're tough. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. Wait, no, we have this. So, Devin, the brother of Synthetic Man, has another video out Very quickly, real quick, he came out with the Pokemon video yesterday. I thought the Pokemon video had some great points. As a fan, former fan of mainline Pokemon, I have been disillusioned with the direction the franchise was going in. And though some of his language may have been embellished for the sake of humor and comedy, there was really nothing there that was wrong. His qualms were righteous and justified, and most importantly, not exclusive to him. These aren't just complaints he pulled out of his ass. He wasn't being whiny about it. This is stuff the community's been crowing about for years, just all succinctly summarized in a video. And I thought it was pretty good. The big up Seru. I've been given a Arlo Detractor video by Goki, and I want to watch it as soon as Ann stops by. But first we have Death Stranding 2 is the best Metal Gear Solid game by Synthetic Man's brother. How will Arlo defend Nintendo? Are you talking about in regards to the Mario Kart update? I don't care about it. That's my sweep. I don't care. The update is random option in online works now. The update was fixing how random works. Random is now actually random, and people are upset.
I can't believe it.
You can't say sweep. You're not even explaining what the controversy is.
Kojima has done it again. Death Stranding 2 is a universal improvement over the original game. It is better in every single way. If you enjoyed the original game, there is no doubt in my mind that you will love Death Stranding 2. If you didn't like it, well, maybe you'll still like this one. Let's talk about it. Kojima has put a far greater focus in making Death Stranding 2 feel like a video game.
Thank you for
the best
Cookie.
part of any game is leveling up or learning new skills. In Death Stranding 2, after every single delivery, there is something new to unlock. Either you
What
get
if
a
this
new
is just
skill,
ironic?
a new gun, a new vehicle. It makes every action you take.
Is this correct, Saru, or is he just playing the game up? How true? I feel like he's yanking my chain. Where's the punchline? This game can't be that good.
Feel rewarding. In Death Stranding 1, it felt like the gameplay was only in service to the story, that you were pushing your way through annoying delivery missions so that you could be trauma dumped
Holy
on
shit,
by
Death Stranding, Kojima
with
bros, we
hours of
fucking won.
cutscenes. In Death Stranding 2, there's far greater focus in making the deliveries feel fun and rewarding. The greatest criticism
Damn, now I want to see Synthetic Man's Death Stranding 2 take.
of the original game is that it felt like a literal walking simulator. Well, within the first hour of the sequel, you unlock vehicles. This is a massive game changer for players who thought the original game was too slow and too time-wasty. That way, if you don't care about stealth, you can very quickly complete the missions and get the dopamine of new skill points and new items. The driving itself isn't about skipping gameplay either. It's not like a fast travel system. It is just as complex and just as interesting as the walking was in the original game. You have giant vehicles that are extremely hard to control, or tiny vehicles that are super fast, but if you hit a single rock, will explode.
Get caught on all the terrain.
That way, you still have
Remember
to
seeing the clips
engage
from
with
the
the
first game about
primary
that?
mechanics of the game, that is building new structures to allow you to more easily deliver packages that are connected over the internet, meaning if other players build structures, you can use them, silently connecting the entire player base together. And these structures are more important than ever. The original game's gameplay, once you got good, there were no challenges left to conquer, because once you know how to move Redis around, you have essentially mastered the game. This is different in Death Stranding 2, because the environment attacks back. Not only does this make walking around harder, as you have to deal with avalanches and landslides and storms, but the structures you create can now be destroyed. You have to put more effort into
DSP played it today for the day stream, but I did not see any of the gameplay, so I'm kind of curious to hear what he has to say on a daily wrap.
creating permanent solutions for your postal journey. But walking back and forth is only half the gameplay, because the combat has been greatly expanded. For Kojima, old habits die hard, because this is basically Metal Gear Solid. The gameplay is just like Metal Gear Solid 5, but not quite as expansive.
Right down to the VR missions. Sari was pogging out about that. People love VR missions.
Because it's not the main focus. The combat feels much better
didn't see
than
that
the
yet, Jay
original
Frosty,
game.
no.
It is up to the standards of any other third-person action game. So, to compensate for this, you have new tools.
That's to be expected. So he started it today, not out of the intro. He's not made it to the main game. We're not gonna get his reaction to Pekora till like week 3 or 4 at this rate. No. Especially with how consistent, or perhaps inconsistently, he will be playing a game like this.
New weapons, all of which are unlocked by engaging with the game, making every delivery.
Oh wait, Jay Frosty has this. Phil trying to go viral insulting my work on RimWorld Lamau. DSP making fun of RimWorld because it didn't have the graphics he wants and doesn't understand it, how it sold well. I also put 2 clips together because it went off on the price, and then people had bought this game after I was done clicking the first part. Oh, and the dev just like shits on him. Lol. Deserved. Soft Phil.
So, to compensate for this, you have new tools, new weapons, all of which are unlocked by engaging with the game, making every delivery feel more important. In the original game, combat felt greatly disconnected, like it really shouldn't have been a part of the game, because the walking simulator part was more cozy or comfy for gamers who don't like fighting people, and then you have random tacked on combat. In the sequel, combat can be completely ignored if you want it to. But if you are to ignore the combat, you're going to have to more greatly engage with the walking simulator aspects. The cars are more likely to get you in combat than walking around and being stealthy. That way, the type of player who hates the standard walking sim gameplay will have more fun engaging with the combat, and the type of player who likes the walking sim gameplay does not have to engage with it. This extends all the way to the boss fights. See, boss fights didn't really make sense in the original game. The point of a boss fight is you are being tested on mechanics the rest of the game taught you, but you aren't going to learn anything if you don't engage with the combat in the first place. This is solved in the sequel because the boss fights themselves can also be ignored. You can completely skip some boss fights, but for those who choose to engage with them, have some of the best boss fights in the Metal Gear Solid series. I mean Death Stranding. Although you can skip the boss fights, trust me, you do not want to miss this.
Dude, I saw something that was like, you can skip the boss fights, game journalist mode, but the game makes fun of you and says that you just pretend that you won and continue the game.
The bosses.
Imagine that you were
Kojima
successful.
himself, except given psychic powers where he can throw buildings at you. This is a spoiler-free review, so I won't be showing the boss fight here, but trust me, defeating Kojima himself in his own game is the greatest gaming experience I think I've ever had. And this level of spectacle is present with all of the boss fights. And with better
This game
gameplay
can't be that
also
good.
comes a much better story. Or more importantly, the story is way better integrated with the gameplay. The story is sprinkled lightly throughout the entire game, making every single individual delivery feel more important, as you get a small crumb of story after every single one. And that story has the exact same Kojima flair you expect from every Metal Gear Solid game. It is fun and wacky and silly and a bit heartfelt. The only problem I have is Kojima has clearly been affected by the Hollywood virus. If you've seen any modern
He's a
movie,
Westaboo.
it falls into the exact same trappings as those. That it's a bit too left-wing and it's a bit too formulaic. The fact that there is a gay sex scene in this game does not surprise me. It's the sheer vault.
Kojima! Kojima, you put what in the game now?
Gay sex scene in this game does not surprise me. It's the
Now wait a minute. Saru, get back here. Now you gotta defend. Why is it bad when The Last of Us 2 forces a sex scene in your video game? But why is it based and awesome when Kojima puts sex in your video game? Let me hear the sweep on this.
Sheer volume of gay sex that is disturbing. Kojima found it necessary to explore the ideas of sexuality and how it connects people in this game. But I don't think I need to see that connection made so many times. I know people are going to call Kojima gay for this, but it's clear that his real fetish is feet, because there are multiple female characters.
Yeah, did you play MGS5?
Shoes off. There is one that is specifically pointed out that she likes to take her shoes off all of the time. Again, I have no problem with a bit of fetish content in the game. It's
yeah,
the
you're Synthetic
sheer
Man's brother.
amount
Of course
that's
you're
crazy.
okay with that.
And the story itself contains themes that a 16-year-old girl would write in her diary. It quite literally makes a point about not building walls, but building bridges instead, and that humanity is too obsessed with weapons and less with friend making. Admittedly, I do wish America could have been better friends with the Middle East. Perhaps if we just had a little more gay sex, things could have turned out better. Funnily enough, that's not even the most insulting part of the story. Kojima puts an analog for Solid Snake within the game and makes him a part of one of those many gay sex scenes where he has to watch his two
surprised he
crushes
hasn't already
have
done
sex
that.
with each other. And then, by the end of the story, he dies. So he literally makes Snake a cuck, a gay cuck, and then kills him. This is quite
That's revenge.
literally...
That's revenge. He's dabbing on Kojima. Kojima's dabbing on Konami. Suffer Konami. I'm killing my own star. I'm doing it my way.
Joker 2 levels of fan hatred, but I think Kojima gets away with it because all of us want to say fuck you to Konami, and this is just one.
That is spoilers though. What the hell? Spoiler free review my ass. I apologize to people still playing through the game. He said spoiler free. It's not my fault I took him at his words.
Last fuck you to that shit company. And finally, the graphics are stunning. This is one of the most beautiful games I have ever seen. From the picturesque mountains to the horrifying
Yeah, it'll be pretty good when it comes on PC.
Storms, all the way down to the perfectly crisp asshole of Solid Snake. If you could find a better looking game,
hairless?
I would tell you you're lying. And even with all of that detail, the game runs perfectly. It runs.
Did you try to skip the sex scene? It's like, imagine you had sex. Pretend you had sex.
It's perfectly on console and PC. Unreal Engine wishes it could get games this pretty that run this well. So, should you buy it? If you liked the first one, absolutely. If you didn't like the first one, I would give it a try anyway, and just try and play the game with a more combat focus. Now, I think if you...
I am very surprised so far by this review. On top of the fact, you know, I'm surprised that he said it was spoiler free and then spoilered the game. But if he's glazing it this much, it's like he's had no qualms or critiques thus far. What is Phil gonna say when he's like halfway through, if he even makes it that far? He even said, if you didn't like the first game, which Phil did not like the first game, he said play it anyway. Like this fucking sequel will change your mind. It's gonna change your worldview.
Been paying attention, or maybe you've seen some other reviews, you would know that I have not played this game. I didn't play 1 second of it. Are you crazy? You really think I'm gonna play a fucking walking simulator made by Kojima so he could stroke his own?
No, it was all a ruse. It was all a ruse. I knew it. It's a bit. It's a bit. No, it's a joke video. It's 10 minutes of him glazing. It's a joke video. No, everything we watched was a lie.
Paying attention, or maybe you've seen some other reviews, you would know that I have not played this game. I didn't play 1 second of it. Are you crazy? You really think I'm gonna play a fucking walking simulator made by Kojima so he could stroke his own fucking ego? The game's shit. Don't believe a thing anyone's saying. Even if it's good, it's probably bad. I don't want to pretend to be a fucking postal worker. I don't want to pretend to work at McDonald's. Look, Metal Gear Solid 4 was the...
Wait, so this means there's not a Solid Snake XP that has gay sex?
last good Kojima game, and it wasn't even good. Kojima clearly wants to make movies. He's obsessed.
Now, to be fair, I said, I voiced my suspicions early on that this could be a ruse video.
With movies, this game randomly has actors in it for no reason. Why should you play a game when he clearly doesn't even want to make games anymore? Is walking around
Fuck you,
really a game?
Kojima.
You could play QWOP if you really wanted to. Anyway, game's probably fun. Bye guys, make sure to subscribe for more reviews that are totally legitimate.
Wait, what? He stole footage.
Fun. Bye guys, make sure to subscribe for
All
more
right.
reviews.
He stole footage. No, no, it's DSP throwback all over again.
We'll carve a path.
Anlee raid. Wait. Thank you, Anlee, for the raid. And I was gonna tell you Death Stranding 2 was the best game ever, but actually, it's not, because this guy's video was just a complete farce. But look, he stole footage.
That are totally legitimate.
That's not his footage. Watermark. DSP throwback all over again. Thank you for the raid. And 1337. I was almost convinced. I know I had some seeds of doubt. I was like, where's the punchline? He's loving this game too much. Like his past videos, he was like seething at the game. He was like seething at Pokemon, malding at multiplayer game. Like, where's the punchline here? He was glazing in Death Stranding 2 for like 10 minutes. I was like, this has to go somewhere, right? And then the whole video was a waste of time. It was pretty funny though. Thank you for the raid. I defended you, Anne. I defended you. The court, big ups Joe Blah, Aloof One, and Anne. But the court put you on notice, Anne. They said, Anne, you're a slut, and you act like a slut on stream. You tantalizingly tease the audience with your goods. And I was like, Anne is not a slut.
All right, look at my little buddy coming through like a champ. These Titan Pokemon, yeesh. I sure don't like having something so tough out to get me. Hell was... You guys saw that on the left, right? The fuck was that?
The game
Let's have a look around
glitched.
before it comes back. Like, you guys saw that on the left where there was like a little line? It was like a little yellow line.
That was yellow paint, so you know where to go. Now, people were saying, look, the conversation started because trolls called Gondola a femboy. So I stood up for Gondola, and I promptly played a shout out, and the shout out RNG played a clip of Gondola admitting that he may as well be a femboy, so he should lean into it. And then that conversation segued into, well, Anne is a slut, dingus, sweep it up. So I had to defend your honor by saying, well, I don't think Anne is a slut on stream. Like, there's nothing actually within his content that would lead you to believe that Anne 1337 is a whore on stream. So now that you're here, Anne, you have to answer for this allegation. Are you a slut on stream? On purpose? No, I mean, you may not intend it. Are you purposefully a slut on stream? Hello, Shroom. Thank you, Shroom, for the raid with a party of 8. And Anne again, raid with a party of 23. We're litigating whether Anne is a slut or not, because the chat earlier was debating about it. Through no fault of my own, it just came up. I don't think I do much to be considered a slut. That's all you have to say. I agree with you. I don't think you're a slut. Let's get a Shroom shout out. Who is Dave? Who is Dave? Who the fuck is Dave? Dave? Who is Dave?
Can food reviewers be a part of What the Wednesday?
Yeah, dude, they always are. They always end up in there somehow.
Yeah, let's start a poll.
Those are.
Look at that.
Those are special.
You see that?
Oh yeah, he looks like a
dingus.
I don't know. Someone's in my brain. Oh, he looks like Thanos.
I was gonna say. Alright, I want to make this a simple poll. You can scam it. You can scam it if you want. Oh, I can't type that. This is a family platform. I think people read too much into having a model. Yeah. I think they look at VTubers and then think it's like all VTubers where you have lore or a backstory or an origin or something just because you have a little model that is supposed to be a conduit for a visual representation, a visual aid for your movement in real life without having to show your face. I have this on here so you can have a visual aid, so you can visualize my body in reality, moving, shifting, and swaying without me having to show my face. You can see that my body is clearly moving right now, but I don't have to show you my face. It gives you a visual medium to through which my body can be represented. He has an hourglass figure. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm not denying that. You can vote in the Ann Sloop poll right now. But Ann, we have something more pressing. We have a video. We have a video that I was given by Goki, and I don't know what this video will entail. I just know the title is Arlo is a total fraud is the name of the video. Hello, Jesse. So I think we should watch. This has 4,000 views, 16,000 subs. It seems to be popping off. It was uploaded today. We have Arlo the Tractor content. I will be honest. I'm gonna be charitable. Let's hear what qualms this person has with Arlo.
Isn't it the greatest feeling in the world when you have a strong dislike for someone, but now everybody does? And it's for...
I literally just say, thank God it's not an Arlo video you were watching when I rated, by the way. He didn't put up anything today. Today's the day he films the videos. Okay, but this is an Arlo hater video. Arlo hater. This guy's cool.
Isn't it the greatest feeling in the world when you have a strong dislike for someone, but now everybody does? And it's for legitimate reasons? See, you may be thinking, oh, this guy just hates Arlo because of one video. No, I've disliked this guy for years now.
This guy coming from my streams? What the?
Serious? It's 2025 and this man's beefing with a puppet?
So, chat, have you heard about the controversy about the Nintendo Switch 2? No, not those ones. Our story somewhat starts with the video by I'm Only Here for Pikmin, where he...
No, he's gonna cover...
Video.
No, he's gonna cover the Pikmin controversy. No, he's gonna air out the beef. No way!
About the Nintendo Switch 2? No, not those ones. Our story somewhat starts with the video by I'm Only Here for Pikmin, where he posts a video, Pikmin 3 Deluxe is broken on the Switch 2, where he talks about how the Switch port of Pikmin 3 doesn't really run all that well on the Switch 2. Now, to be clear, 10 days after this video release, he did release a follow-up video saying Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 has been fixed. So now, if you're to play Pikmin 3, you should be all good. But at least if you're playing it at launch, it's very unfortunate that you can't play the only good Pikmin game on your new console. This video essentially just highlights a lot of the errors that occur when playing Pikmin 3 on your Switch 2, which would include graphical hiccups, frame rate stuttering,
Goki, is this your alt channel?
Just straight up crashes. And these issues do not occur just once every 30 minutes. They are very prevalent throughout your entire playtime of Pikmin 3. The original poster, I'm Only Here for Pikmin, does highlight how in the Nintendo Switch 2 eShop, Pikmin 3 is available and listed as compatible with the Switch 2, which for those that are unaware is entirely possible for Switch 1 games that are not compatible with Switch 2 to block you from purchasing on Switch 2. The main example
That was not noted in the original I'm Only Here for Pikmin video, and I don't think it was noted in the Arlo video either. So I'm glad this guy is bringing it up, because it was talked about in this chat when we were watching the whole saga. I think Alpha Elite said it first. But it is possible for Nintendo to block purchases of games. They just didn't do it for Pikmin 3 in particular.
That comes to mind is Gang Beasts, because for some reason Gang Beasts cannot be played on Switch 2. If you happen to find it on the Nintendo Switch 2 eShop, it'll just say, nope, you cannot even buy it. Which I feel like in this situation, the Steam Deck compatibility rating would probably do the trick, you know? But, you know, Nintendo has to, like, appeal to children. So here comes Arlo, making the big defense for Pikmin 3 on Switch 2. He somewhat responds to the video without dropping the name of the channel or the
Yeah, that's how I knew. He saw it. He saw the video, but he didn't shout them out. He didn't shout out the video or the channel. Even when he made his next video, he still didn't shout them out. Even when he fucking talked about, like, he tried to emotionally manipulate people, he still wouldn't shout out the original video.
He basically just does a whole people online are saying this, and Arlo posted to his slop channel saying, is Pikmin 3 Deluxe?
No! The fuck you just said? No!
And Arlo posted to his slop channel.
The slop channel! Yo! Topic Arlo! No, it's not the slop channel, it's Topic Arlo. It's totally different. No! No! Hate to block.
People online are saying this, and Arlo posted to his slop channel saying, is Pikmin 3 Deluxe borderline unplayable on Switch 2?
Even the title of the video was so dishonest. Fuck you, Arlo. I'm the blame. I'm the blame for spreading this Muppet to the masses here. At least of this sector. Ann didn't fucking watch this asshole before I started blasting him every night with videos from this Muppet. Fuck.
Which, throwing around the term borderline unplayable seems quite a bit like a straw man. To explain the reasoning, obviously, you can play Pikmin 3 on Switch 2, but it's going to be an extremely gimped experience, at least until before it was patched. Fixating on the term borderline unplayable and contrasting it with playable, albeit bad or glitchy gameplay, the use of this
crashes once per hour.
Throw out valid criticism, as if somebody says that Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 is a very unsatisfactory experience, then that kind of gets lumped in with the, oh, you just think it's unplayable? Define unplayable. I mean, for Nintendo fan standards, it may be unplayable because, I mean, let's be honest, Nintendo games don't have...
Arlo did say that. It's like, it only crashed once in the entire hour that I played. So, like, how is that borderline unplayable? You know? The Pikmin 3 thing? I guess, but he's about to make the same argument. But yeah, most Nintendo fans would consider that unplayable because Nintendo first-party games are actually super cool and they're QA tested and they don't fucking crash once per hour. That would be borderline unplayable by most Nintendo fan standards, actually.
Have that Bethesda level of jank to them. So yeah, when they get Pikmin 3 Deluxe and play it on Switch 2, it's like time traveling back in time just to give a Spartan a Fanta. They're not gonna react well to it. Man, take a shot every time I say Pikmin 3 or Switch 2. Yeah, so only the first half of this video that Arlo posted is actually about Pikmin 3. And he completely downplays it, sweeps it under the rug, says that he played it for an hour and that he experienced no issues. Therefore, it's a-okay. Arlo even admits that during his time playing that the game crashed on him and
but it didn't matter
it because it's when he was exiting a menu. The game crashed, but it's not that big of a deal, guys.
Nothing about this I would consider borderline unplayable. I don't even know if I would call it completely broken because, like, I don't know. Like again, it's mostly like when I enter a stage, I get that glitch, but like I'm playing, I'm doing entire days, I'm doing challenge mode, and I'm seeing that like during the actual gameplay, really nothing is happening.
He's just being reasonable and level-headed, you guys.
Happening. And I will completely admit that maybe if I were to sit down, start a fresh file, play all the way
Maybe
through,
you should.
just play hours. It is possible that I would then come across a lot more glitches. Maybe it would crash pretty regularly. If it crashed
pretty
once
bad if it
in
did.
like an hour of playing, then okay, then maybe it would crash. Even crashing once per hour, that's pretty bad. I'll completely admit that. The game's not in a great state, and it's true. I'm seeing some other videos, and some people are experiencing worse glitches than I have been. So it could be that the experience varies from person to person. I think the thing is, I don't know, calling it borderline unplayable seems a little disingenuous to me at this time.
This statement was so
Arlo's the
ludicrous that even Bo Black.
Arlo's being the disingenuous one, and no way he's gonna bring up Bo's blacks. Arlo, oh my god, Anne is a slut. Anne is a slut. The poll has overwhelmingly voted Anne is a slut with the crispiest hairless asshole I've ever seen. I'm only saying that because of the previous video we watched before you rated, so don't get any ideas. Okay, he brought up Blows Blacks? Blows Blacks.
Genuous to me at this time.
This statement was so ludicrous that even Bo Blacks had to call him out in the comments section.
Blows Blacks. That's his channel, Twitterverses. I don't think it's disingenuous to call a game borderline unplayable if it crashes within an hour of playtime. A game literally becomes unplayable when it crashes. Bo Blacks hitting him with the truth nuke. Maybe Bo Blacks isn't just that bad, you guys. Yeah, Mr. Pun with the 3 a.m. ballot drop. He came forth with the drop. Guys, we found 1,000 votes claiming Anna's a slut. Guess I have to set up a new costume or something. What you should have done, the moment has passed. When we were watching Helk, you should have made a costume for the redhead lady in Helk. But it doesn't, Helk's not gonna get another season ever again. The moment passed.
Now listen, Bo Blacks for some reason still follows me on Twitter, so I will not make fun of him here. I will not tolerate any Bo Black slander, even if there is a lot of material to go after him with. And I mean a lot of material, but don't you dare post his OnlyFans pictures in his Twitter comment section.
Blows Blacks, no!
That's when he blocks you. But Arlo makes a very interesting turn in around 4 minutes 30 seconds into his video where
I actually hadn't seen that picture before. I really regret having to have seen that. Oh.
he shifts the topic from Pikmin 3, the game itself, to a meta-narrative on discussion around Nintendo in general. He laments the fact that basically ever since that Switch 2 Direct, it has been guns a-blazing on Nintendo. All eyes on Nintendo for very negative reasons. Not really for the content shown in the Direct, but for the price of the game, Mario Kart World.
I know
It's
I'm
really,
probably
literally
mostly
just $80,
talking about, like,
$80
the vocal
games.
minority in like comments and stuff, but like, it's just, this is yet another thing where everyone can be like, can you believe Nintendo is selling this? Can you believe that they would allow this to happen? They're selling this game for $60. This is just another piece of evidence that shows how horrible and greedy they are.
So what Arlo here is doing...
Dude, both this guy... Hey, look, it's Goki Queen BBC on Mario Kart World. And he's got the Claude profile pic. Come on. Aw, Claude's okay. No, that right there, that's the worst part of the video. Both I'm only here for Pikmin and this Arlo A-Log are calling out this quote. And it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's got nothing to do with the original situation. It's just a complete tangent jump to his fucking malaise with the Switch 2 discussion in general. Pikmin 3 is worth $40, I'd say. It's a good game.
Where everyone can be like, can you believe Nintendo is selling this? Can you believe that they would allow this to happen? They're selling this game for $60. This is just another piece of evidence that shows how horrible and greedy they are.
So what Arlo here is doing is conflating this one Pikmin fan, which mind you, his name is I'm only here for Pikmin. This isn't him grifting off of Nintendo Switch 2 hate. He is a Pikmin fan. His channel is very much Pikmin focused. Of course, he's gonna play play a Pikmin game on his new Switch 2 console. And considering his channel is centered around Pikmin, I think it's fair for him to report about a Pikmin game running poorly on a new console, which frankly...
Oh, the Mario game? No, the assets are new. Like, it's not the same models from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. If you do a side-by-side, the characters are much more expressive than they used to be. And they're based off... The 3D models are based off the 2D art style. I can't even go back to Mario Kart 8 anymore, given how archaic the models look. Just compare Bowser. Bowser's like the biggest change. Bowser is all like scrunched up in his carts in Mario Kart 8. He actually like looks more appropriate now in Mario Kart World. Like his head's too big for his body.
He's the only one on YouTube I have seen talk about this subject, about Pikmin 3. All the rage baiters and the grifters, they'll talk about the prices all day, they'll talk about online subscriptions all day. But something as niche as Pikmin 3, that's gonna go way out of their radar. I do think it is valid for Arlo to have a conversation.
Yeah, where was the Frittata Frittanja video on Pikmin 3, huh?
About rage bait grifters and misinformation that is being spread about the Switch 2.
Wait, hold up. Hey, Poppin. Where was the Some Ordinary Gamers video about Pikmin 3?
That is being spread about the Switch 2.
Oh, side scrollers. I saw side scrollers. Dreamcast guy. No.
But springboarding off of the topic of Pikmin 3 is not the way to go about it. Arlo throughout this entire video is just assuming a level of vitriol that he never backs up. He never shows any of the comments about Pikmin 3 specifically. So the entire video is just a very people online are saying this and they are going too far, even though I will not show those comments and who's going too far.
The whole Nintendo discussion right now, it's getting a little, I don't know, it's getting a little bit icky. It's kind of like
the ick.
Now the equilibrium is off.
Of course, there are people who criticize the Switch 2 in very bad faith. Those who are being disingenuous and weren't really going to buy it anyway. And those who have rage bait about the Nintendo Switch 2 for clicks, see my video on Mudahar, has very much made the...
Muda, no! Muda, no! I mean, Muda bought it after saying he wouldn't buy it.
Nintendo Switch 2 for clicks, see my video on Mudahar.
Mudahar is a pathetic fraud! No! Okay, we gotta see that one next.
Has very much made the discussion around the Switch 2 very toxic. And frankly,
hey, Mr.
if
Pun.
you were to just post about
careful
having the
there.
Switch 2 online,
Disavow.
or even just have it out in public, you will be treated worse than a Jew during the 1940s in Germany. But it is very disingenuous of Arlo to lump in the actual criticism of Pikmin 3 from a Pikmin fan channel and just lump that in with all
buddy.
the Switch 2 rage baiters. The channel I'm Only Here for Pikmin would respond to Arlo and mention him directly, of course, considering that he even says in the video himself that Arlo lifted quotes directly from his original video. So now Arlo, whether he intended to or not, is sending a bunch of hate and accusations towards this I'm Only Here for Pikmin channel because he spent more time complaining about the people complaining about their game not working on the new console than he did ever giving any sort of grief to Nintendo. Of course, since Arlo
just
got
investigating
so
the
much
investigators
backlash for his initial slop video defending Pikmin 3 Deluxe, Arlo just had to make a response to the response to his video. And he even did the whole I didn't want to make this video thing.
When I read enough of those comments of people just telling me to shut up because I'm stupid, I don't want to read anymore. You know, I don't want to watch reaction videos about this. I don't want to go see the social media posts.
You don't want to support other creators?
How stupid I am. You know what I mean? I'm willing to listen to criticism, but I can only take so much of that before I just shut down. And I
He's
just go,
soft.
okay,
He's shutting down.
I don't even want to talk about this anymore. So it's been
he wants to deflect.
One of those cases where
he wants to talk about Mario Kart.
Mr. Mark, I want to know, but like I can't even engage with this.
Buddy, you're talking about a video game. It's not that serious. He goes on about how
It is serious for him though. He said the Nintendo Switch 2 launch was supposed to be a highlight of his career, and his audience, his viewers ruined it for him because they couldn't stop talking about $80 games. They made it about the $80 games. They made it political thing, but like no, they made it about the $80 game. They made it about the price tag. It was supposed to be a highlight. It was supposed to be something that could unify the community and bring everyone together, and everyone could play Mario Kart with a 24-player lobby with all their viewers and have so much fun. And that's what I'm doing. I'm having fun with the game. But we're not allowed to. Arlo thinks he's not allowed to have that fun because his viewers can't stop talking about Mario Kart being $80. This is the same guy who says the tech demo was worth $10.
Pikmin 3, he kept playing Pikmin 3 just to make sure he wasn't getting any glitches, and he swears that it was just fine and that you chuds are delusional. But even in the gameplay that he provides himself, it looks awful. I'll be using the background footage for his video in my video just so you all can see. You can see.
Yeah, no, I'm more concerned about game key cards and the precedent that they put forth than the $80 thing. That's just like a I don't want to sweep for it, but I think game key cards are the bigger issue that people who should be focusing on. But I guess, like, the game key card thing is a harder thing to convey. The negativeness, the negativity. It's harder to convey the negativity of it than it is just saying $80 games, $80 games, $80 games. That's so easy to get people riled up about. Because people already hate that games are $70. People already don't think that games are worth $70. So you want to rile up a storm about $80 games, easy peasy. You want to rile up a storm about game key cards, well, Switch 2 is like the first time that's even being tried. So first you got to explain what game key cards are, and then explain why they're bad. And half the people you're trying to explain it are probably normies that buy all their games digitally anyway, so they're just going to call you a cuck for buying physical in the first place. But yeah, I agree. I think of the two, I would say game key cards are the bigger issue. But it's harder to convey that issue to people because the people that would be affected by that issue, they're only... if you buy digital, you're not affected by that issue. $80 games affect everybody.
For yourselves, does this look good? Are these graphical glitches minimal? Is this acceptable? Funny enough, both this I'm only here for Pikmin guy and Arlo both use food analogies to describe this situation, which considering Arlo already just airlifted quotes.
Dude, please, sandwich shop, sandwich shop, sandwich shop. I noticed that too when we were first watching these videos. I think I paused and had a tired moment over the fucking sandwich shop analogy. One of them, I forget which one. No, it was I'm only here for Pikmin. Literally uses the sandwich shop analogy. You will go to the sandwich shop
to describe this situation, which considering Arlo already just airlifted quotes from I'm only here for Pikmin, it wouldn't be surprising if you watched that response video and then made an indirect response just without ever mentioning I'm only here for Pikmin.
Good to know they intend to fix some of the issues, but that doesn't merely excuse them from selling a broken game at full price. Imagine if you went to a Subway, your favorite Subway.
No, it wasn't just a sandwich shop, it was the sandwich shop
that had recently moved locations and you purchased your favorite sandwich. Now instead of passing you that delicious sandwich, they pass you the fucking Sloppinator treat.
Okay, but like food is temporary. Games are forever. It's actually worse than the sandwich shop analogy. At least the bad sub is only bad for the duration of your time that you spend with it. The game is bad forever.
Is coming out of this, and when you went to complain, they said, sorry, we'll get you a better one in the near future. Would you be a satisfied customer, and would that make the Sloppinator 3000 with flies acceptable? No.
But my opinion that this is largely a non-issue is not changing. Because Nintendo has acknowledged it and is going to fix it. You know, this is, what's the good analogy? Kane, it's you're at a restaurant and you wanted your burger without pickles and you got your
you messed up, Mr. A-Log. Arlo's making a burger shop reference. Burgers are totally different from sandwiches.
Burger with pickles, and they're like, we already know and we're already fixing it. You don't gotta get upset about it. Like, it's already in the works. So, like, I don't see the point in getting super mad.
This whole response video is such a half apology, half defending his position. He somehow made the situation worse. He doubles down, yet does the whole, like, I empathize with your position. He'll apologize for downplaying this issue with Pikmin 3 in one breath, but the very next sentence, he'll just completely ignore the existence of such a player base.
And if it is affecting you, I don't want to invalidate your experience. I'm looking at the big picture here.
Face it head on.
Usagi! Thank you, Usagi Calamari, for the raid with the party of 4 viewers. Thank you for all the raids tonight, fellas. It's the 3rd raid. You're here now. Let's give a shout out. This person hates Phil, so you can follow them and feel good about it.
Encounter.
No, he got me.
Hey, we don't have time.
He hit me once, but he killed me.
Come on, check our reward.
What are we playing? I recognize that voice actor.
Yeah, he had the +1, the Birdwatcher +1 set.
No, this is the old model. Alright, well, I promise the streams are better than what that clip showed. Thank you for the raid. Ah! We're watching... I don't even know how to begin to describe this because I don't think you've been here for any Arlo segment. This guy I watched named Arlo was getting exposed by this super cool guy. And they're making sandwich shop analogies. Zenduality? Did I say that right? Oh man, actually never heard of that game. We're watching an expose on this dent called Arlo. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Out of the couple million people who bought Pikmin 3 Deluxe in the first place, how many of them are like really super actively playing right now? Not because of any of the outrage, not because of all this situation, but like they just happened to be playing it. And then out of all those, how many are playing on their Switch 2 when there's only been a 3 or 4 million Switch 2s
You do more
sold
drunk
overall?
streams?
So
I don't
that's
drink at all myself.
And then from there, how many of those people
I'm kooky enough without the
playing
devil's
bingo
nectar.
battle only? And out of those many people, how many are having problems? And how many are like me? I've been playing and playing, and I can't find any game-breaking problems. It's just not happening on my system. Again,
The game
maybe
crashed
it is
for you, Arlo.
But I just can't. Like this footage that you're seeing, this is the worst of it.
Which, to be fair, he's not completely wrong. Who's playing Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 in June of 2025? That is an insignificant amount of people. And considering that this issue has already been patched,
I agree that it's probably a low amount of people. I disagree with the implication Arlo is leading it towards, where it's like, because it affects so few people, you shouldn't be as concerned about it, or it matters little. It shouldn't be fixed, or they can take their sweet time fixing it, because not as many people are going to be playing that game.
it would have gone away. People would have already forgotten about the issues with Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 if it wasn't for Arlo defending it. And now, this will always be a stain on his legacy. And towards the end of the video, he provides his safe, edgy criticism of Nintendo. What I mean by that is
safe,
really
edgy
criticisms of
Who
Nintendo.
is this dude? This dude obviously goes on like fucking V. Manic the Manic Mechanic. Okay. I'll keep an eye on this dude. I like what he's putting down. Goki found him in his algorithm.
Oh, that literally mean nothing. Like, just listen to this.
I'm having a hard time with all this outrage business. I am. It just, the more you do it, the more it just grows a little
Curse
tiresome.
Watcher? Is that something she also says?
Again, I want to do the right thing. I don't want to invalidate anyone. And I want to stand up to Nintendo. I was ready to go to bat for this game. I love Pikmin. It's precious to me. I've built a career off of criticizing Nintendo. If they need to be
Oh,
criticized, I will. You know what?
Are you talking about the recommended videos or whatever that pop up whenever I pause the video? That's not me logged into my YouTube. It's... I don't know what that's based off of. Maybe just the videos I watch on stream? Oh, okay. I know that's what you were referring to.
What? They fired Princess Peach voice actor. That stinks. That stinks.
Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Wait. Arlo is saying, oh man, Nintendo does suck. They fired Princess Peach's voice actress. Wow, that's disgusting. I'm gonna call them out for that. But then he didn't make a video about it. The Pikmin controversy is like 2 weeks ago. He didn't make a video. He actually didn't make... He still hasn't made a video calling them out for firing Princess Peach's voice actress and not telling them till the day Mario Kart World came out. Interesting. I was sorry to go to bat and go to war with Nintendo over the shitty things they do. Doesn't actually make a video on a legitimately bad thing they did.
They're like replacing all their talent with younger people. That's annoying. Leaving people out of credits. That stinks. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, okay. I think we talked about it that day, right? Where it's like you don't want to get your you don't want your voice actors to get too famous that you can't replace them. Like people want to say, oh, they're replacing the actors with younger people. Oh, we hate that. Oh, if you want to vibe with that, go watch The Simpsons and listen to Marge or Mr. Burns, and then come back to me.
That's not a good move. That's not a good look for them, you know? And
let's be honest. Does anybody care about the Princess Peach voice actor situation? Genuinely, is anybody boycotting a Switch 2 because Princess Peach's voice actress was replaced in Mario Kart?
It just shows you the difference in levels of, well, what would Ubisoft say? Iconic? The iconic level differences between Charles Martinet and Samantha Kelly, who is a Peach's voice actress. Not that you would know, because people are just calling it Peach's voice actress. They don't even know her fucking name.
World. If you say yes, you're straight up lying. That is not the reason. You might as well just say you're poor. The difference between the criticisms like, oh, Nintendo defends their intellectual property, they go after ROM sites that are sharing their games that they sell, and criticisms like the Pikmin 3 running poorly on Switch 2 is that the criticism of Pikmin 3 is about how the game runs. The Nintendo game runs on Nintendo hardware. That is the issue. It is affecting the customers of Nintendo. Whereas nobody would have told the difference between Princess Peach's old actress and new actress. Like Rosalina was already recast 3 times at this point. Did any of you notice? No,
I did.
Didn't. Now that I've told you, do you even care? No, you don't. So this is just a complete deflection on Arlo's part. He's extending an all of
her first voice actress was only in Mario Galaxy 1 and Mario Kart Wii. The second actress was for many of the later Wii and early Wii U games, and the current 3DS games as well. The current voice actress has done everything since.
Branch to the criticism, but it's fake and flimsy, and if you grab onto it, you will fall. So for that reason, I must say that Arlo is a total fraud for making a huge deal about graphical issues in a Nintendo game that, as I'm recording this, has already been patched. So now he just made himself look like a fool for defending the state of a game that would be updated to fix the issues with the game. But I'm sure this is just going to be something that everybody forgets about in a month, except for me. I will remember, and I'm making this video so you all do too. If you would like to financially support this mission of me beefing with a blue puppet, then please either hit that join button, or I guess it's called subscribe plus now. What's up with that, YouTube? I'm a creator and I barely know any of these updates. Or alternatively, you can go to my Patreon. And also, for a little bit of housekeeping, I know I don't upload as often as I'd like, so
is this a little
I'm looking to hire some editors. So if you're interested in editing my videos, you can either send me a DM on Twitter,
an editor,
email the email shown on screen,
hop on it.
And yeah, we'll see if we can work something out. I'm trying to hit 20K by some undetermined period. So
20K, bitch.
And also subscribe to my second channel where I post stream clips. You'll subscribe. You love the sound of my voice, don't you? Yeah, remember when I said how the Switch 2 rage baiters weren't even gonna touch the Pikmin 3 situation? Well, it turns out I was wrong, because the Side Scrollers podcast, you know, for clicks, has this clip.
Wow. Well, I wonder how the video got into Goki's algorithm now.
Because the Side Scrollers podcast, you know, for clicks, has this clip called "The Switch 2 is Already Falling Apart," where it's the most disjointed clip imaginable. First, it goes from Mario Kart clips, then goes to this.
No way! It's a whole bonus segment just shitting on Craig. I like this guy. I like him. You like him? I like him.
One Twitter thread, and then talks about DSP. This entire clip is just them looking at Twitter. Who watches this crap? In the Twitter thread mentioned, one of the videos is literally airlifted straight from the "I'm only here for Pikmin" video. And not to mention, that was posted after Pikmin 3 was fixed, the update came out, and this video came out after. Fuck it. I'm so tired of this slop, man. I miss when Stuttering Craig was with Screw Attack doing top 10, but chances are I only liked it because of the voice and the personality, and someone else probably wrote every single top 10, because frankly, all of this guy's takes on video games just scream eternally stuck in the 90s.
No way! Kino. I like this guy. Okay, let me chill. Thank you, Goki, for having that randomly pop up in your algorithm. Yeah, Arlo is a total fraud. Manic the Manic Mechanic. Give this guy a sub. Let's hit him. Hit 20k. He hates Arlo. He hates Stuttering Craig. He's neutral on DSP. We need a gaslight him to address the Phil question. He hates beggars. Let's get some subs. Okay, let's watch his Muda video, but after the daily wrap, because I know some of you are probably just about ready to fall asleep. No, he's absolutely right about Craig. Like, Craig, everything about Craig and his opinions just come off as that he is stuck in the 90s. He's stuck in a different era. Mr. Krabs VA in Battle for Bikini Bottom. No, people called the fuck that out of that when the remake was coming out, because they had a chance to recast it with the original voice actor Clancy Brown, but if they did that, they would have to redo all the dialogue, and then some voice actors have died since the release of the game, like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boys, and of course you have SpongeBob. SpongeBob wouldn't sound the same like he did in 2003, so they ultimately chose to just face tank and have wrong-sounding Mr. Krabs for the remake. You're welcome, man. And what did you think of that video? Was Arlo destroyed? I think Arlo was felted. Oh, let me share it in the, let me share it in Baby Park as well. I'll share his video and the channel. I need people to know about this guy. I open up Baby Park, it's just Arlo stickers. Wait, I said I found. Sorry, I was typing rapidly. Let me chill out, Goki, rather. Sorry, I typed, like, it just instinct, I said I typed. It's actually Goki. Goki, not me. Small channel that Goki found, not me. My apologies. Alright, daily wrap. Let's get a mute on the game. Death Shining 2, First Thoughts, and Chill Steam Summer Sale Night. The daily wrap. June 26, 2025. I'm taking credit. It's just in my instinct to steal credit from everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Daily Wrap.
No, I've had stuff stolen from me by individuals prone to stealing stuff. So I know the feeling. So I always try to give credit where credit is due. Anyway, 1080p.
For what was Thursday, the 26th of June, 2025. I'm DSP. Let's talk about how the day went. First off, there was no podcast today because today was the premiere of Death Stranding 2 here on the channel. Now, I'm well aware that tons of people already played this game earlier in the week. You know, on Monday, people had early advanced access if they...
Yeah, Saru, in one day, Saru got 18 hours into the game. Saw-fulfill.
Or journalists or specially selected influencers.
And Peachy.
On Tuesday, people who paid way more extra money got to play it 2 days early. For me, I said, I'm just going to wait. I'm not going to get fooled like I've been and burnt with other games. We're just going to...
Let's be honest, Anne. In the context of this being Kojima's cinematic story masterpiece, would it not have benefited? I know. He's sticking to... He told his audience that he would never buy a deluxe edition of a game again, and he stuck by his guns. But I'm kind of over here scratching my head. He probably should have just bought the deluxe edition. He probably just should have said fuck it and went against... He should have just lied again and went against his promises to his community. He should have just bought the deluxe edition. Because this is a game where, you know, he's already behind. Saru's like a gazillion hours in. Saru has no fears of Phil surpassing him. He's already behind. He didn't even get out of the intro. So would it not have behooved him to just like get the game day one deluxe edition and just no life it? This is a game that's probably going to go away and he probably won't even finish it. I think it would have been in his best interest, given that it is a story-centric game. It's going to get spoiled by other creators who are already further along than him because they were smart and thought to purchase the deluxe edition. See, if this was like Street Fighter 6 Deluxe Edition, you play 3 days early, I wouldn't be saying this because Street Fighter 6 is not story-focused. Everybody hates World Tour. But in the case of this game, where story is I would say, I know they've improved the gameplay according to Sarah. It's like so much more better than the first game, the gameplay. But story is the pivotal thing, like with the Kojima game, cinematic masterpiece. The story is going to be known about. So it probably would have been in his best interest to at least be in line with people playing the deluxe edition. And then if those people are still ahead of him come today, then it would be his fault because he didn't play enough. None of it matters. It is in his best interest to just play and shut the fuck up with any idea of controversy. Yeah, it's probably true. You know, look, at least he stayed true to himself. He could have bought the deluxe edition, but he didn't. I'm just saying, he probably should have.
Play it on the actual day that it releases, okay? So, in a nutshell, I played around between 3.5 to 4 hours of it. What are my thoughts? Gorgeous graphics, great mocap, great voice acting, interesting, storylines and or music, and the gameplay.
If he could have followed through with the 10-year plan, a lot of things could have happened that he could have done.
Like, dead on, it's the same. You're carrying a bunch of items on your back. You have to hold the triggers to keep your balance. Sometimes you have to sneak because there's bandits who you have to either incapacitate or just get by. Sometimes you have to take out the bandits to take back packages they've stolen. You have to use ladders to cross terrain like rivers and things like that. It's pretty much the same. All right. Now, if you thought that Death Stranding 1 was an absolutely outstanding blow you away game, then you're going to love Death Stranding 2. Everything's better in this. But if you didn't like it, if you thought the first game was tedious and annoying, it's literally the same right at the beginning. Okay.
What do you think they were going to change?
Try to implement something new at the beginning. It's.
I think Kojima would like make it a whole different game to just change the genre.
3.5 hours in, they are just introducing the BTs, the monster enemies from the supernatural side, and
oh no, yeah, I am convinced he went into this like not wanting to like it because he didn't like the first game. The Doi. I just want to see how far he gets. I don't think he's going to beat this.
That's actually what I'll be taking on tomorrow right away early on. So the way I see it, I can't really give you a full initial opinion on this game yet. I have to wait till tomorrow's stream because the BTs are a huge part of the gameplay loop. And if I don't explain to you how they feel in this game, it's kind of a really half-cocked first impressions. So I did debate making a first impressions video about the game today, and I said, you know what?
But he was lazy and said no.
I'll hold off. I'll probably do it tomorrow after I've played you know, a little bit more and saw the monsters and everything.
Another lame-ass 20-minute video to trudge through, like the Assassin's Creed Shadows one. Remember that one? That was like a fever dream. I forgot that game even came out this year.
And then I'll be able to do like a highlight video where I explain my full thoughts that people can enjoy, okay? So, how did it go on the streams? Attendance was good. Engagement was pretty good. Support was good. We hit the goal. Everything went decently. You know, it wasn't exceptionally good. It certainly wasn't terrible. It was good. So I was pleased.
What's the problem?
And the thing is, I'll be honest, I feel like this time around playing it, all right, I may like the game a little more than the first one, and I may actually not be as bored, and here's why. Number one,
Why?
I played the first one, so I know what to expect.
Different style of
The gameplay
content.
loop is repetitive and grinding and kind of boring, but at the same time...
So when he played the first game, he was just like a different kind of content creator.
I know what I'm doing.
Now he's more meaningful. Now he knows what to expect. Now he's like, he doesn't... Now he knows what to expect. He doesn't have to feel like Kojima betrayed him.
The first game I didn't. I was flubbing it and messing up. Now I kind of understand. So I'm like, all right, I get it. Hold the triggers all the time so you're not falling and stuff, you know. Also, the DualSense controller has some nice functionality. You're constantly hearing things come out of the controller speakers.
Finally
The
dusting
controller
off the
has
PS5
haptic
for an
feedback.
exclusive.
So you're feeling the rumble of the storm. When you're actually holding the triggers, it feels like you're holding two straps.
Was meaningful in the context of
this
DSP
to keep
mean?
your
Nothing, it's a
backpack on
buzzword.
tight. It's actually kind of neat. So overall,
basically,
I'm
it's
not
some
too
shit
miffed
that he
right
gives a
now
shit about.
with the gameplay.
That's all it means.
But then again, I'm 3.5 hours in. If we're at hour 30 and it's identical, I might be miffed. So let's see how it goes.
Is he
Overall,
British?
I enjoyed the first stream. However, just a heads up, all the videos have already been claimed for music.
Womp womp.
Reason being, this game has an
Kojima
incredible
loves
amount of
his licensed music.
in it. I can argue 3 to 4 licensed songs that were used just
Yeah, I
in
saw
the first 2 hours.
the dev
so
shit on
because
the
of that,
stream.
boom, 0 revenue on YouTube for anyone watching.
I thought it was a drop in a bucket, though. I thought it was a drop in a bucket, but when we need to have it, it's no longer a drop in a bucket. I fucking bitched about this last week. It's Schrodinger's ad revenue.
Videos.
Same thing for his kick hourly wage. Have him bring up the kick hourly wage a few more times this year. He'll talk about how it's just a drop in a bucket. But if something happens like his last Mario Kart World stream where it glitches out and it's still running even though the stream has ended and he can't get the metrics over to kick support, so kick support just doesn't pay him for that stream, then he's gonna bitch like, oh, I wasn't paid for that stream. I was entitled to the hourly wage and you didn't give it to me. The kick wage is gonna be something that's only brought up when they take it away from him.
So if you are enjoying this playthrough, I would ask the favor, please engage with the content by liking and leaving comments on it. That will bring more attention to the channel in general. And also, if you like the playthrough enough, if you could come by a stream and drop a contribution, if you could leave
Man,
a
he
tip,
was shooting the Lego Star Wars playthrough with this fucking shit. Oh, let's get the Star Wars music in it.
Videos I get nothing from. If you
Hey,
see
GPM.
ads on them, they're not my ads, okay? So thank you. Initial feelings, I had a good time. Let's see how it goes tomorrow when we fight some BTs. Okay? Cool.
I hate to interrupt them, but it's 10 years since Fire Emblem Fates came out on 3DS, and it's Fire Emblem music in the background from that game. Dude, Fates has the best fucking soundtrack in the series, I swear to God.
Tonight was a chill stream that you guys actually said you wanted. Today was the launch of the Steam Summer Sale. And so for the first time ever, I said, let's together go on Steam, see what's on sale, buy some games that normally I wouldn't get.
It was
because
the
they're
summer of love,
discounted.
Goki.
Let's also look for actual DLCs, for example, for American Truck Simulator, which we definitely wanted.
And I'm told this was supposed to be a Minecraft stream. It was just a stream of him looking on Steam. So basically the thing you or Sarah would do on Discord is what he spent 2 hours doing tonight for an actual stream.
And so for the first time ever, I said, let's together go on Steam, see what's on sale, buy some games that normally I wouldn't get because they're discounted. Let's also look for actual DLCs,
He
for
bought
example,
games.
for American
We
Truck
probably won't ever
Simulator,
play 'em.
which we definitely wanted to get
He's a
and
mark.
see if they're on sale too. So the good news is I did a lot.
I just don't have the mentality for the Steam Summer Sale. I'm not really someone who buys a game and I'm like, okay, let me buy it now because it's on discount. I'll probably buy it. I'll probably play it 10 months from now. I only buy a game when I know I'm gonna play it pretty quickly. Hey, it's my coffee, Aqua.
bought a big pack of Truck Sim states. I think we bought like 6 states or more, including Texas, which is giant, okay? So we've got a bunch of new routes and areas to investigate when we start playing Truck Sim again next week. I'm excited for that, obviously, because we love Truck Sim, and to have...
Yeah, no, I know. You've done the summer sale segments on your stream too, but you make them fun with the little covering up the hentai games and shit. You look at the shit that he wouldn't look at for fun. And that's like the amusement from it. Razzing you for liking those games, which you obviously like, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, you're right. It's supposed to be a Steam summer sale for like summer sale games, but he's only looking for DLC for games he's already playing. So it's basically things he was already thinking of buying, but he was waiting for them to go on sale.
More things to do in it. That's a win-win.
Let's buy stuff I was already gonna do.
Like $35 for this pack, but hey, it might be worth it in the long run if we're gonna play Truck Sim all the more longer because we have more stuff to do in it, okay? But in addition to that, I got a whole bunch of chill games and other things you guys suggested. Vampire Survivors I bought, okay? Harvester, which was like $1. Black Mesa, yeah, that game from way back when. The crouch jump that I didn't understand how to do and I raged and freaked out and everyone on the internet made fun of me for. There you go.
No
I have
way.
the full version now that we can play it in its entirety. Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Redemption Run.
That's right. From back in 2010, the game that flopped at first because they had the card, you know, like loot box mechanic, and then they removed it. Well, apparently they literally updated it a ton since then, and the game does still have a community. It was only a few bucks. I ended up getting that.
He skipped that game originally? I know he played the first one. The second one came out in 2017. I feel like he still would have been enough of a mark to play the sequel.
And a couple other things. I don't remember
I
everything
thought he
off the
played
top
the
of my
sequel.
head that I bought. Obviously, you can watch the video.
I know he played the first one because Medicare made fun of him when he played the first game.
I recorded 2 videos where we chilled, we hung out, people kept recommending games. I checked out a whole bunch of games. I added some to the wish list, but I also bought some. So what we did essentially is we populated a list of games now that we can jump in at any time. But we also came up with a couple ideas for future marathons. Number 1, how about a really bad games marathon? Like Big Rigs Over the Road Racing, Bad Rats, okay? Or maybe returning to some other bad games from my past and doing it in a marathon setting as a celebratory event.
Man,
Sounds like
Bad
a pretty
Rats,
fun idea.
Bringing up Bad Rats there kind of sucks because like people actually bought that for him, I think, and they wanted him to play it. Now it's like the reveal he was holding it. He was holding it in his back pocket for just such an event to come about.
But one other thing that we definitely came to the determination of,
Yeah, he
man,
did
do
play
I
the
want to
second.
finish the Mega Man Legacy Collection. Remember, I bought this back in January. We did a marathon where I played Mega Man 1, 2, and 3, and then we haven't gotten back
He
to
was
it.
withholding.
So,
Shut the fuck
figuring
up. He
out,
was,
the
though.
timing. Obviously, we have a July marathon already set, which is the Indivestance Day, with the vests and the hats and cleaning out of the closet and all of that. October's Halloween. November, we'll probably have a Thanksgiving special, and December's Christmas. So those months are probably out, which realistically leaves us with August and September for these events. Maybe we should do it. Maybe those could be the next 2 events, right? Now, I don't know what order we do.
Putting you on a time limit already. He's already putting a time limit on it for you to raise this amount of money for this fucking event that he it's only because he wants to do it. It's only because no one is hyped to see him do Mega Man 4, 5, and 6.
We can talk about that. But let's start talking about that. I think that's great to have other events already lined up that we can look forward to. Okay? So, the stream went well. Not only did we get a bunch of people coming out and engaging and supporting, it was just great interactions, chill vibes. It's exactly what we needed. You can watch the videos if you like that kind of thing. If not, it's all good. There's no gameplay in those videos. It's just me messing around in Steam, buying games, looking at trailers, and talking about games and things like that with the audience who had a great time. And by the way, just listen to this. The stream was insanely well supported. Over $200 of support just to hang out with me and have me buy some games during the Steam Summer Sale. Likely, if this people like
Did people
this,
give him
maybe
money
we'll do
to
this every
buy
time they
certain
do a big
games?
sale. I know they probably do one at least twice a year. So maybe we'll
Put
do a
him
night
ear
where we
dig.
chill and we look at the
Ew.
sale, buy some games, and just hang out and have a good time. So overall today, absolutely great streaming day. Death Stranding 2, great progress, good initial stream, great Steam Summer Sale night stream. All around, 2 thumbs up. Okay? Tomorrow is my final
Yeah,
consecutive
you
streaming
can't,
day of the
Mr.
week.
Bunny. He's a whore!
Actually, it's my final streaming day of the week in general because I'm not streaming Saturday. Level 1 podcast tomorrow morning is a big one. Today, Capcom had a big digital event where they showcased Pragmata, Resident Evil.
Well, nothing must have come out of it because I didn't see anyone talk about it. I didn't see the DSPN news segment, guys.
Requiem.
Arlo didn't make a video. Arlo's a big Resident Evil fan. Where was the Arlo news video about the Capcom event? I don't know what was announced today, guys.
And the Street Fighter 6 Season 3 pass, including Sagat, one of my favorite Street Fighter characters. So, tomorrow morning on the podcast, I will react to that content and tell you my opinions. I haven't seen any of it, and I'm purposefully staying away and not spoiling so that tomorrow I can see it for the first time.
I was not purposefully staying away from it and somehow avoided it.
Tomorrow's day stream will be more Death Stranding 2, when we fight the BTs, and more. Tomorrow night, late stream, last stream of the week, Friday Night Fights, more Capcom versus SNK 2. Chances are I'll play more Chun-Li because I used her and got pretty decent with her the other day. I actually watched back some of the gameplay and I was like slapping myself in the head thinking, oh, I totally should have done this instead of this. So I'm going to keep trying to improve with Chun-Li and more. So that's going to be great. Great streaming day to end the week tomorrow. And we hit 2 goals today, which means only 5 more to go to hit the goal and do the DSP tries of Grillo's Pickles menu at Sonic on Monday. So let's keep that momentum rolling. Everyone, thank you so very much. What a great streaming day. Couldn't ask for a better one. Tomorrow, let's do it all again to end the week right. Have a good night. See you in the morning for the podcast. Peace out.
That's the daily wrap for you. All right, I did promise the Mutahar video that guy put up, so let's see what the Mutahar situation was. I don't think I watched any videos covering what exactly he did wrong. I know it is, the extent of it is, he promised he wouldn't get a Switch 2 and then bought a Switch 2. So if it's anything deeper than that, I guess we'll find out. Gave this guy a sub. He deserves it. How long has he been doing what he's been doing? 2 years. 2 years. Wow, his videos cover a bunch of subjects here. Oh, 3 years. 3 years. What videos of his are popping off, as they say? He's done videos on Pippa. 300,000 videos, Ultimate Election 2024 Election Meltdown Compilation. The never-ending iDubbbz Crash Out. Yongya is a total fraud. No! Oh my god. There's somebody here I want to click. Hassan just canceled Pippa. All games are political, in quotes. Alright, I'm getting too carried away. Where's the Muda video? Zafa Muda? Vic McNuggets survives? Oh, he's a Vic supporter. I think. He has anime branded tea. Okay, Mutahar is a pathetic fraud. I agree. For different reasons.
The year is 2025. We've experienced a lot of YouTuber apologies so far. Miranda Sings, also known as Colleen Ballinger. Logan Paul.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
But where does Mutahar's apology stack up to the rest? For those unaware with this situation, the situation is crazy, as they say. Nintendo released a new console. The first real showcase was warm.
How sure are we that he isn't, on our sector side?
Received, except for when the price was revealed. Yeah, $80 for a Mario Kart, but you can play as a cow. I wonder. Obviously, with this never-ending drama between the Switch 2 release and the release date of the console itself, there was much revenue to be gained by RageBait. Mutahar himself titled the video, "Why I'm Not Buying the Nintendo Switch 2 Right Now," which that's completely fair. If you don't care about playing the newest Mario Kart after the previous one has been out for 11 years. Yeah, that's
I
understandable.
unfortunately do.
But you know what he did to completely undercut his entire point that he made? Yeah, he bought it. Midnight release too. It's not like he just ran to it.
Dude,
in the
he didn't even
store.
wait.
No, he was there. Day one, frame one. He got the Switch. He consumed the product. Is anybody really surprised that a tech YouTuber is going to buy a piece of tech? It's really not all that big of a deal, except for the fact that he literally said he wouldn't be getting it. Mudahar rode on that Nintendo hate bandwagon, but at the end of the day, he was writing checks he couldn't cash. He both tweeted and posted a video about the Switch 2, and of course, people were clowning on him. Also, remember when Mudahar said that he was gonna delete Twitter forever? Yeah, well, he's back on Twitter now, of course. It's almost like he has a history of going back on his word. So now, Mudahar is getting hate from both sides of the equation. The Nintendo toddlers and the people who really think that they're making a difference by not purchasing a game console they weren't interested anyways.
He threw it!
They have come together and clowning on Mudahar. And since Mudahar cannot let anything go, remember, he initially left Twitter because people were making a lot of AI Indian memes. He posted an apology video for buying a console. It's literally just called sorry. How manipulative is this? Please tell me that he at least saw the humor in titling it just sorry, right? He had to. This is a little melodramatic about buying a video game console, right? So let's dissect this apology video and see just how funny this whole situation is. The situation is crazy, as they say.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and let's just talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. I made a mistake. I ended up buying that Nintendo Switch 2, even though I said that I was going to hold off. I wasn't just going to go buy it outright. And there I was, going on a midnight release, and I ended up picking it, you know, just on a walk-in. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, there's no way to sugarcoat or cut around this.
It's not even like he just ran into it in the wild. He had to. Midnight release. He was just that curious.
I did, in fact, commit a hypocrisy. I made a mistake. I should have not bought this product.
See, he's dumb. Look, I hate this. He's gonna like dumb it down and like it doesn't matter, guys. He's just gonna be heckin' silly Reno about it by saying, oh, I committed a heckin' hypocrisy, dude. I think, Mr. Pun, I don't want to say that for real, 100% confirm. We saw, was it Harmful? Harmful Opinions, I think, was the one we watched go over with, or it might have been another creator. But he left Twitter, and it was irrelevant here because it was around the time that Kino Casino wanted to do Chain Together with him and Phil. So he left Twitter, claimed it was because of the Indian jokes, but it was conveniently around the time that he would have otherwise had to have addressed the Nux Taku situation.
Now I made...
Or maybe just title your video anything else other than why I'm not buying a Switch 2 right now. You dug yourself into this hole.
A few videos on the Switch 2. Well, not a few, several.
Yeah, it's speculation. We know for a fact that he did cry rather convincingly about the jokes he was being spammed with. I can't say it on stream the way you said it.
And I've basically covered it. I've not been the most positive viewer of it, especially around certain things like those game key cards, and especially about their TOS, when apparently it seems like they can just brick your systems. And more specifically...
Now that's, like, come on, they're not gonna brick your system. They haven't bricked the systems of, like, the pirates that they've literally sued and brought to court.
Around the fact that maybe the system is in fact a brick when you ended up picking it up. Now, as you all know, yesterday I made a pretty big mistake. I actually made a video with the Switch 2 inside the actual frame. I actually had one on screen. I bought one. I used it to play Cyberpunk 2077.
Bro, that's a huge mistake. Did he do
it
even
play Mario
Kart? Is that the Switch 2 right there? Like next to his Xbox controller, I'm assuming that's a headset. Is that the Switch 2 right there? I know the new Switch is more like black, has a black Joy-Cons. I think that might be it.
Been on it. Now, the reason why this is a pretty big
dog. Look at his dad's dog. Now that I'm looking at it, it's like, what's the organization here? You don't even
non-existent.
Where's the dock, bro?
Mistake, and I do absolutely believe I should actually apologize to my audience, is I didn't practice what I preached, you know?
Yeah, what was the point? Like, look, I've got the MSI. I don't have the gamer PC build. This is a heckin' laptop, dude. If I want to play Cyberpunk probably just get it on PS5, my PS Quintuple. There are people like me who don't have a powerful PC, in which case, yes, you must kneel and be a console babby. But people like me Hamo Mutahar here, can just put it on their PC and just play it on. Why did he buy it on the Switch too? It's just such a, it's such an irresponsible purchase. I don't know what else to call it.
I said, you should vote with your wallet, and what did I do? I straight up charged my card and got the Switch 2. And for that, it's actually a pretty big apology. Like, there's no way to really say anything.
See, this is the real way to address the situation. Hey, I made content on it. I made my money back. It was a business expense, right? Plain Rock, he straight up just destroyed the Switch 2. Like in front of a crowd of people lining up at the Nintendo San Francisco store. I'm pretty sure at the time of seeing that video, it had like 500k views on YouTube alone. He definitely got his money back from straight up destroying a Switch 2.
There's no really any way to sugarcoat it. It's an actual
probably
mistake.
bought another one already.
Other people,
probably bought two at the store.
I think the community kind of made it known that I would be one of those gamers that would fall into FOMO, and even though that I don't personally think that I'm the reason that video games have just gotten more expensive, ultimately the actions that I did do contribute to the fact that video games would have gotten more expensive, or at least the aspect of it would become more normalized. And ultimately there's really no other way to, you know, just apologize and say that I'll do better moving forward, you know. And to be fair,
I'll try not to be a consumer next time.
For me is to sit over here and apologize for purchasing a video game system, right? There's a lot of things that a YouTuber can do that would be very illegal, very wrong, ethically, not even just legally, that I could sit down here and apologize for. And that is the only thing that I've really thanked God today for not doing. You know, I could apologize for far more worse, but, you know, realistically, it's just apologizing for purchasing the system that, you know, I kind of made a big hullabaloo about, right? And obviously gaming boycotts are something that unfortunately traditionally do not work just because people end up buying them, and in this case I was one of those people. Now I do want to kind of defend myself a little bit and just kind of talk about this. You know, because I don't want to just say that, you know, I don't want to just say sorry. I do want to give an explanation. Obviously that night I was coming home, bought a Switch, and one of the reasons I wanted to buy the Switch is to kind of look at that brick capability. I wanted to see if you can fire the system up, you can make a local account, you can connect without, you know, utilizing any patches.
Yes, he needs to find out. He just needed to find out day one if you can create a local account on Switch. That's more pathetic actually than buying $80 Mario Kart, right? I needed to find out the night of its release if I could actually play the game offline.
And thankfully you actually can, you know, as long as you have a Switch 2 and of course a game.
No, he's just making excuses.
This is something that I'm actually keeping stock, or not just actually. I had a Cyberpunk 2077. As long as you have a game with an actual, you know, completed update on the cartridge, this system is completely usable offline, which was pretty important to me because I didn't want to see another system release as a pure on brick. So as long as you have a system with, again, a video game, it seems things can just work out of the box. Now, as far as Switch 1 stuff goes, that still needed you to patch for getting the backwards compatibility going in. But if you were just buying Switch 2 games, then surprisingly, everything just worked out of the box. The other thing I wanted to see was, again, the functionality of these games too, especially one game completed on the system. And for that, I played Cyberpunk 2077. In fact, that was a pretty massive section of the video where I just showed the game actually running for anybody to come into the video, watch, and see.
See, it's not that big of a deal. You are just making an educational video. You're benchmarking a game on a system, right?
Any other creator could have done that though.
It didn't need to be you, but you're interested in Cyberpunk. So obviously, you want to see how it ran on the new device. I really do not have an issue with him, you know, making content on the new shiny gadget that comes out. The reason people are clowning on him is that he rhetorically blocked himself off from doing that by saying, well, I'm not getting a Switch 2 right now. and then proceed to do so anyways.
Now, I could make the video overly negative, or I could make it overly positive, but the reason I just kind of went the way that I did was I wanted to just objectively look at this product as what it was and talk about things, right? And, you know, one of the things that I kind of read was like, the grifter stuff. You were just grifting on that hate. Well, if I was grifting on the hate and I released that, you know, video, I would probably be overly negative, or I would try to spread some level of misinformation to garner more viewership on hating the device or loving the device.
Well, you wouldn't do that because you know
reality,
people will call you out on
I just
spreading
wanted to cover things from
misinformation.
an objective perspective. I wanted to show that there were some games, Cyberpunk 2077, which worked out of the box day one. Now there is like one other game, or you know, I think actually 3 other games, all from Nintendo, that all come pretty much on the cartridge, being Mario Kart World.
He couldn't even stay in focus. He just keeps going. The camera is out of focus, bro.
Legend of Zelda, both Legend of Zeldas, and they all just come pretty much without that.
Dude, he knows that the light, he's just trying to find the computer monitor light. He doesn't even have a ring light. The only light going into this room is from that window, which is behind him, and then the light coming from the computer monitor. How do you record like this at like over 3 million subscribers?
Game key card stuff.
That kind of sounds like Coggers now that I think about it.
In that video was obviously
is this Coggers alt channel?
Is this supposed to be the aesthetic you're going with? The literal like mother's basement aesthetic?
Key card stuff, like I didn't go out into the store and purchase those gimped copies that I was speaking so much against, which again, I only really bought the system and the one game that was of any interest to me, just so I can show it in the video. And ultimately, regardless of what I'm saying over here, all of
I'm just saying, he kind of talks like how you talk.
I was hypocritical. I bought a
I was okay
device
with saying that because I knew you were here.
Actually shouldn't have. I contributed to, unfortunately, a bad practice in the gaming industry, right? Which was supporting this Nintendo system. I did want to cover it from a review perspective. I did want to cover it just from the preservationist
this dude needs some RGBs.
to see if a lot of those alarm bells that were ringing literally days before the system was actually launching were actually valid alarm bells. But ultimately, look, at the end of the day, there's nothing I can say to, you know, not accept actual fault at purchasing the system when I made a big hullabaloo about it. And ultimately for that, I do completely apologize. There's no joke, no fun you can make in this manner.
No joke, no fun. Buddy, you bought a video game console. It's not that serious.
I feel like ultimately I do have to apologize for that, and that's what I do. Now, if you're somebody that, you know, is, you know, looking at me and, you know, you don't want to watch my videos anymore because you don't like me anymore because of the Switch 2 stuff, then, you know, I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, Arlo did this too. Remember his response to the response of the Pikmin situation? He was like, if you feel that my response to the video was not sufficient, and if you feel this is where we part ways, then that's how it has to be.
That, you know, is, you know, looking at me,
Thank you for asking.
and, you know, you don't want to watch my videos anymore because you don't like me anymore because of the Switch 2 stuff.
This is where we part ways,
then,
you guys.
You know, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to wave by. We're gonna have to wave by at each other. All I can really do is say I'm sorry.
It's the same thing
That's
Arlo
really
said.
all I can do. You know, I can't just whip myself or do something to self-flagellate myself just for the camera at this point. All I can really do is say I'm sorry, and I'll do better next time. And ultimately, you know, for me, as somebody that's made tons of videos on countering misinformation regarding game preservation, when people talk about, like, you know, how every disc nowadays is a digital download, and there really isn't any way to preserve video games anymore. And I have made videos where I've talked about this, I've corrected the misinformation. You know, for me, the Switch 2 was kind of like that, right? I wanted to see.
Goon says, Dinger, thoughts on GPM playing the new Persona 5 gacha game and not getting enough tickets to pull anything after 2 hours? From what I'm to understand, if you do the quests correctly, you get 23 tickets on PC for a total of 24 if you play on mobile. This is based off like one thread I saw about it before booting up the stream.
If in this situation, a game
Why did GPM not getting these
at least
tickets?
for fully completed titles, was actually there. And obviously, I did make a point in that video, if you watch it, where I said, you know, when this device has 256 gigs on it, you know, buying game key cards, you know, already completely incomplete copies, you're going to be basically downloading and filling your entire new system up with just like, what, 4 or 5 games effectively down the road. And that's going to become a pretty huge problem, not just for game preservation, but for the average person that, you know, probably isn't also going to spend 80, 90
Doing great,
bucks,
Cypher
70 bucks,
710. Thank you for
whatever, to
asking.
buy
You missed the
external
daily
media
wrap, though.
for the system.
Which might be a good thing for you.
Mutahar is just going on about the game key cards, which is essentially just a roundabout method of those like codes and boxes to like scratch off and add to your gaming account. I mean, really though, the game key cards in of themselves are not. I guess they're superior to codes and boxes. I'm not really interested in them. The real issue with that is that there's no Switch cartridges, Switch 2 cartridges, I gotta say now. There's only 64 gigabyte Switch 2 cartridges, which is completely insane. I don't know what Nintendo was thinking doing that. I don't know if there's some weird conflict going on.
This guy knows a lot, more than I give him credit for.
I'm sure there always
it's pretty cool.
is. But having the option for developers to have
any good salt from the wrap? Not really. It was just him promoting what the next marathon's going to be, which he really wants to be the continuation of the Mega Man marathon. Pretty substandard. Par for the course wrap.
32 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes. That would go a long way because it would be cheaper on the developer's end, and it would maybe encourage them to actually have the games on a card instead of just putting on a game key card. Because right now it's either you go all 64 gigabytes.
I mean, tomorrow he'll do a video on Death
digital
Stranding too,
only,
his first
basically.
impressions.
I mean,
that
really
might be
the only upside
worth to
to
watch.
the game key cards is that they're not tied to your account, so you can essentially sell a digital video game after you're done with it. Kind of nice, but there's no reason that Raito, a remaster of a PS2 game, is physical on Switch but digital only on Switch 2. Same thing with Sonic X Shadow Generation.
Nox said that
These are all
earlier.
things that I did talk about in the video, and these were kind of the most important things for me too.
We're watching this amazing fella. He just got done destroying Arlo. Now he's destroying Mutahar.
Thing was obviously seeing how a game like Cyberpunk 2077 could run on a newer ARM-based chip device. Now, ultimately, as part of my apology, all I can really say is, look, at the end, I am sorry. I probably shouldn't have contributed to Nintendo's dog shit in video gaming, but ultimately I did. And, you know, I'm one of the bad people in this process. Now, do I think that I'm the most evil person in the world? No, I don't think that. And I don't...
Again, talking about a video game company, which if you met, did you just hear him say that it was like evil just to buy Nintendo systems?
Video gaming, but ultimately I did. And
okay, well, he's spazzing out right there.
the other thing was obviously seeing how a game like Cyberpunk 2077 could run on a newer ARM-based chip device. Now, ultimately, as part of my apology, all I can really say is, look, at the end, I am sorry. I probably shouldn't have contributed to
sorry, you guys.
Nintendo's dog shit.
Dinger, I heard PC Gamer drop a story saying a Switch 2 screen had 10 times slower response time than a gaming monitor. What's the Nintendo sweep for that? I don't know. I'm waiting for Arlo to put out the video.
Video gaming, but ultimately I did. And, you know, I'm one of the bad people.
He didn't upload anything today. He's so lazy.
Consumers are bad people for buying a console. He now has to grovel beneath his audience. He's made so many videos dunking on the Switch 2 that now people are calling him bad for buying a video game system. Dog. It's a fucking video game console.
Now, do I think that I'm the most evil person in the world? No, I don't think that. And I don't even see really anybody saying that. But as far as
he's
being
working on
hypocritical
the
and bad for gaming,
Capcom
I
thing.
can definitely see how I've contributed to that. And for that, I just really...
No, you're not. You're right, Mr. Pun. You're not wrong. It's very much a, I'm sorry if you felt offended kind of thing. I'm sorry if you felt offended that I was one of millions and millions of people who bought a Switch 2. I'm sorry if you took great offense and you felt transgressed and violated by me buying a Chex Notes NVIDIA gaming tablet.
Humbly apologize. There's no if, and, or but around it. It is just a straight apology to anybody that felt slighted, hurt, or disappointed in this entire process. For that, my community is pretty important to me. And ultimately, I really did feel like, because I had a platform and I could talk a little bit about the game preservation angle, maybe it was worth showing. To me, if there was something really scathing
Where's my
about it in
fake
this
apology
device,
for buying a
it
Switch?
would have
I gotta
been a
apologize
completely
for
warranted
shit.
purchase, because then I could at least alert some people that, yeah, this thing is actually a confirmed brick. Yes, actually, all these games, even the ones that ship completely on cart, don't just work day one. These would be pretty huge points.
Why did you need to buy the console yourself to figure that out? Surely that information would have come out and you could have just made some video reading an article, right? There is no
Like he always
necessary
does.
process for you to buy the system yourself.
But
True.
when I actually got the
Expose
device
him.
and I tested it myself, I couldn't find that to be the case. So it was really just to be honestly reporting on something versus, you know, maybe raising more misinformation and hurting myself down the road a lot harder than, you know, the hurt that I've taken right now. But yeah, that's really all I have to say. I can just look into the camera and just say, I'm sorry.
See, that's a good point. He'd rather have the upfront cost of buying something he said he didn't previously buy and be correct about his statements going forward than to just be completely ignorant and risk being completely wrong about it. I completely understand the points he's making here. But
He's
it's
kneeling
always
to him.
sandwiched between these groveling apologies from literal internet people that are mad that a tech YouTuber bought a tech product.
Do better, and that's pretty much all it comes down to. And the only thing I'm really thankful about here is I could be apologizing for, like, as a YouTuber, there's apology videos that I've watched through my career where people have done really terrible things, and ultimately this might be one of the worst things that I've done. What genuinely is support bad game practices and, you know, not practice what I preach. I can't make videos where I say I'm not going to be buying a Nintendo Switch, you know, day one at least, and then here I am buying it day one, even if personally I felt making the content and at least if I could find something scathing about it, I could talk about, sure.
What about buying the console itself is supporting bad game practice? It's not like you bought the $80 Mario Kart unless you got the bundle. Did you get the bundle there, Mutahar, huh? Like, all he ever says in this video is that he bought the console itself and Cyberpunk, which is a port of the game that, you know, obviously the game itself,
ports
when it came out,
might be considered bad
extremely
business
atrocious.
practices.
Now it's good, and the good version is on the cartridge, all of it. So it's not like you supported the game key cards. It's not like you're buying into their subscription. It's not like you got like $30 amiibo to come with it. It's not like, what really is the issue here?
But for me, I'm still not somebody that is in line to be, I guess, known as a hypocrite in this regard. And for that, I do apologize. I've done something wrong, which is purchasing the device after the hullabaloo that I've raised. And for that, all I can do is honestly just apologize. Really, that's all I can do. So if you accept this apology, great. If you don't accept this apology, then it is what it is. But yeah.
I completely understand you.
It is what it
actually buying
is,
the system.
man.
Since you are a YouTuber, you will profit off of buying the Switch 2 and its games. Just because you've talked negatively about something doesn't mean you can never purchase. The issue is you said you straight up will not buy it. Then you got it frame one, the midnight release. You didn't even just walk past it by a store. You went out of your way to buy the Switch 2 within the hour of its release.
You know, our word is really all we have. That's really what it comes down to. What I will not apologize for is purchasing and keeping Cyberpunk 2077 on the Switch.
Oh my goodness, he has a spine.
I really feel like even if you're not buying the Nintendo Switch 2 and you've got the money, you should probably signal to the industry that buying a completed Switch game, you know, or buying a complete product on launch with all the DLC onto it is something that should be supported, right?
So now he's sort of saying, hey, you should buy a game for a console you might not even have, just to support the practice, which Cyberpunk on Switch 2 is $70. Not everybody has that sort of money to pay $70 for a game they can't even play because it's a very new system that's $450 out the box. People don't spend money like this. They spend money on the Switch 2 because they want the Big Bang Wahoo Mario Kart. They want to play the game. Not
I want
just
the Big
like
Bang Wahoo Mario
virtue
Kart.
signal about, oh, I'm sending the message about the video game industry. I care so much that this game is complete on cartridge. 5 years ago, it absolutely was not complete. But, you know, but now Cyberpunk's the good example.
You know, especially considering that a lot of games release with tons of great expansion packs that never end up showing up on actual release anymore. Like, they don't get re-released down the road. It used to be back in the day that when a game launched, a year later, after it got like 3-4 single-player expansions, you ended up getting like a Game of the Year edition. Now you still get the Game of the Year edition, but sometimes, in most cases, you end up getting like a little piece of paper inside with a code that doesn't even have the whole game. So yeah, for that, I will never actually truly apologize.
That's like me going to the Dingus sandwich shop and saying I hate their fucking sandwiches, and then might buy it the next day. Also, you could do a Dingus P tries it, and then write it off on your taxes.
For this, nor will I ever apologize for picking up games like Stalker, which are these completed Japanese re-releases of 3 games on 1 cartridge. But anyways, I'm kind of talking in circles, really. Apologize for the Switch 2 stuff. Didn't practice what I preached there, and all I can say is I'm sorry, and I'm out.
He literally said he'll do better, bro. Is this what it's like to be completely buck broken by your audience? So chat, what have we learned today? The correct answer is that YouTubers are spiritually unemployed, and if you watch any video game advocacy channel, you're literally just hearing the opinions of a spiritually unemployed person talking about how things are too expensive. So just to make sure that Mutahar does not make a difference, I will buy 80 Switch 2s and give them away. No, I'm not. Before anybody in the comments tries to hit me with a class action lawsuit before I end up on CoffeeZilla. This YouTuber promised his audience to give away 80 Switch 2s. No, bro, I'm not doing that.
It seems like people really just face through cars. Yeah, that's their power.
Subscribers, I may consider it. I do have to make it up to all of you for being gone for so long. But definitely do tell me what you think about this whole situation.
Goon, you missed it. He called out Arlo. We just finished the Arlo video. Arlo was destroyed in a near 20-minute expose.
They say the whole situation is crazy. And maybe what do you think about the Switch 2 in general? Is Mario Kart your cup of tea? By the time I upload this, the new Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct should be out. So definitely tell me your thoughts on that.
Oh, that was kind of an abrupt end. What do I have in recommended videos? June the King, Aspen Gold, and the Modern Hate Epidemic. Oh, this is one of those toxic positivity guys. Yeah, I was linked to it earlier. The RimWorld guy responding to Phil. It was pretty funny. The act of ignoring controversy. Or June the King. Hamperchi. Oh my god, it's Hamper. Oh, no. Gamer from Mars. Doing the Lightbringer. Synthetic Man? Synthetic Man hates minorities in his video games? And some old ass Medicare versus Ralph video. Do we watch this one? Synthetic Man hates minorities in video games. Now, I of course disavow that very hateful sentiment. That is disgusting. Okay, now, the second result is that person who did the expose documentary on Synthetic Man, so I'm very concerned that this person's allegiances might line up with that person's. But I'm a charitable man. Let's hear this person out. And away we go. His name is Alec Gunter. His name's Alec Gunter.
So somebody in the chat suggested that I go over this guy named Synthetic Man. Described him as a neo-Nazi and suggested that I watch...
Neo-Nazi! Oh, this is good. This is good. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking.
This fine video titled "Gaming is Dying, Nintendo is Killing It." I went to look at his profile and...
Man, that wasn't even... That's not even his hottest fucking diss video. That was kind of like a filler video, almost.
Live right now, so before I go into that video, I would like to see what he's up to. He's trying to finish The Last of Us 2. There's 1.5k watching, which is much more than who's watching now. But that...
No!
5 1.5k watching, which is much more than who's watching now.
No, he can't clout mog him. Womp womp.
But that's okay. Let's see what he's up to.
Why did he include that in the clip?
It involves
100
killing 6 million.
It's not
people
about the
I don't like.
views, Mr. Views.
It'll be a lot faster than 4 years, though.
Wow, we already got a Holocaust joke. That's crazy work. Absolutely crazy work.
Oh my God, her dad that got killed.
We just got here, man. We just sat down. Dead Domain did a great vid on him. That's great. I mean, you all
that was the expose we had watched.
You had to say was Dead Domain did a vid on him. Because Dead Domain is great. Crazy work.
No,
Literally
actually.
joke. That's the,
No,
literally the
I
first
disagree.
thing we hear
Thanks,
coming
Elfay
in.
Fans. Good, so thanks, $5. Old Last was 2 streams. Have some pretty good Doomer hours. Autistic Friend, Black Girlfriend, Synth Dad Lore. The RoboCop streams all said good Doomer hours. Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, this guy another left. I just clicked the. Goon, you saw me. You saw like the chain of events that led me to this video. I know nothing about this person.
Someone's keeping track. I feel like your parasocial levels are getting too high.
Yeah, that's probably
your
what he
name,
is.
You're the truest of cells, the truest of fans. You are schizoid though.
Oh, this is straight. This is
games.
straight
Games.
right.
Thanks, $2. They got knocked out yet. That's literally at the end. Fuck.
Dubsy censor that.
So unless we're finishing this tonight, you're probably
did not
not going to
censor that.
see little Asian
crazy.
knocked out. Oh, we can
crazy. Okay, I'm done. Crazy work. That like literally like that's what all this is. I clicked in at a how long?
Well, he just rage quit. So he clicks in. He hears one edgy joke, and then he just uses that as a segue to give up because the segment isn't working and his audience doesn't give a fuck about it.
How long has he been live? This man's been live for almost 5 hours. Okay, 5.
Is he gonna say like, okay, so because he made a lame Holocaust joke when I clicked into the stream, this means because he has been on for 5 hours, at this point, he's probably made a dozen Holocaust jokes since I clicked onto the video.
Hours and I just randomly get in here and already like it's just being a dick. It's just being a piece of shit.
This is like the anti-shroom right here. It's almost like I don't want to bully shroom, but isn't it like the negative shroom, the opposite shroom? Because it's like you know how shroom is facing from the right, this guy's facing from the left. It's literally shroom's political opposition, the antithesis to Shroomer Dukem.
I make video game reviews. That's pretty much all you need to know. I think you need to know a couple of other things too. Also, like the word roasty, I don't know what that means, but I know that it's not good.
Oh man, he's pretty uninformed, isn't he?
Definitely learned what it means before, and I just remember it being disgusting. So I'm just gonna pretend I'm just gonna move on. Okay, I gotta know. Gaming is dying and Nintendo is killing
That's
it.
got to be one of the worst console showcases.
This is a pretty bad, like for your first Synthetic Man, this one's pretty bad. This is like filler. It's just him talking about Nintendo and the Switch 2 Direct. This isn't a good one to start out. He should have started with the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom review.
I've ever seen. It's been a while since I made like a gaming's dying style video, and I don't.
How long until he skips through? Why do these fucking other streamers, not within our sector, I'm talking like people like this guy, why do they always skip through the video? Like let the video play. It's because they're not playing a game to distract them.
They talk about Nintendo a lot.
I hate
on
when
this
they
channel.
jump
Believe it or
around the
not,
video.
I used to be a huge fan.
And then like clearly act as if like, oh, that video didn't make any sense. Like, what the fuck?
I grew up with a GameCube and a Wii, and man, I'm just one of those people who really loved my GameCube. Not as much as my PS2, of course, but Nintendo had such great exclusives back then. Super Smash.
Dude, this is why I'm saying it's a bad video to start off with, because it doesn't really go after like wokeness or political correct. It's actually him just like shitting on Nintendo. Is he gonna sweep for this? Is he actually gonna say Switch 2 is actually pretty cool?
Smash Bros. Melee, Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, which is probably still the best Pokemon game to this
dude,
day.
I played all of these. No, don't. No. I can't relate to the Neo-Nazi. That's disgusting. Rancid word.
Kirby
He likes
Air Ride,
them.
the most underrated party game that has ever existed. Oh, and how could I
Agree?
forget one of my
No,
favorite
I can't
games of
agree
all
with the
time,
Nazi.
Metroid Prime. And this is all without getting into third-party exclusive.
No, not the worst person you know just made a great point. He actually has a few good gaming takes. This is tragic. Absolutely tragic. You don't have to be a dick, dude. You could...
Dude, he clicked. I'm not gonna. I fucking play every video he puts out. He literally clicked like the one video out of the last dozen or so videos that is actually strictly about gaming, and this is giving him. It's like, oh, maybe I got the wrong idea about this dude. It's actually a pretty shame that he's like a Nazi or whatever. You clicked the one video that was like strictly about gaming with not a lick of wokeness to it.
Just like games like the rest of us. I'm just saying.
This was at the time like the Resident Evil 1 remake or even Resident Evil 4 for about a year.
Yeah, he's gonna be indoctrinated by this.
There were so many great games I played on my GameCube. And yeah, I ended up liking my Wii as well. Yeah, the whole...
And all he did, the only thing he had to do to get this guy on his side was talk about the GameCube. Why is it always the GameCube?
Motion controls gimmick is aged like milk, and the exclusive game selection definitely wasn't quite as strong, though I think Super Mario Galaxy is still one of the most visually impressive games that has ever released to this day.
He agrees!
And it will forever stand the test of time, proving that aesthetics are...
I do gotta point out, though, what really blew me away was the music. Unmatched, unparalleled, especially Gusty Garden Galaxy. Like, literally just, not even the theme of the game, like, but it's become the theme because of how good it is. Like, it's literally been studied by musical artists. Like, it's insanely good. Okay, sorry, I'm very attached to the soundtrack from this game, and I feel that is worth mentioning.
Are far more important than graphic fidelity. Oh, and of course it also has one of the greatest original soundtracks in gaming history as well. And then of course we got the Wii U, which was the biggest Nintendo bomb since the Virtual Boy, and I'm not going to get into that, but I will say I think people didn't quite give the Wii U a fair shot. The whole consumer confusion whether or not it...
He hasn't disagreed yet. He even agrees the Wii U wasn't given a fair shake.
Yeah, like, I don't know why they had to make the Wii U. I don't know, like, it seemed like a very awkward in-between. It's like the middle Pokemon, you know? It's like, not quite cute enough to be on my team.
Well, the Wii was like 6 or 7 years old when the Wii U came out. Like, they kind of had to.
Like, it's just kind of there.
It was even a new console. It kind of just speaks to how dumb the average person is. But I will admit that the gamepad was probably an even dumber gimmick than motion controls. And then finally we got to the Switch, which I have...
Because, like, they also... Sorry, I keep pausing. They also, like, implemented motion controls with the gamepad. You know, it was very confusing.
Always thought was overrated since fucking day one. Now, yes, I think Breath of the Wild
So did everyone
is an
else.
amazing game. Honestly, I do. I don't know if I would think that on a second playthrough, because I think you guys already know by now how I feel about open world games. But the first time playing it, it really felt like I was playing a very well-polished, huge sandbox where there was constantly new exciting things to discover. Yes, some of the shrines sucked absolute dick, but I'd say for the most part, world exploration
He's the
was
green
actually kind
again.
of
I haven't played the new one. I've heard mixed things. People love it, but also, like, it could have been more, is what I understand about it.
Exciting. Now, personally, I hate Super Mario Odyssey, but I'm not going to get into that right now.
Really?
I'll just say that Joseph Anderson's review...
First controversial take. I think Mario Odyssey is overblown. I personally did not. Like, it was fine. It was fun.
Oh man, Phil would hate these guys. Like, Phil fucking sucked Odyssey's cock. He was actually upset that Breath of the Wild was the better game that year, or was more well received and more iconic. And look, the test of time, brother. It's been like almost 8 years. Breath of the Wild did more for the industry than Odyssey.
It just didn't blow me.
Odyssey wasn't bad.
Away the way Mario Galaxy and Mario Sunshine did. You know, and Mario 64, of course, is a classic. So, like, I just, like, it has reason. I'm not going to say it doesn't deserve to stand with the rest of them, but, like, it's kind of mid compared to the others. It's kind of mid compared to the others. Like, it's great for what
He agrees again.
It's a great game. But, man, it just does not hit. It doesn't hit. It insists upon itself, is what I'm trying to say.
Pretty much covered every single problem I had with the game. It truly took baby game to a new level. I don't understand why we need to even further infantilize games that were already designed for children. Nobody ever had a problem beating Super Mario 64. Why the hell is Super Mario Odyssey so fucking condescending? And
hold on, that's insulting. I had much problems trying to beat that
how
game.
Frequently and often it rewards the player for doing literally nothing of value. And look, I'm not going to give you a brief history lesson on the past 7 years of the Nintendo Switch, but let's just say that I wasn't truly impressed by any game on the console except Breath of the Wild. Yes, there were quite a few good games I played. I really liked Metroid Dread. I thought Shin Megami Tensei 5 was good.
Odyssey's your favorite?
Although
That's
Pikmin
fine.
4 wasn't exactly what I wanted, I still liked it as well.
I thought Pikmin 4 was great. I've heard mixed things. Some
I
people
don't like the
think
dog in
that
Pikmin
Odie
4. I could
was
do
a
without
great
the dog.
addition. I personally agree. Some people
No.
think he wasn't so great. And
No, it
I've
wasn't
heard
so
people
great.
say
Fuck the
it's
dog.
the best of every other game. But like nobody hates it. It's just like it's just a very solid game. I really liked it.
But if I had to sum up the Switch's
Mr. Baby
library,
Brain?
I would
Guess
say
so.
a third of it was just sequels to long-running franchises that didn't really impress or innovate in any significant way. Another third was literal...
I guess it's that post-completion kind of reassessment of what I just played, Mr. Bun. Like when I occasionally talk about how I feel about the Silent Hill 2 remake now. I kind of like thinking back in hindsight about the dog. Like, did we really need the dog there? Did the dog really need to be there?
Re-releases and ports either from the Wii U or of
Steam sales exploration stream, never. Because I like my yearly Steam year in review is just like two games. It's like I have like the emptiest, shittiest Steam year in review ever, despite being on Steam for over a decade.
current gen console games, which I have no idea why the hell you'd want to play significantly graphically downgraded games that probably run like shit just because you can do it on the go. In the last third, I'm simply...
Hold on, this might be his first weird take.
You'd want to play significantly graphically down that didn't really impress or innovate in any significant way. Another third was literal re-releases and ports either from the Wii U or of current gen console games, which I have no idea why the hell you'd want to play significantly graphically downgraded games that probably run like shit just because you can do it on the go.
I see what he's talking about. Sorry, it took me a second. I was like, I thought he was talking about bringing old games back to current consoles so people can actually play them. What he's talking about is shit like Skyrim on the Switch. It was on the Switch, right? They tried to run Skyrim on the Switch. Hold on, what's the meme? It's right there. Behold, the Nintendo Switch graphics. You can play Skyrim on the go, just like you've always remembered it. It's not actually how it looks, but low-key hottest take, Skyrim hit different on the Amazon Alexa. It's not quite how I remembered it. Well, sorry, this is how you're gonna remember it. Okay, we still haven't hit the gold yet, okay? Like, we still have not struck gold here.
In the last third...
No, I was about to say, I thought he was begging. I heard him, my apologies, I heard him wrong. I was so ready to make a joke about how he's begging.
Hey, like, we still have not struck gold here.
In the last third, I'm simply going to refer to as weeb.
I'm starting to think that the person who suggested this just thinks everybody's a Nazi. What do you think? What do you think, chat? I think that the woke progressive left just accuses anybody and everybody of being a Nazi just...
They kind of do.
Because they want something like an ethno state, okay? Like, calm the down.
Just because I find other races inferior to me does not mean...
I need to stop. YouTube's actually gonna take me down.
Games, which is completely fine. I don't care if you really like anime games. At least they have attractive women in them. But I won't say that most of those appealed to me personally. Dude. So yeah, obviously I'm not crazy.
That was the first take. That little moment right there. It was like, all right, whatever.
Say the PS5 or the Xbox One X, but the bar is so goddamn low at this point. The Switch definitely did not impress me. Actually, I was pretty disappointed. If you think about it, Nintendo...
I thought, okay, the Switch was not as revolutionary as the Wii, granted, but I do think that it was definitely a step and a half above the Switch, or sorry, not the Switch, the Wii U, because it felt like what the Wii U was trying to do, you know? Like, it It's not perfect. It's got a lot of issues with it, but ultimately it accomplished its goal very well. You can play it anywhere. You can play it on your TV at home with your friends, and it's got pretty
probably would
good
have been smarter
graphics
for them to have achieved that with the Wii U.
You gotta admit. So like I like this. The Nintendo has always been kind of the wild card of the console wars, which I love and respect about them. I thought the Switch was a solid continuation of their bizarre, crafty ideas. It was fun.
Completely canceled their handheld line, and all of those development studios that normally made these like bite-sized budget fun games. I grew up with a shit ton of great ones.
I think no. I think that was the natural progression, right? Like we have the handhelds, we have the consoles. Now we've merged them. Now you can just switch back and forth, right?
You can switch.
That's a natural. I feel like we've progressed as a species personally now that we've merged the two
I think
ideas.
we've regressed actually.
Now like you can't, like they've literally like set the standard. Like you have to make a mobile version of your console, you know, or like make it interchangeable somehow. You have to do that.
All of those studios then were supposed to make games for the Switch, right? So you'd think.
Might be right in the sense that PlayStation did come out with the Portal, Xbox is coming out with the Xbox Ally, and even Steam came out with the Steam Deck, which many agree is actually a viable alternative to the Switch.
Think we'd get like twice as many games, since now all the console exclusives and the handheld exclusives are combined onto one system, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Now I know a lot of this is just due to the fact that games take a lot longer to make now, and I'm not going to get into that because this video has nothing to do with that shit. But no, I don't think this.
Oh yeah, they are bringing back Kirby Air Ride. I forgot. That's so cool. Sorry, I just randomly remembered that.
It's a sequel,
That's
not a
so
remake.
Cool. They're bringing back Kirby Air Ride. I'm so fucking hyped.
Switch
for that.
has even as robust a library as the Wii, certainly not like the Nintendo DS. And just because maybe those games have higher budgets and better production values than Wii or DS games, doesn't mean they're actually better games. They absolutely are not. Honestly, I think the only Switch title that will be considered one of the greatest games ever made in the long run is probably Breath of the Wild. And if you name anything else, that just says to me that you haven't played enough video games.
He might be right on that. I don't know that any other Switch title. Pikmin 4 was really good, but it didn't. Like, it was really good, but I don't think it broke any new ground. You know what I mean? Like, it was probably the best puzzle game of the entire, like, of all time. One of the best puzzle games of all time. But, like, I don't think that it was, like, revolutionary the way that Breath of the Wild was. Because, like, the art style, the open world, the dungeon system was kind of repetitive. But, like, and it wasn't a perfect game, but, like, people were really annoyed by the weapons always breaking. But, like, it set a lot of standards for gaming. So I don't know that I think he might be right on that one. I can't think of another game on the Switch.
Oh, sorry, that was a silly cutscene.
That you didn't actually grow up with the Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, because I guarantee you there's an equivalent game from 20 years ago better than anything you could name. I don't care that Smash Bros has 100 characters. I don't care that Mario Odyssey lets you turn into random ass like enemies and use their ability for some fucking stupid gimmick. I don't care that Tears of the Kingdom added a bunch of stupid ass Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts mechanics. None of that's.
Wait, but I thought the building thing was like pretty cool actually. Like again, that seemed like a natural progression of the game. I think that it felt like a DLC. Right, just from looking at it,
that's
like
the
it
problem.
looks like a fucking DLC.
I think that's people's
game,
problem with it, though, Mr. Man.
I thought it was still good for what it was.
Stuff actually fundamentally improves the game. Well, I guess you could make a case for Smash Bros being better, but either way, it's not exactly one of my favorite series anymore. So you may be wondering, why am I starting off with this huge introduction when this is supposed to be a video about the reveal of the Switch 2? Well, essentially, this whole thing is just a setup to show you that I wasn't exactly impressed by the Switch 1. And so Nintendo is now having their huge Disney moment. And what I mean by that is they're trying to milk
It's a
the
Disney
customer for
moment.
everything they're worth. They've got our childhoods by the balls. They know that we're attached to their core
Here we go.
IPs.
It's coming.
And for the most part, they're no longer interested in making new ones.
He's
They know the
begging
type
for
of
like
power
a he's begging for like an anti-woke comment. He's just the video so far it's supposed to be like an A-log fucking clip or something. Imagine if I played a DSP video where he talks about a game, but I just agree with him the whole time. I'm like expecting to troll him, but I end up actually kind of liking him. That's this. That's it. He should have screened the video or pre-watch. He should have screened it.
Have over millennials, and now they're going to test just how willing the customer is.
And they
to empty their
avocado
pockets.
toast.
Nintendo truly is the Disney of video games.
What a
The difference
clickbaity
is-
take too for the title. Synthetic Man hates minorities in his video games, and like we haven't even gotten to this point yet. Is it coming?
Unlike Disney, Nintendo hasn't made their political propaganda so blatant just yet. Now, if you know
Oh,
what
there it
look,
is.
you certainly see it in Pokemon Scarlet
me the
and Violet.
sauce.
That was some of the most obvious
No,
cases
very okay. Timely pause by me, I guess. I'm Felton.
of DEI I've ever seen.
What? Why? Why? Because like there's more people with darker skin? Why? But
Nah, the characters just look ugly.
that's what. But like, wasn't it based on like South America? I thought like this
No, it's like no, they look like bad Pixar characters.
this game was like based in South America, wasn't it? Like that was like where they were pulling in. Like they pull inspiration from one of the areas of the planet.
Also, he's wrong. It's actually Spain. He pulled it from Spain.
Like for it was like the Hawaiian Islands. Was it Spain? Okay, I don't know.
He's scented. He's sweeping for the game, but he doesn't even know anything about it.
But like it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, clearly DEI. Just say the N-word, brother. Just say the N-word.
And the Pokemon Company literally has a DEI page on their website before one of you morons
You'd like
says
it if
something
he
stupid.
did, though, wouldn't you?
But for the most part, they have stayed out of modern cultural Marxism,
the white
wokeness, whatever you.
I'm relieved now. Nice white faces. Nice, pristine white polished faces. Oh, I feel so much better. Thank you.
But Nintendo
Is he being ironic or not? I know he's trying to be funny.
was truly jumped the shark with the Switch 2. I don't want
Oh,
to.
it's like this is pretty weird. Like he's begging him to like be a Nazi. The video was all right so far up to this point.
Repeat the opinions of what many other YouTubers have already said, but just know, obviously I agree with them that these prices are absolutely fucking ridiculous.
I heard you were a
This
Nazi.
is
Please say
Spain-inspired
Nazi
region.
things.
Okay,
Please, please.
I was wrong. All right, sure. Spain's got white people. Okay, it's also got people of color. I'm sure.
What?
And it doesn't matter anyway. Like, oh, who cares if they're all black? Most of the time, they're all white. So. It. Like, yeah, make a game where they're all black, and you don't have to set it in like the inner city or Africa or whatever. Like, just make, like, yeah, fuck it, make a game where they're all black. Who cares? Is the game good? Does it play well? Am I gonna have fun? Am I gonna?
This sounds like he thinks he said something really bad, so he's just talking really quickly to cover up for the fact that he thinks he said something really bad.
Remember this experience? That's what I care about. Okay.
It's like when Boogie got that tip and he was like, "Oh, that's a lot of money for a person of color," or it might not be as
Shut the fuck up.
But for me, it's not necessarily about the number itself. I don't think a $450 console is that insane, even though Nintendo has been known for being the affordable option until recently. And I'm more mad about the...
Not anymore. Thanks to Trump tariffs, baby. Thank you, Trump. Thank you.
Actually, Nintendo themselves said the current pricing for the Switch 2 was not affected by tariffs. The Trump tariff thing.
Mad about the...
Not anymore. Thanks to Trump tariffs, baby. Thank you, Trump.
Why are we watching it? Literally because I saw it in my recommended videos.
Thank you, Donald Trump. I didn't want to pay less for the Switch. I did not want to. I love paying more for things.
Hike of physical...
How much research did this dude do? He's a alleged Nintendo fan. They straight up just said it was not... This was around the peak of like everyone shitting on the Switch 2. It was very transparent. They were with the pricing that it wasn't affected by Trump's tariffs whatsoever. And I had to correct myself in the beginning because I thought it would have been. This doesn't mean that it can't be affected by the tariffs in the future, though. The Switch 2 could rise in price just like the Series X.
Digital games more because of what it represents instead of the actual number itself. Games just got standardized to $70 like what, 5 years ago? And now Nintendo.
To be fair, it has not kept up with inflation. Okay, that's still like if you get like a fully I'm willing to pay $70.
Oh god, is he gonna use the inflation argument? Oh my god, Goon, he's gonna pull out ads from the 90s and tell me that like Mario World cost $120 back then. No! No! Stop! It doesn't. The wages have not increased since then, you idiot.
Dollars for a good game, you know, like for one that I'm going to remember for a while. Yeah, like I'm fine with that personally.
It seriously expects us to pay
it's not a necessity.
$80 for
I just
digital,
don't care that much.
$90 for physical. Well, a small important correction here, as it turns out the whole $90 for physical thing technically is not confirmed. It's based on a price conversion from Spain, so...
Yeah, $90 was not confirmed. That was debunked. That got debunked pretty early on, but like Tards kept sharing it on Twitter, like $90 was confirmed.
Honestly, there's a pretty good chance that part isn't actually true. But regardless, at bare minimum, the standard price of video games is going up another $10. Physical is basically been borderline dead for about a decade now, and I think this is pretty much going to kill physical games for good. Why the hell would you pay $10 extra for a tiny little case on your shelf? Yeah, sure, some people will do that, but given that you're paying $20 more than the standard price of a video game, yeah, I think people are...
I mean, it's been the standard price for I'm being serious. Like it's been the standard price for so long. It was inevitable that it was going to go up. Like in 2000, wasn't that the standard price in like 2005? How much is the dollar inflated in 20 years?
Brand new games on PS2 were $50 at launch, no? No, I was like fucking dumb preteen dingus back then. I'm pretty sure 50 was the standard. It raised to 60 with the 360 era, no?
I genuinely don't know. I know that it has though. Like it has to have. So like it was $60 back in 2005. It's 60. It's still
debatably wrong.
70 or 80 bucks in 2025. Like I feel like it hasn't even kept up. Honestly, I could be wrong though. Somebody prove me wrong. Like I would.
He knows he's saying something stupid. He wants his chat to call him an idiot.
I'd like to be wrong on that. I want to.
No. Games were 60 before PS4. I'm barely confident 60 was before PS4.
I think that like it would feed my narrative that companies are extorting us, but I really don't think it's kept up that much.
We're just gonna stick.
It's just that middleware was more common during the PS3 days, so that not every game was priced at 60.
With digital.
PS4 was
Another thing that
$400.
people are bringing up is the fact that Nintendo games
Well, I will say console prices and like disc prices are very different. Consoles are always sold at a loss, and they make up for it. And like it's very it's expensive to make a game, but to print like 1 million copies of it is like dirt cheap. So like that's where they make the big bucks. Like they charge you $60 per disc. The disc is like cost of production. You're talking like a few dollars. Okay, so that's where they pull in the Mondo Dollary dues.
Very rarely go on sale, at least the first party ones. So it's going to be sticking to that price for a long time. You can't just be a patient gamer, wait a year, and then pick up Donkey Kong for $20. No, that's just not going to happen. But again, like I said, it's not necessarily about the money. I have the money. I can afford to buy these games and the consoles, no problem.
Okay, then shut up about the money.
I will, because I'm a game reviewer. Even though I probably won't make videos on a lot of these games, because most of the people who come to this channel don't come to see Nintendo games. Even though I do love baby games, as people like to call them. Hell, the Crocs remaster is utter dog shit, and yet I was having a great time playing it. So I'm sure I'll really like Donkey Kong Bonanza. But like I said...
But honestly, listen, I'm going to shit on you a little bit because... I'm gonna be a little bad faith here, I'll be honest. I don't buy that like you like baby games for the same reasons that I like baby games. I like baby games because they're fun, and I just...
Oh my god, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna call what he's gonna say before he even says it. He's gonna say he likes baby old school games because fun, but Synthetic Man likes baby old school games because they aren't woke.
find them charming, and I can appreciate the artwork and time and effort that went into them, okay? And I'm not saying that you don't think those things, but I also think there's an element of like, I don't have to think about trans people and
No way, dude. I did not pre-watch this. I saw this in my recommended videos, and I decided to put it on because you guys hate Synthetic Man, so obviously you guys would be very much attuned to a Synthetic Man critic, right?
There's an element of like, I don't have to think about trans people and black people here. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's an element of like, I can mentally remove myself from the scary minorities. And maybe, you know, maybe that's just me being ultra lefty and like being extraordinary.
Yes, you are absolutely projecting onto him. And this is knowing that there might be a kernel of truth to what you're saying. There might be a little nugget. Come on, it's Synthetic Man. Like, let's be honest. There probably is a nugget of truth there, but it's absolutely coming from a place of projection.
Really bad faith, but like grant me that we like literally jumped into a stream 4 hours into a stream, and like 3 times we heard him be a Nazi in the span of like a couple of minutes. So like, I feel like I'm justified.
It's more about what this represents. If Nintendo gets away with this, that means the standard price of video games for everyone is going to go up to $80 or $90. Let's say hypothetically it doesn't, because Sony and Microsoft.
What does he think of Donald Trump? I genuinely don't know, because when it comes to neo-Nazis, sometimes they think like they want to lick Donald Trump's feet, and then sometimes they're like, no, Donald Trump is not nearly evil or fascist enough. Like, he sucks. Actually, he's too kind to brown people, in my opinion. Instead of deporting them, we should just be waterboarding them, you know?
Is he not? Like, I thought he was doing that.
Just make them suffer. So like, sometimes my point is, I genuinely don't know what his opinions would be. So maybe he knows that the tariffs are really stupid and he hates Donald Trump, but I would genuinely.
This guy couldn't go through the video without multiple mentions. I know, right? I get okay. You can kind of sweep and say Trump is only relevant because he thinks the Switch 2's price is because of Trump, but he couldn't just leave it at that. Like, we're litigating Trump yet again.
Like to know.
Don't think they can sell games
that's
for
why
that price.
They're gonna get more expensive.
Has Nintendo proved to you, to anyone, that their games are worth $90? As I was just talking about a couple minutes ago, they certainly haven't proved it to me. I definitely was not that impressed with most.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like, this is an inelastic demand. They can charge whatever they want for video games.
Okay, but like, no one's saying they can. The idea is that they have to justify the price. Like, you have to feel what you give is you got what you got your money's worth. That's all I'm saying. They have to convince you that you got your money's worth out of it. Of course, no one is saying, oh, you can't price it at $80. They can. They have the right to. They did do it. The thing is, the argument is people don't feel convinced that their money that they spent was worth. Or at least the critics. The critics don't feel convinced.
I don't care that much. Because when you're talking about
he doesn't care,
like,
he's sweeping.
Because like, I feel like it should be accessible to everybody. Because like, I'm a socialist, okay? Like, I do care in a sense. Be accessible to everybody. Because like, I'm a socialist, okay?
Okay, no, let's let him finish.
Because like, I feel like it should be accessible to everybody. Because like, I'm a socialist, okay? Like, I do care in a sense, but like, I just don't care enough. Because like, it's not a necessity. If you like the game enough, you'll find a way to get it, you know? And I don't care that much that they're charging that much, because we do live in a capitalist society, and I just like, they gotta make money.
Of the
dude. I mean, we do live in it. This is true. We do live in a capitalist society.
Exclusives, and just judging by the gameplay footage they showed,
it doesn't feel like, it feels like they could be extorting for so much more if that's their goal.
In the presentation, the new Switch games don't.
Wow. Remember when you guys were like, wow, Dingus, why are you saying Bonanza should be $80? He's saying that, but like for real, for real.
They could be extorting for so much more if that's...
If Nintendo were truly evil, they would charge you $100.
The gameplay footage they showed...
It doesn't feel like... It feels like they could be extorting for so much more if that's their goal.
In the present...
But that's exactly what a company would want you to think. They know there's a limit. There's a limit to what they can get away with. They can barely get away with the games being $80. They're doing it so marks like you don't think that they don't have bad intentions, or at least intentions to make money. Yeah, how is he a socialist, but he's going leave the $1 billion company alone? That's what Synthetic Man has. This guy hates Synthetic Man and the Phantom Nazis so much that he's actually going full leave the $1 billion company alone just to dunk on Synthetic Man.
Presentation, the new Switch games don't really look any better than the Switch 1 games. I mean, what are they using the new power of this console for exactly? And it's not like the Switch 2 really has any interesting gimmicks except maybe being able to use a Joy-Con as a mouse. That's something I would actually use. But nothing else I really gave a shit about. What, you gotta buy a special Nintendo camera peripheral and then use their discount Discord app? Which of course requires the Nintendo online service that you gotta pay every year for.
It also requires your phone number.
Just to use.
Not even touch
and
that
this
feature.
is Nintendo
Fuck
we're
that.
talking about, so you're probably gonna get banned for saying slurs. Likely use.
Okay.
How did I know? How did I know? How did I know? How did I know he would pause that here? How did I know?
Like, don't say, yeah, don't say them.
People said back. People said it back in the day.
Me, when I go 2 seconds without saying the N-word. Like, literally.
Using AI in some fashion to detect your speech.
It's about the freedom
Not
of
to
speech,
mention
guys.
the elephant in the room of all of the grooming that no doubt is going to go on.
He's gonna pause here.
What do you mean by that? I don't know. I mean,
it's the stuff that your site does.
Going to go on.
What do you mean by that? I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about the Smash Bros community, yeah, agreed. But that was not.
Oh wait. So you're acknowledging that he has a point. You're making concessions. So there is a grooming power problem in the Discord community, isn't there? Is that? Look at that.
I mean, if you're talking about the Smash Bros community, yeah, agreed. But that was not. That was like people from not this. Like, it's probably not the people you're thinking of, is my point.
Wouldn't be shocked if this turns out to be the Omegle of Nintendo and people just start flashing their genitals at children. You know the type of people Nintendo fans are. Don't even pretend for a second that I'm pulling.
Wait, yeah, if there's like a video system coming, yeah, I feel like that would be kind of problematic. You can't just like talk to random people, can you? I don't know. Like, I guess as long as you like need a friend code to talk to somebody, like if you're like purposefully adding somebody, it's kind of on you at that point if they turn out to be some random freak, right? Like, why are you adding some random freak from Reddit? Like, you don't know this person.
This idea out my ass. Honestly, this just seems like a horrible idea. I mean, this shit is a fucking joke. They even showed in the enhanced version of Mario Party that it had like Connect functionality with the stupid ass camera. So now,
like Nintendo though, like
you know why,
there are people who
Astro.
are gonna do that, but it's not like they're turning on the video for like every you can't
people in
just
his camp
play and interact with random people. That's not a thing that like you can do on the Nintendo Switch, I don't think.
Now Nintendo's copying off of Microsoft, which copied off.
Like, you'll generally know the people.
Not to mention, another thing with the physical games is that some of these carts don't even have the fucking game on them. So you're paying $10 extra for some worthless plastic, which then you just insert the card in your Switch and then have to download it online anyway. This whole thing is just...
I mean, it's kind of like a hybrid, and it feels like the worst of both worlds, but if you really think about it, like, it feels like, again, that just kind of feels like a natural progression, right? Like, we want to optimize, okay, so we need to optimize two things, right? We need to somehow make a game which is really good, has but it takes up a lot of space, right? And so we need to optimize how we store that space. So what can we do? We can make the entire thing downloadable, but if we do that, then the console has to store the entire thing on its by itself. That would be a big console, right? And also it would take a while to download, and that would suck. We could do cartridges, okay? But the cartridges could be really big as well, and you know, like it's a physical item that you have to actually take care of and not break, so we have to make it sturdy. Or you could do both, right? You could do both. So like you have a tiny little cartridge that has enough storage on it. I don't know the exact logistics, I'm not an expert, but like the way
Jeez, you guys said I was a show for Nintendo.
that I'm picturing it, I think is like a hybrid between the two is not necessarily bad. You're getting the best of both worlds there, in my opinion.
Ridiculous, man. And I've heard some people give some
This was debunked? Was it debunked? Okay, if it was debunked, then everything I just said doesn't fucking matter.
kind of weird excuses for the prices, saying like, well, realistically,
you do have to download updates for the games though, right? You still have to download updates for them, so like it's still like you do need a cartridge and a Wi-Fi connection. I don't know.
Things like free gacha games are way more expensive because
I don't think it's necessarily
over the course
bad,
of years you'll
is my
probably
point.
spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars if you're a whale, so that you can jerk off to your favorite slut's ass on screen. Which again, my counter argument is gacha games are not fucking video games. I don't really care what these
I did not need to hear that while Kirby was on the screen, man. That's
Coomers do with their free time. It's not exactly the same market. Another excuse is that if you adjust old game prices for inflation, video games should actually cost like $100 or more now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I told you, like he literally sat there. I didn't even do the math on that, and I was like, you know what? Like, it maths to me. Like, I literally did not even think about it. He literally sat there, did the research, and was like, huh, actually, if we account for inflation, like, video games should really be, like, over $100. And he didn't think about it for more than 2 seconds and still bitched about the price. It's like, dude, they literally are cheaper now than they were in 2005 if you account for inflation. Like, the price has gone down, dumbass.
But that never
But people's
takes
wages
into
have barely
account
gone
if
up.
the wages have inflated at the same rate, which
yes. Oh.
If the wages have inflated at the same rate, which
okay, yeah.
He's triggered. He's triggered.
But everything else went up higher. Compare that to like any.
Oh, it doesn't count. It doesn't. He's saying it doesn't count. Shut up. He's gonna say it doesn't count.
Everything else, it's still cheaper now than like. No, like the cost of living, the way the cost of living rose, this did not rise with it. Like it's literally cheaper compared to the cost of living, the average cost of living now than it was back in 2005. It was a greater luxury item in 2005, a more expensive luxury item in 2005 than it is now, given the average like income, right? I'm not crazy, right? It has not kept up with inflation.
You're pretty schizo, dude.
Poorer than ever. And again, you guys know I'm not a socialist or a communist or whatever the hell.
Don't worry, I'm not going to say anything correct here. I'm just letting you know, like, a basic fact of life that I don't personally want to fix it all.
But it doesn't matter if games should cost $120 or whatever ridiculous number. The only thing that matters is the value proposition to the customer. Yes, you can deceive people into spending more money with microtransactions or shitty copy-paste DLC.
That's all capitalism,
we've been seeing
dumbass.
since the PS3 era. But
Fuck, man. I kind of just want to let him keep going because we're so close. I need to hear like his main idea here, but come on.
Paste DLC.
That's all capitalism,
We've been seeing
dumbass.
since the PS.
Well, it's like, okay, I don't even have to sweep. What is he saying here? It's like I don't have to sweep for it. I can just blame capitalism.
3 era, but ultimately they still have to convince you to buy the game. I would unironically pay $100 for a masterpiece because a game that is truly a 10 out of 10 is.
He can't be. He said that earlier. I remember him saying that earlier in the video. He cannot say anything against this point.
Extremely rare these days, no matter what journalists or shill YouTubers tell you. I don't think I've played a single new game release that I'd consider a masterpiece in the entire time that I've been making videos on this channel. So over
I can't really speak to that. I mostly just play trading card card shop simulator. So
oh my god.
I am playing
he plays sim games.
This is an old game, so it's not relevant, but like I am playing The Walking Dead with
okay, well Some people think The Walking Dead is okay.
Tina. So that's fun. We just finished chapter 1 last night. It was great. I'm trying to think of recent stuff I've played though, because like Hades.
No, too busy seething about capitalism.
That was really well received. Like, Katie is obsessed with it, and a lot of people are obsessed with it. It's a really good game. Indie games, right? Like, I think there's like people always forget about indie games. Like when they think about like the gaming industry, quote unquote, they always think of like the big studios, and in many ways the big studios have failed us, and that's true. But like indie games, there's no shortage of like creativity and different gameplay styles and like stories to tell. Like it is a treasure trove. Like we are in a golden age of gaming when it comes to indie games. So I don't buy this narrative that like gaming sucks today. I just don't think it does. It's not a real thing, and to the extent that it does,
Most
mind
people
you,
do
that's because
think
of
that, though.
capitalism. Okay, your side did this. If people had the shit that they needed to games. So I don't buy this narrative that like gaming sucks today. I just don't think it does. It's not a real thing, and to the extent that it does, mind you, that's because of capitalism. Okay.
Whoa, wait. Okay. He says video games don't suck, but if they do suck to the extent that you're claiming that they suck, it's because of capitalism.
I don't buy this narrative that like gaming sucks today. I just don't think it does. It's not a real thing, and to the extent that it does, mind you, that's because of capitalism. Okay, your side did this. If people had the shit that they needed to survive, just like the basic shit, they could focus on making beautiful games. Because if you want somebody who's passionate about it, meet their basic needs, and then they will create for you. Build it and they will come.
5 years. So yes, with Nintendo games, typically you just pay one time and then you enjoy the game, which is better than most other AAA releases, if we're being honest. But this shit is still scummy no matter which way you try to spin it. Another good example is that they're selling you a tech demo that teaches you the features of the Switch 2. Yes, it costs money. This is something that would have been free software on the Wii.
Wait for this.
They're selling you a tech demo? I did misunderstand. Okay, sorry, or I didn't understand at all. Okay, yeah, that is really stupid, actually. Like that, I can't say he's wrong on that. Yeah, no, that is really dumb.
The Switch
if he could, he would have swept for it.
Money. This is something that would have been free
really
software on the Wii.
Just make the Switch $10 more at that point. It's already like $2,000 thanks to Trump tariffs. You might as well make it $2,010.
And even if we just take the presentation itself at face value, the show was fucking ass. Half of it was literally just ports or slight upgrades on older games that they can sell to you again. Though I guess you pay less money if you get the upgrade. Oh, and did you guys notice that they slipped in that the Switch 2 isn't entirely backwards compatible? It's only select games.
No.
They're working on it though.
Oh, that sucks ass, dude. What? No, I'm actually... Why did you send me this video of all videos to react to? Like, I agree with most of it.
Yes, that's
sorry.
true.
Like, yeah, what the Switch 2 is doing is really...
Yeah, I'll link this if you want to go send him some positive messages. Look, constructive, this is not... personal army requests are cringe, but for the purposes of sourcing the videos for which I enjoy on my streams, I think it's customary of me, perhaps even mandatory, for me to share this individual's channel. Of course, the video in question, let me link the specific video. I'm just linking the video, just like when I linked the other guy's channel earlier. I just want to share the love.
Stupid. There were a couple funny moments, like where he was a dumbass, but like, I mean, he's not wrong about all this Switch stuff.
He's
I
not
just
wrong.
feel like I could have reacted to a video where I disagreed with him more. Because like, this is really dumb.
That we know what the full selection is. And to touch on the wokeness subject again.
Yes, okay, wait, we're back. We're so back.
A wheelchair basketball game. Are you?
Yes, this is okay. Never mind. I take it back. This is what I'm here for. Literally complaining about wheelchair basketball. Why?
It does look pretty lame though.
Don't buy it. Just don't buy it, brother. Like, oh, you don't have to. Okay. If it looks cool, yeah, it does. It does look cool. It looks like Rocket League a little bit, right?
They're fucking
He's
developing
sweeping.
a
He's sweeping for the
wheelchair
Jade basketball
game. Are you fucking kidding me? This had its own trailer during the show. So what is...
Who cares? Okay. Yeah, some people are in wheelchairs and all they're just trying to live their damn lives and
Let people enjoy things. I say, let me enjoy hating things. Thank you for the Kusanagi shout out.
they live their lives differently than ours, and that inspired that game. And it looks cool, okay? It looks like it looks good, okay? Like it's basic, sure, but like it's wild, like the shit.
He
that
can't
people
sweep
get
for it. He
upset
knows
about,
there's
you
no
know?
soul to
I
it.
can't
No
imagine
character
being
design.
this disgusting inside.
What does that leave us with that's actually...
What's with Dingus watching all the Nikkei players? The first guy followed, and then he rated all these other people.
exciting from the Switch 2 reveal? Well, we have Mario
introduced
Kart
to his
World,
cult
which
of
I
hate.
have to admit does look pretty damn good. Even though I'm not a fan of sandboxes in general, the way that it looks like it's being handled in this game is really interesting. There's Donkey Kong Bonanza, which again, I have to admit, does look good. It looks fun. I love when you can destroy environments in video games. Though I hate the new Donkey Kong design, and I know I'm far from the only one. I just can't...
I'm mixed. I can see myself getting used to it. They're trying to harken back to like the classic one, right? But like I do think that the
Call it
newer
Wookiee
model
Kong.
is like, when I say newer, I mean like the one before this. I just think it looks better. I think it was I don't know. I could get used to it, I guess. It's not terrible.
Can't stop thinking of Seth Rogen's obnoxious laugh, and I just hate how friendly he looks now. The rare design was perfect. Now he just looks...
Okay, yeah, he's kind of right. He looks very like corporate friendly.
And I just hate how friendly he looks now. The rare design was perfect. Now he just looks like a harmless goofball. Of course, there's Metroid Prime 4, but that's also on the Switch 1, so you don't need to buy a Switch 2 for that. And I'll be
But you
honest,
probably would benefit
it really
from
doesn't look that
playing
great.
it on Switch 2.
Metroid Prime 1 is in my top 10 favorite games of all time, but the Metroid Prime 4 footage just didn't show anything interesting at all.
I sent it as an example of what modern Gamergate looks like. Okay, I got you. Okay. I mean, I like, he's got, okay, so here's the thing, right? He's like got some...
So the person sent it to him, you know, you heard him. The person sent it to him, submitted the video to him, just to get an idea of what modern Gamergate is like. And it just ends up being a video that he mostly agrees with. So what does that say about him?
Pretty good gamer takes. So, you know, like, the problem becomes, you agree with him on some of these basic gamer things, and then you kind of get roped into the sauce, right? Like he drowns you in the sauce, and so next thing you know, bada bing, bada boom, you're advocating for ethno-states, and that's not a good thing to do. So you got to be careful out there, folks. Okay, it's crazy out there.
The psychic gimmick doesn't really look fun.
What the hell am I
It was
gonna
just
start
used to
believing if I
open
watch your
doors
shit?
and shoot a homing shot. Oh wow. Do we even know if we can switch beam types in this one? Because that was my biggest problem with Prime 3, that they got rid of the whole switching guns feature, which made Prime unique in the first place. And of course, the final interesting game they showed, which I, you know, sort of implied that I was interested in at the beginning, is Kirby Air
so
Riders.
excited. I'm so
Guys,
hyped.
Kirby Air Ride 2 was in my list of games that are never getting a sequel in a million years. So honestly, I am a little excited. I never thought I could get excited for another game release. Yeah, I'll be honest, I am. I actually really wanted that game to get made. Now, obviously, I'm not that excited because Dragon's Dogma was another game I thought would never get a sequel, and well, you saw how mediocre that sequel was last year. But between this game and Okami 2, at least there's a couple things I'm looking forward to in the future. The thing is, out of these 4 games, only one is actually releasing on launch day. That being Mario Kart World, which is also bundled with the console.
Does he do any more
Donkey
funny
Kong Bonanza is coming out just a month later, so at least
4
it's
minutes
a
left.
launch window title. But Metroid Prime 4 still doesn't even have a official release date. I can only assume it's coming out at the end of this year unless it gets delayed yet again. And as a game that was trapped in development hell for like 7 fucking years, because you might remember it was revealed...
You know the Markiplier dangling keys meme I showed you guys on Tuesday? I feel like that, except for like when he starts to get racist. Once you...
No, I feel like that, but with you right now, actually.
starts to get racist, that's like the dangling keys for me. Then I'm fully alert and paying attention. But I've been tuned out for like the past 20 seconds.
With the Switch 1, I don't exactly have high hopes that it's going to be as good as Prime 1 or 2. And supposedly Kirby Air Riders is also coming out this year, but we didn't see any gameplay, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets delayed. And some of you might be thinking, well, I'm forgetting a game. That being the...
Yeah, he wants racism to actually have something to say. Because it's again, I said it for a reason at the start of the video. He picked the worst video to react to. Because it's like, well, I said at the start that there was no woke shit in it. There is anti-woke commentary. But as far as like what his output goes, probably the most game-focused video he's done in a long while. It's like straight only focuses on the games.
The From Software game Dusk Blood, which has to be the worst title they've come up with yet. It reminds me of Dustborn. And look, I was as
he wants the heckin' racism, so
this was going to be the unofficial Bloodborne 2. But as it turns out, it is a PvPvE game. You know, like Hunt Showdown or something to that effect. Yeah, I'm fucking out, dude. I don't care. From Software had their last hurrah with Elden Ring and Armored Core 6, and it looks like now their golden years are finally done, and they're gonna sink into the abyss. That is just my prediction for the future based on Elden Ring Night Rain, and I'm sure as soon as influencers get to touch this, we're gonna hear similarly worrying feedback. I don't think anyone buys From Software games for a shitty forced online experience. We play because they're awesome single-player games. Or at least they used to be. I'm kind of sick of them now, but they're still high quality at the end of the day. I can admit that. And another thing, too, that...
Alec Hunter X Actual Jake collab when? I would collab with Actual Jake. I'm just, like, a little nervous about reaching out because, like, I feel like I'm bothering people, so, like, I just don't... That's part of the reason I'm bad at reaching out. But yeah, I would. I've done a Cirrus collab, and I know Cirrus and Jake are friends. So
why is this part of the? Why is this in the clip?
He's pretty chill. I debated him on his stream. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I like. I don't remember if I watched all of that, but yeah, I remember that happened. But yeah, I like Jake. He's great.
That I'm sure like 5 people are excited about is that they're adding GameCube games to the Switch on.
I met Cirrus at MagFest. Yeah, Cirrus is great. Cirrus has never done anything wrong ever. In fact,
Line Plus service or whatever the hell. Have none of you people ever heard of Dolphin? I guarantee it's gonna run better than Nintendo's own emulator, and it's for free.
I have that too.
You have to pay like $50 a year just to play a few games on Switch 2.
Be racist.
So yes, I realize I'm rambling a bit here, and there's plenty of other things I could cover, like the fact that the Switch 2 only comes with 256 gigabytes of storage, which is pitifully small in this day and age, especially when you're gonna have to probably download half your games anyway. But I think I more or less covered.
Okay, I've had enough. I can't do the last 2 minutes. Sorry. I guess what we're to take from this is he doesn't have the worst gamer takes, but when it comes to like important stuff, trans rights and the basic rights of and the basic rights of various minority groups and respecting and just not being a dick in general. You know, he's kind of...
Can you name those minority groups or any of the rights that they are deprived of compared to me or you?
shitty. So yeah, that was kind of my take on Synthetic Man.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please be...
Oh no 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 no.
Minority groups and respecting and just not being a dick in general. You know, he's kind of shitty. So yeah, that was kind of my take on Synthetic Man.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you want to see more, hit the notification bell to be notified when I upload. If you enjoy my...
No, I think this is no, he's saying if you enjoy my content.
You want to see more, hit the notification bell to be notified when I upload. If you enjoy my content, you enjoy what I...
Goon, he says my this is him. Maybe it was recorded a few years ago and he just still reuses the clip. That's him.
I really appreciate any financial help that I can get. Go to youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV/join. You got some awesome benefits such as seeing...
This isn't the editor.
Shitty, so yeah, that was kind of my take on Synthetic Man.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the...
That's him. It's the same room. This was he probably filmed this years before this clip here.
You know, he's kind of shitty, so yeah, that was kind of my take on Synthetic Man. Hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you want to see more. Hit the notification bell to be notified when I upload. If you enjoy my content, you enjoy what I do, I really appreciate any financial help I can get. Go to youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV/join.
His
You get
name
some
is
awesome
Alec
benefits such as
Gunter.
seeing early videos, awesome emotes that you can use in the comments of YouTube videos, and a sweet
Those
badge
emotes don't look
next
that
to me.
good.
So if that sounds interesting to you, I'd really appreciate if you join. It is cheaper than the cost of a blowjob from your mom. So with all that being said, thank you again for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Why is the pedophile logo his channel logo? Why does he have the pedophile logo for his channel logo? Why is the pedophile logo his channel logo? What the hell was that? Yeah. What a journey. And all because what was it? No, I finished that Cool Guys video, and that video was in the recommended videos. Hey, Triple D. Okay, are we done? Is that we have to, no, we're done. We're ending on that note. The stream can't, there's nowhere for the stream to go after that. And I gotta wake up in the morning anyway. Yeah, what a whiplash of an ending. That was just bad. He wanted him to be racist so he could make fun of him. Because he couldn't approach his actual gamer arguments. Because he agreed with them. But he didn't want to say that he agreed with a Nazi because it would make him look bad. It would be bad optics, chat. I'll keep an eye on that fella if he makes any more Synthetic Man videos. We end on a positive note, not an incest-having PDF. It's 3 in the morning. I gotta get out of here. It wasn't a good video, but we all learned something. And dude, he wouldn't shut up about Trump or tariffs or socialism and capitalism and rights and whatnot. It's very weird. The kinds of people who have that, they're just constantly thinking about it, just non-stop in their head, rent-free even. His most decent points were just points that he lifted straight from Synthetic Man. Gaming-related points. It's very interesting to have like a different perspective on Synthetic Man, because the people here, you fellas, don't think highly of Synthetic Man. But I put on a staunch critic, and he just sucks so much you just end up wanting to stand for Synthetic Man because the other guy is just that much worse. Maybe it's not even that it makes you want to like him, it just makes you want to shit on the other guy. But yeah, what a little bit of serendipity. I didn't know that guy existed. And now I do. Now I know about another Synthetic Man hater out there. And he knows, isn't it curious that he knows about the guy who put out the Synthetic Man documentary? The one I watched last year? They're probably in the same sector, and they probably have some overlap in the audience, which is why he was already aware of who Synthetic Man was when the person sent the video to him. We just have higher standard. We need A-logs that don't make it political. We need an A-log that just calls Synthetic Man an incel chuddy without having it tie into politics. And yeah, we know like the actual skeletons in Synthetic Man's closet, and none of them were approached or discussed by this fella in particular. But thank you everybody. Thank you for helping us close that one out on a very odd note. I'll be live again tomorrow. At some point I want to start Jak and Daxter, but the overlay's not ready, so maybe not until Sunday. Maybe just cruise in Mario Kart until then. But we got some progress. Ah yes, Push and P. I didn't do a story chapter. I gotta finish all the green missions that I got, and then all the orange missions I'm done, except for the one that I was filtered on. Like every time I finish a green mission, like 2 more pop up in its place. I'm done with all the blue missions that don't have to do with killing bosses that are over-leveled compared to me. Progress was made. I'm not sweeping for a lack of progress. It was phantom progress. Billy Mitchell and the Synthesized Man chats like Dingus stay winning. Agreed. I thought Jack was today. I'm sorry. It would have been if I didn't slack. But for sure. We'll get to it. I feel bad for stalling it out. He's stalling! He's stalling! Are we roosting? But who are we gonna raid? Because Tevin's on BRB. Do we just check? Is this the point where we check the Mario Kart category? Let's see, because I wanted to raid someone in the Mario Kart category previously, but I didn't see any cool people. Let's see here. I'm looking for someone with the sauce. So allow me to scan the category here. Yeah, it is Jack and Daxter on the Lord's Day. Some of these guys have some very suggestive stream titles for a game that's supposed to be for kids. Okay, there are 2 that stand out. Let's pop in and see what are these people like? Then you're looking at Clout Chase? No, I'm ignoring anyone with a check mark. They don't need assistance. I'm looking through the smaller people, goon. They gotta have what I was saying was the Jamsy Spark. They gotta have the Jamsy Spark. Okay, I'm not feeling it from this individual. Okay, how about you?
It's time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate it. I'm surprised the audio didn't bug out. I'm over here browsing and shit. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. Good on the end, got it good on the surface, but not good at all, actually. Peeping in. Yeah, Tevin on BRB. Okay, Conky's here. Why wasn't he on my sidebar? I had to click on the follow tab. What's he doing? Okay, he's watching videos, which is exactly what I was doing. We'll go there. Where's my shit at? There we go. All right, get me out. Thanks for stopping by. I didn't mean to go to 4 in the morning, but I did. Like, I have to be up soon. This is pretty annoying, actually. Why did I watch the 40-minute Synthetic Man A-log video? Sue Ellen, you harlot, why didn't you tell me to go to bed? See, that should be the raid message, but I know Conky wouldn't have that 7 TV active. I don't have a sleeping dingus emo. Wait, yes I do. Wait, but no, it's like a bit thing. It's a tier 2. Wait, no, we can do Dedga. That's a raid message for Conky. Adios, bye-bye, and meet me time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror. Each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors. Each and every single day. It's a little bit more than 2 hours, Jesse. Yeah, but it's the odds are not in my favor. The cards are not in my favor tonight. If I'm being honest, chat. Alright, we'll raid someone from the Mario Kart category when we actually play Mario Kart. Which might as well be tomorrow. Alright, but copy the raid message. Go hang out with Conky. Or don't. You can go anywhere. I'm not gonna tell you where you can and can't go. Oh, I was on Chrome and then the music fucked up. It's demonic. It's demonic. I gotta get you out of here. The music's bugging out. Oh, look, it fixed itself. Alright, you can go wherever you want. But follow Conky before you leave, if you leave. Bye-bye.